that this is not going to be that regular class or session where you'll all sit down and listen to this man waiting for him to leave. It's not going to be that way, so I'm warning you. How many of you all believe in astrology, daily horoscopes, monthly horoscopes? Raise your hands. How many of you all believe in that? Ma'am is like this. She's like, I'm not going to say I believe in this because some people think it's uncool. Okay, before we start off, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do it in, we're talking about the Future Education Conclave. We'll go back to our roots. I request all of you all to stand up for the prayer song before we begin everything and have a wonderful, wonderful Saturday. Who comes to school on Saturday, huh? Okay, stand up. Over to you all. You all may now grace the seats. That's how we have to be, very classy, very sophisticated. Okay, we're still warming up. I just want to check if your arms are working, yeah? Because I believe a lot of people see horoscopes, believe in how the day is going to be, star signs, sun signs. Oh, look at that handsome guy on the screen there. Nice, okay. Everybody, if you are ready to have a good day, if you're ready to learn, ready to grow, ready to share, ready to evolve, raise your hands. I'm just checking if your right hands are working. Ma'am, you also, ma'am? Okay, everybody, good. Now, you know, we've always heard life is a race. You all have heard that? Raise your hands. At the end of it, I will go back home with arm pain. Okay, so we've heard life is a race. We'll try and not win the race. What's the point on winning a race which you don't even enjoy? We'll talk about race, we'll talk about life, we'll talk about mind, we'll talk about heart, we'll talk about the soul. We'll talk about connect, we'll talk about going to be busy around this entire spot of SSVM Institutions. There's a lot that's happening, which I'll be discussing with you, telling you. We'll be taking selfies together, we'll be taking pictures together. But as we move on, and before we get warmed up and started, don't worry, I'm not going to tell you raise your hand. It's okay. We'll have a song, a dance performance by Reed's World School that talks about one of the bad viruses in society. When we say virus, we think bad, ugly vaccines or the bad, ugly viruses is racism, unfair differentiation. To speak about this, to express about this, we have a dance performance by Reed's International School. You're looking very pretty, ma'am. I just got distracted. She's looking wonderful in red. Now she's raising her hands. How many of you agree she's looking very pretty in red? If you don't raise your hands, you'll have a problem. Okay, so let's have the dance performance now and let's get warmed up for a super sorted Saturday.
யார் வகுத்தது இந்த ஜாதி மதம் இனம் மற்றும் நிறத்தால் வரும் பிரிவினையை? வேண்டாம், மனிதர்களாகிய நம்மை ஒற்றுமையிலிருந்து வேற்றுமைப்படுத்தும் எதையும் நாம் ஏற்க வேண்டாம் என்ற கருத்தை நடன மொழி மூலம் உங்கள் கண்களுக்கு சமர்ப்பிக்கின்றோம்.
People, look at yourself. Your color doesn't matter. Be proud of yourself. No one's better. Don't let violence, poverty destroy your ability. Strive for peace. We have no enemies. Enemies, 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 enemies.
We have no enemies. We have no enemies. We have no enemies. We have no enemies. We have no enemies. We have no enemies. We have no enemies. We have no enemies. We have no enemies. We have no enemies. We have no enemies. We have no enemies. We have no enemies. It's one of the beautiful things about it. To show that our hearts are in the right place, we'd sing a song for the governor of California, Ronald Reagan.
Confrontations in this corrupted world.
One butter chicken, please. Okay, We're settling down Saturday mornings. You know, once upon a time, not very long back, actually quite a long time back, when I'm seeing you all, I'm feeling much older. But we used to say, you know, India is a developing country. Maybe today, after all these years, when we see Chandrayaan 3, we see the Indian stock market doing so well, we see so many startups starting up in India, we see FDI, not FBI, FDI, foreign direct investments coming into India. Is it a developed country? So we'll do this drill because I think you'll not warmed up enough. So if you think India is a developing country, raise your right hand. And if you think India is a developed country, raise your left hand. But you have to raise your hand because you have to think about the country. All right. So right hand is for developing and left is for developed. He's like, I'm India. Okay, so it's a mix of both. But the wonderful part is that we're together, we're still raising our hands for India. That has a little underlying significance, we'll come to that. We are a transforming society, right from different things, from racism that we had a dance on, to equality, women empowerment, employment, opportunities. These are all different things. So, a transforming society, or are we a transformed society? Don't raise your hands, but think about it. We are all powerful individuals. We know that. No one has told you you're an individual with no power, unless they're your enemies. But otherwise, we all are very strong, powerful individuals. Have we unleashed our power? It's time to think about that. You know what? We always start our day, we start our sessions with normally thought of the day. You all have come across thoughts for the day, correct? You'll have to nod your head like that. Okay. So we'll start this off with a word for the day. Let's do something different. This is a place where everything different happens. So we start with a word for the day. And I heard this word 3 times this morning when I reached here. The word I heard was common sense. So when I was here, I was somewhere there, and I saw this boy standing up, and the guy behind told him, sit down, I need to see the stage. It's common sense, I can't see. So I heard the word common sense. Then I was here, and the audio gentleman there said, when you walk out, make sure you switch off both the mics, and when you come and switch on both the mics. And I was like, yeah, I mean, it's common sense. You need to start, it'll get late, it's common sense. I was a bit confused. We are in a spot which is slightly confusing. Think about this. We use the word common sense most often, but our main aim is to be uniquely thinking, to be uncommon sense. We all want to be a part of society. We want to be accepted, loved, have lots of following, be a part of the crowd, be embraced by everybody. But still our main aim is to be unique, to stand out. Education. Is education making us that perfect common man, or is education developing us to be an individual, unique being? These questions should be answered. They will be answered today if you wish to find the answer. You know, what is education? Is it the exam where we have question and answer, or is real education where you ask the right questions? This also we'll find an answer today. How many of you all have been asked this question? What do you want to do in life? Come on, let's be honest. We all have been asked, what do you want to do in life? I'm still asked the question. My mom still asks me, what do you want to do? I said, look, I'm doing a lot. Okay, how many of you all have asked this question? What do you want to do in life? You all have not been asked this question? So we've been asked this question, what do you want to do in life? Sometimes the answers change. Sometimes we don't even know. Sometimes we say, I'm going to do only this. Then they ask us, how are you going to do it? And they ask us, when are you going to do it? These are important questions. But there's one question called, why do you want to do that? Why are you doing what you wish to do? Why are you doing what you aim to do? If you find that answer, that's not a teaching. I promise you, you have the answer. You have the opportunity to get transformed. SSVM Institutions, Transforming India Conclave 23. Welcome to a day that you will not forget. Get ready for a wonderful Saturday. Clap your hands. Don't raise your hands now. Okay. That's a long talk here. Where's the coffee? Okay, I'll tell you what. It's not just on this particular stage where you see great happenings. You will see amazing talkers, you will see doers, you'll see dreamers, you'll see visionaries, you'll see wishes, you'll see thoughts, you'll see actions, but also around this entire spot, it's a huge space of SSVM. You will see a lot of edutainment, education, entertainment combined together. You've got digital slingshots, you've got muscle and mind power zones. I saw some people cycling very fast. I didn't know where they were going, and I realized it's got a great sense to all of this. So you'll see all of this happening, and you should be taking selfies. We'll take some selfies here. We'll start off with one because I heard that if we take a selfie, we post it and tag SSVM Transforming India, we'll get a prize. So we'll do that. Should we start off with a selfie? Let's start off with a selfie. Wait. He added the music for the beat and the vibe. Okay, so what we'll start is, my friends, before we start off, before we get people on stage, before we get our thoughts racing, before we feel better, before we realize we have lots more to achieve, I will watch a video which you will watch as well, which speaks about what is transformation, who can transform, and do we actually have the power within us, and where and when can we unleash it. I want your eyes on the best looking thing on stage. Okay, now I'll go off stage. Look at the screen.
Mom.
Namaste, everybody. Please sit down. Now, how are you all doing today? You all look quite excited. Great. Since you all are very enthusiastic today, can we do an interesting activity? You all love your country, isn't it? What is India from your point of view? What are the changes you would like to see in India?
Equality?
No beggars. No corruption.
No pollution.
Okay.
Flying cars.
Flying cars?
Clean India. AIs everywhere.
Wow.
Regulated traffic.
Cleaner roads?
No exams, probably.
No exams? What?
Nice. All right. You all seem to have big dreams for India, and especially you. Now, whom do you think has the power to bring about these changes? Come on, let's take a paper and draw the game changer.
You can't see it now.
Who is this gentleman?
He's my father, a policeman. He's the best.
Okay. Well done, guys. Your drawings are really interesting. You seem to be quite a visionary. Okay, now I have someone in my mind who can transform India. Do you all want to see who that is? Some of you form a line. Do you all want to see who that is?
Yes, ma'am.
So, my dears, who did you see? Yes, it's you. It's not Spider-Man nor Superman. It's you who is going to transform India. Now tell me, who is going to transform India? Who is going to fill India with flying cars?
Yes, it's me.
on the wall, who's the most powerful of them all? Okay, I feel like this is an exam. I've got so many papers in front of me, it's going to take some time. All right, you know what? This institution is an idea. This idea comes from an individual. And I think it is so amazing that someone can be a visionary, can be a reformer, and can be the founder of this wonderful place. It basically underlies this wonderful theme of unleashing the power within you. What is our power? Can we have a mic around? Because I don't want this to be a one-way journey. I would love to learn from you. Today I haven't come here, they said you're the speaker, the MC. I've come here as a student, and I'm the only student who's standing. Okay, so I want to ask all of you all, what is the power that you have? Is it the power for you all to think infinitely? Is it the power for you to feel exactly what you want? Is it the power for you to grab, hold what you exactly want to dream and achieve? Is the power of your feet to reach wherever you want? Sometimes it takes a situation, a very difficult situation. It takes a failure, it takes a success, it takes a setback, it takes a shock to transform. Sometimes it takes a 3-day conclave to transform. And that's exactly why we are here. SSVM Transforming India 23 is set to transform you, is set to make you realize your power, and together we will unleash the power of you. That means you should clap when I do this. That's like the punch dialogue. Okay. You know, I wish Mani Meghalai madam was here, but when she comes, we will redo this. She's on the way. All right. I can't get a mic on you. I will hear you for sure. Because I want to ask you these questions. I think a conclave is not a one-way talk. A conclave is a several-way talk. What has education given you? Respect.
Education has given me power to read.
You come here, ma. You come. You tell everything. Okay. Very nice. Respect. I like the word because it's a status being. I'm educated.
It has given us knowledge to know whatever is happening around the world, not just our own country.
So it's not Google. It's better than Google.
Yes.
Okay. Giving you knowledge and awareness across the country. This side, if you all don't speak, I'm going to raise your hands and make you all stand on the chair. I can say whatever I want today. So tell, what has education given you all?
For me, it has
Where are you? Where are you?
I'm right here.
Ah.
For me and many other people, it has given us value to live, like what we live for, like that.
Value to live.
Discipline.
Okay.
Discipline.
Discipline, security, safety, a sense of belonging, a sense of confidence. Respect was a nice answer, ma'am. Your answer was brilliant. Anyone else who's got an answer? Okay, ma'am's got an answer.
It teaches us empathy.
Empathy. What if I flip the question and I ask you, do you know education is the biggest loss? You lose so much in education. Think about it. We're transforming, right? So let's think differently. What is transformation? It's a thought process that's different. Simple. Simple. I'll tell you what you lose in education. You lose the sense of limiting beliefs. You lose your ego. You lose that unnecessary pride that you had. That's what you lose with education. That was not a punch dialogue, but still, okay, nice, thank you. Education is not an individual's biggest gain. Education is a society's biggest loss. And once you lose all of that, can I tell you a story before we start off? Am I allowed to say a story, ma'am? Very short story before we all get heated up. We always say, be powerful like the lion, be loyal like a dog, be fast like a cheetah, a leopard. Who's faster? Okay, whatever. I'll tell you a little story about a crow. No one speaks about the damn crow here. I don't know why. But I'll tell you this little story, 2 minutes. And listen to this one because it might transform you somewhere. This crow on a hot morning in Coimbatore, a lot of traffic. Every person I was sitting with said, oh, you don't know the traffic here in Coimbatore. You don't know the traffic in Coimbatore. I don't know, I'm not from Coimbatore. But okay, so this crow picked up a piece of bread, flew high and was happy. I've got that piece of bread and I'm flying. But when this crow turned back, there were several other birds behind that crow, several following, trying to catch up. The crow shifted gear, started flapping a lot more faster. Went. But as the crow turned back, it saw that the birds are just as close. No avail. The crow didn't know where to go, how far to go, didn't enjoy the journey anymore, and just thought, let me drop this piece of bread. Dropped the piece of bread, and when the crow dropped the piece of bread and turned back, all the birds swooping down towards that bread. It's a simple underlying statement that we spoke now. Let go of the bread and you will own the sky. Let go of your ego and you will own the life that you wish. Nice one? It's not my original one, ma'am. Okay, but I really think it is stories like this and not just subjects of the book that are the true transforming stories, true transforming lessons of life. You know, when you say red, I'm supposed to stop, or when you say red, I'm supposed to start as well, talking about you. Edupreneur, someone who's taken the field of education as a mission, someone whose dream is to make your dreams come true, someone whose goal is to make sure that your goals are achieved. Not just this school, but also preschool as well, with the idea of RU. I believe we're extremely fortunate to have young minds, young bodies, and a very, very foresighted vision to make sure that not just SSVM, but Indian education is moving in the right direction. Not just moving, but flying like this wonderful multicolored butterfly. So I wish to invite the Director of Education, Ms. Trisha, please come on stage.
Namaste, everyone. It's such a delight to see you all here today. And I extend a very heartfelt welcome to all of you to SSVM Institutions. I see our distinguished parents here, our SSVM community, our student community, and students not just from SSVM, but we have students from our fellow neighboring schools as well here. So I extend a warm welcome to all of you. And an even more enthusiastic greetings to all our distinguished speakers, guests joining us for day 2 of SSVM's Transforming India Conclave 2023. Yesterday was phenomenal, don't you think? Do you agree? Be it the brilliant performances, extraordinary guest speakers, an inventor and engineer, warriors of our nation, and a survivor who had overcome insurmountable challenges. And it goes on. And for those of you who were part of our workshops yesterday, you would have learned to make your own music. You made an indigenous instrument, learned about minimalistic living, stand-up comedy, DJ, and culinary arts. You baked. And so there were a lot of hands-on experiences yesterday, and we learned a great deal from our speakers here as well. Most of us who attended day 1 of the conclave yesterday and the workshops are still in so much awe with the overwhelmingly positive feedback we've received from the students, parents, guests, and educators. And my greatest takeaways are not only to transform India, but also the planet by leading through example. Let me give you a few examples. Curiosity, empathy, and initiative goes hand in hand to form the foundation behind learning. Not education, but learning. And without which, as Mr. Sonam Wangchuk himself mentioned, we cannot motivate ourselves or our next generations to innovate sustainably in a way that we protect our planet. So unleash the power within you means something only when you have the curiosity, empathy, and initiative to do something for our society. And that is precisely what we should be doing. In fact, I agree with Shaheen Malik when hope should never be lost, as it is not easy to regain hope. And amidst so many circumstances, for us to discover what our potential is, we need to always have hope for us and for others. And I know many of you enjoyed yesterday's panel discussion on next-gen business. We found it heartwarming as well to share our takeaways working together as a family. And yes, to those of you who came up to me to share that I was diplomatic, yes, I was. It's all in the balance. And as every family has its ups and downs, working together may not be an easy feat. And it is all about how we have the perseverance and grit to face adversity, to unleash the power within you. So as we know, it is in the language of life. Yesterday was just the beginning. And today we have the pleasure to continue this conclave with a special focus on why different disciplines and different knowledge areas can prepare us for both life and a career. So how do we know what to unleash unless we get the exposure to what is there out in the world? When we think about entrepreneurship, we often envision tech startups, businesses, and ventures driven by profit. And while these aspects are certainly important or an integral part of entrepreneurship, there is another dimension that we must explore, and that is social entrepreneurship. A week ago, I was representing India at the United Nations Youth Assembly. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to have visited the UN headquarters in New York and have had the chance to meet like-minded young delegates, as young as even 16-year-olds from across the globe who are making strides to find innovative solutions that revolve around climate change, environmental protection, and waste management. And so this, in fact, there were already some of them who figured out solutions that were generating revenue through their social ventures. And we have only 7 years left. And what do I mean by that? We have just 7 years left to meet the UN SDG goals. Yes, you're right. It's UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And have we done enough? I see a lot of you nodding. Yes. In fact, have we done the bare minimum as individuals of the global community? And that's the question we should hold on to. And I came back inspired and with a lot of hope that our youth, given the right resources and motivation, they are headed towards making our planet a habitable one again for our current and future generations. While walking around yesterday outside the auditorium, our students had set up an intriguing Leader in Me exhibition. Have you had a chance to look around? And it was amazing to see the kind of ideas they have been working on, and from waste management to new energy sources. Our next generation of young change makers are already here. Seeing this, we can continue to hope it is still possible. And it's the responsibility of all generations that are living on this planet right now to do what is required of them. And we stand by you in this. So the final 15 presentations of our student entrepreneurs who you will see today have also shared social impact ideas in them. And many of you already had a social impact idea in your business, and it was very impressive that you already are on your way to becoming social entrepreneurs. Today, we are thrilled to present a captivating roster of speakers yet again, featuring accomplished entrepreneurs and experts in their respective fields, including Manu Pillai, Sharansh Goela, Meghna Sumesh. You'll be surprised to know she's our very own SSVM Vidyan, Kishan Das, and Aman Gupta. And we also get to cheer for the top finalists of the Student Entrepreneur Awards and stay curious to see what solutions they have come up with. So, I also want to express my gratitude to our SSVM community and all the award recipients today from various schools across the country who share our passion for student entrepreneurship and have supported their students in being a part of this SSVM's Transforming India Conclave. Once again, I extend a hearty welcome to our distinguished lineup of speakers and to all our delegates for the SSVM Transforming India Conclave 2023. Jai Hind.
Suddenly I feel a bit shorter. Okay. Thank you, man. That was lovely. I did not know about the United Nations thing. I think it's wonderful. It is an extremely amazing achievement. And we often are spoken so much about global warming, green environment, green country. We don't understand that too much because we need someone to guide that. And I think ma'am being a representative of India in United Nations, New York is an amazing thing. We're very proud, ma'am. Very, very happy. Okay. You know, she said when she went to United Nations, am I right, ma'am? You met a lot of like-minded people. You type Google, what is society? And society will say a group of like-minded people. Somewhere down the line, as we transform, we are forced to think a bit differently. And I say, and I believe, maybe you agree, maybe you don't, that Google has got it wrong. Society is not a group of like-minded people. What you want to do and what you want to do is very different. What you think about this butterfly logo is different. What you think about me, okay, you all will think great things about me, but okay, forget me. What you think about different aspects, politics, sports, news, traffic, city, equality, empowerment, everyone thinks very, very differently. I believe, and tell me if I'm right or wrong, society is not a group of like-minded people. When we all want to be unique, when we all have individual lives, when we all have our own problems, when we all have our own opportunities, how can we be like-minded? We are unlike-minded people, but we've got a like-minded intention. We've got a like-minded goal. So we are basically a society that thinks differently with the same vision, with the same intention and the same ambition. When I do this, yeah, that's the clue. Okay. You know, I had a motto in school. I was in a school in Chennai called Padma Sheshadri, PSBB. They had a tagline there. It was called, "Knowledge is the light of life." It's a nice one. It's a simple one. Not as cool as unleash the power within you for these 3 days conclave. But, you know, so much has changed. The light to foresee different things, the light and value of light is only there when you actually have darkness. Value of life is only there when you have a bit of death. So today, things have changed so much. Things have become so futuristic. Forget the light. When technology meets talent, when brains meet the beam, we've got something that I say very, very confidently. It's not lights, camera, action. It's laser, camera, action. What you're going to see on stage is something which I'm very curious to see, but do remember, in the excitement, don't take out your phones and put the flashlight and try to record it. There is a chance for us to take pictures. It's really cool outside. We've got these QR codes. We'll come to that one as well. There's so much. But this is basically a multiverse of visual effects. If you believe that this is a chance to transform, you will realize that the light, the power of light itself is so good, you will see a transformation on stage. I'm so excited to bring to you, Superman is here. Look at Laserman on stage. Get set for a few minutes of an out-of-the-world experience. Laser, camera, no flashlights, just action. Wow, that was amazing. I wish I could do that. Can I try? That was amazing. One more round of applause. I was stunned by the performance. It was amazing. Some people really have some amazing talent and ideas. All right. That was great. I was standing backstage. I could see it on the screen. I don't know how many of you all actually saw the screen as well, but as a large thing, it was looking terrific. It was looking amazing. Back to reality. Back to lights. Forgot the lasers. Okay, let's move on. We've got people from different fields. Success is so random, yeah. Some people think success is self-satisfaction. Some people think success is money. Some people think success is that powerful chair. Success is defined by different people in different ways. Today we've got a chance to learn about success and redefine it in a way that suits us the best. Society, like we were talking about, is me and you. Society, you agree with me? Society is me and you. I'm not trying to be romantic, but I'm just saying society is me and you. But a real good society is when you remove the gaps between them. So remove the gap between me and you. What do we get? Raise your hand if you know the answer. Remove the gap between me and you. If you say this, I will do the Shah Rukh Khan dance with you. Tell me, what is it? It's actually a good answer, but the right answer I'm looking for, equality. All of us, very sweet. You all are thinking very nice. Please think little bad. Okay, when you remove the gap between me and you, this is original, so it might be bad, I warn you.
When I appreciate differences that we have.
Okay, I think y'all think I'm very intelligent. I told you it's me, so you should not think so much. When you remove the gap between me and you, I feel a bit bad to say it now, you get menu. Sorry. Okay, what's on the menu today? A recipe of success, the ingredients of joy, the perfect style, temperature, everything to bring out the dish of life. To speak about our first guest, that was not bad. It was good. You can clap at least. That was good. Go home, tell your parents. Okay, to introduce our first speaker on stage today, I'm extremely honored, happy that this will be done by a student of SSVM. Get set, the transformation has begun. Let's find out what is cooking.
The first dish that comes to anyone's mind when thinking about Indian cuisine is your favorite, my favorite, and everybody's favorite, butter chicken. Yes, I'm talking about a humble chef who through vision and dedication has created a globally recognized culinary brand, Goila Butter Chicken. He has etched his name into the Limca Book of Records for the longest road journey by a chef, and today I feel honored to be introducing to you an embodiment of entrepreneurship, a social media celebrity, and India's super chef, Saransh Goila. Let's welcome him onto the stage with a great round of applause.
handing over the stage. You haven't reserved your table, but you have your seat, presenting the man who knows to make the perfect dish and make our mouth water and our minds transform.
Thank you, thank you. A very good morning, Coimbatore. Okay, how about we do a little exercise? Because he's really tried making you guys speak or interact with the audience. When I say butter chicken, you say butter chicken. And we'll get this for our little social media. Okay? So we just have to say it. And it goes on my IG feed. We will do this. In 3, 2, and 1. Butter chicken! Okay, once more. Let's do this. Butter chicken! I think because we're in Coimbatore, if I said biryani, I would get it louder. Let's say biryani! Yeah, I knew biryani would be louder. So well done there. Okay, so I think that was a fabulous introduction. First of all, thank you SSVM for having me over. And I definitely feel older in this room for sure. I don't feel that often. Everybody keeps telling me you look younger for your age, but today I feel a little older. My grandfather used to say one thing, and I think it will resonate with a lot of people in this room. He used to say, a friend in need is a friend indeed, but a friend who can feed is the friend you need. So this is a classic saying which sort of got upturned in my home. I come from a very sort of old-fashioned neighborhood in Delhi. If you've seen any Bollywood movies where they show you Delhi boys, I might turn out to be one of them. And growing up, food was a very important part of our family. If you will see this amazing picture, you will see that clearly food was a very important part of my life. I used to weigh 93 kgs when I was, in this picture, I was about 16 years old. And, if there was a hashtag back in the day, it would be hashtag how to eat at weddings for me. Because every wedding that I would turn up at, they would wait for me. That this 16-year-old boy will eat everything in this buffet and give us a review after he's had this food. In fact, I sort of became a legend in my family that until the time I didn't turn up, they won't open the buffets. Like they would wait for me. Ki are haan, Goila ji ka ladka, and Goila ji is my dad. So Goila ji ka ladka aayega, he will come, he will try, he will give his feedback, and then we will know his shaadi ka khana acha tha. Like I became that call taker in the family, and of course my looks would support that. So I think it started for me at a very young age. I used to love to cook. I used to love to eat. But how did I fall in love with cooking? I think this is a very important question to answer, because this is that age where everybody is trying to figure what do we want to do with our lives. And my mom wanted me to be a biotech engineer. My dad wanted me to be a CA. And I wanted to become an actor. So we had very conflicting opinions in the same household. Everybody had a version of what Saransh can become, or what should he become. And I turned out to become a chef, which was neither of the three options that were presented on the table. And the long and short of that story is that because none of us could come to an agreement, my grandfather said that, I see all the boys out in the park playing cricket while you are in the kitchen bellowing rotis. So there is definitely something to explore here. Why don't you enroll in a hospitality course? So he was quite a visionary like that, and he guided me into this direction of thinking that cooking can also be a profession. Cooking is not a woman's job. Cooking is not a man's job. Cooking is all of our jobs, right? We think that our houses are divided into different sections. Some things that the ladies of the house do, something that the males of the house do, but that's not true. Not true in the transforming India, for sure. And I think I would say that I'm a testament of that fact. I am a boy who cooks, who's cooked his entire life. I made a career out of it, and hence I am here. So how did I go from this on to my next journey, which is I became Facebook and Instagram chef to say so. So after this, taking a call with my parents that I'm going to go to a hospitality school, I trained to become a chef. I graduated. I went to the Leela group of hotels where I trained as a chef for a couple of years. And while I was training there as a chef, I still had that bug to act. You know, acting ka keeda hota hai kuch logo ko. So I always had that. And my mom would often tell me, shakal dekhi aine mein, which would literally, we saw that beautiful video today of somebody looking at themselves in the mirror and realizing that what their potential is and how they can transform the country. And every time I would look at myself in the mirror, I would see a very different person from what I used to be. So that's when a different kind of journey, a transformation journey started for me. I lost about 28 kgs of my weight. I shed a whole person in about 2 years. I didn't follow any diet. Remember, diet has a die in it. So the only way you can really lose weight in life, and that's a personal belief, is that you have to be patient, consistent. You have to show up every morning without fail. I know it's not something that I talk about a lot, but I am a marathoner. I have run 2 full marathons, 8 half marathons. That's something that I do on the side as a chef, because I feel if you can't look at yourself in that mirror, and I'm not talking about weight or age or color, you just have to feel good when you look at yourself in the mirror. It does not matter you don't have to be slim, trim, and tall to look nice. You just have to feel confident. You have to just feel nice. And that's the journey I went on when I was 22. And when I went on that journey, amazing things happened for me, because I quit my job and my dad was very upset with me. He's like, I spent so much money in your education, and why are you quitting your job? But I quit my job and I told him that in the hotel, they don't understand me. I want to create a legacy brand in India which has not been done before. And my dad could not understand it back then. So I shifted back to Delhi and I started my own catering company. It was called Say Chefs. And we would only do modern Indian food. This was back in 2010 when modern Indian food nobody would speak about. And I was a little ahead of my time. That was the first venture where I loaned 5 lakhs from my dad and I invested it into my catering company. And within a year of starting that catering company, it shut. So that was my first failure. And this is not one of those stories I'm going to tell you that I took a 5 lakh loan and it's become 5 crores today. So I took a 5 lakh loan and it went away in a year. And my dad told me, मैंने देखो बोला था ये नहीं चलने वाला है. And I felt the same, because after you have spent your parents' hard-earned money and you fail, you feel pretty bad about it, and they will remind you every waking morning, trust me. There's going to be no morning over breakfast while eating papaya. They will not remind you of that. He still reminds me of that. मेरे 5 लाख कहाँ हैं? So I've planned to give it to him on his 60th birthday. I'll do that. So what happens with these failures is they start to take a toll on you. And it definitely took a heavy toll on me. I started to think that I was not capable enough. How many people in this room have seen Gadar? The Sunny Deol film, the old school. All the oldies are picking up their hands. Fair enough. Yeah, fair. Nobody's seen Gadar 2, right? Or fine. So in Gadar, there's an iconic scene where Sunny Deol pulls out that hand pump, and my dad runs a hand pump factory. So he made me watch Gadar. And he's like, you can make these hand pumps with me. And I was like, no, Dad, I am meant to make food, not hand pumps. But then I went to his factory for 6 months after I failed as a caterer and a chef. And in 6 months, he realized that it was not my cup of tea. While I was working with him, I enrolled in many places. I kept trying my luck to figure out who does Saransh really want to be. And my dream was to be an actor, as I shared with you guys earlier. So I wanted to be this, I wanted to have this marriage of being a chef and being an actor. In fact, I used to have this little, on my bio, it was pretty cool back in the day, I used to call myself chef actor. And it was funny because it was unheard of. So I sent a random email to Chef Sanjeev Kapoor. How many people know Chef Sanjeev Kapoor in this room? Let's give him a round of applause, guys. A legend, really. As in India's first celebrity chef, somebody who really transformed the world of cooking, somebody who made chefs being cool, somebody who made sure that if you are a chef and if you wear that coat, you feel proud about that. In India, we look at chefs as khansamas, cooks, bawarchis, but he got that little panache and he said, you can be a chef. There is nothing bad, or you are as good as an artist like a cricketer would be, or an actor would be, or a painter would be. So why not become a chef? And he shaped up our hopes and dreams. So he gave me this opportunity because I wrote 101 emails to Chef Sanjeev Kapoor and his team in the year 2010 saying that I'm a chef and I'm an actor and I want to do my own TV show. And of course, everybody thought it was a silly idea, a 23-year-old boy writing 100 emails to Sanjeev Kapoor. You are never going to get a reply. But I got a reply. I got a reply from his team, from his CEO, Mr. Rajiv Mata, and he says, how many times will you send me this email? Come and meet me in my office. And they immediately shortlisted me to be on this reality show, which was before MasterChef. It was called Maha Challenge, and before MasterChef India was born. So when I was 24, I got selected into sort of an Indian MasterChef called Maha Challenge, and I went on to win Maha Challenge as a 23-year-old kid. And that really, really changed my life. It was a strange moment in my life because it was a show hosted by Chef Sanjeev Kapoor and Madhuri Dixit. And my dad would only seem to care about Madhuri. Not about the fact that I won and I met legendary Chef Sanjeev Kapoor, but about Madhuri. So that sort of moment was a defining moment in my life. But what do we learn out of that moment is the fact that sometimes you have to keep knocking on the same door until it opens for you. I had so many options in my life. I could have worked with my dad. I could have been a sponsor for Gadar 2, probably. Or, I could have failed as a caterer and gone back to the Leelas to work as a chef. I also had an option to go to the US to become a biotechnologist again. I could not go because my visa was rejected. And all of these things, when you look at them, they sort of landed me in this very moment. So sometimes rejections and failures come in your life for a reason. They take you on a journey which you will never forget. And I can give you a guarantee of that because I am living that journey today. So this is when I was 23, and then started a very different kind of journey. As in, I started thinking that as a 24-year-old chef who has this lovely opportunity to interact with the audience, like all the chefs would look at me as this young boy, how much would he actually know how to cook? And that led me on to this beautiful journey across India, which was called Roti Rasta or India, where I traveled 20,000 kilometers of India by road, 60 cities, 25 states, in 100 days, all without breaks. And, in India they say, guest is God, Atithi Devo Bhava. And that is absolutely true because every waking day in those 100 days, there was not a single day I felt tired or I felt exhausted. I felt like there was so much life to live. And I realized that India was not just about butter chicken. There was so much more to our cuisine. There was so much diversity. Every 200 kilometers, the taste of food, taste of water, the dal we make, the rice we make, the spices we use, everything started to change. And I realized that I really had no idea about Indian food. In fact, I realized nobody at that hotel had any idea about Indian food, or they had very less knowledge, because we look at food the way it's cooked in our homes, the way it's cooked in our kitchens, the way it's cooked in our cities. But food is much more and much more beyond that. And that's what I started learning, all courtesy Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, because these are the platforms that started educating us without, we were talking about Google. Google gives you sort of a set parameter of knowledge, but when you start interacting with your community. So this post was one of my first posts on Instagram that did really well, where I, in Delhi we celebrate, even all across India we celebrate Navratras. But on the 8th day, which we call Ashtami, we make this beautiful kala chana, halwa, puri, and there's a little 100-rupee note that you get to eat this plate. It's funny, I don't know why do they give you money to eat it, but it's a beautiful plate of food cooked with a lot of love in your home kitchens. And this plate reminds me of my mother, of my grandfather, and my grandfather used to be a very passionate cook. So when I shared this story, people on this post started to share their stories of their Navratra memories, of their Ashtami memories, of how would they make a prasad at home. And every home came with a different story. I got letters from Mexico, from Argentina, from New Zealand, of Indians who have traveled miles across the ocean, sharing these memories with me. And imagine how powerful is that, to be able to touch so many lives by just a post on Facebook. And I realized that there was much more to this. There had to be a medium to tell these stories. And I decided to become a full-time content creator or a social media creator, where my job was to share stories about food or about, just my life. I usually tell people, follow your heart. That is the only recipe for success. And that's what I started doing. So, well, this journey then led me to becoming an entrepreneur, because you can't run your house on stories. You have to make money. And it was the second time in my life I asked my dad for another 5 lakhs, and he was not very happy about it. So just to let you know in a nutshell, from the age of 23 to 27, I had won a reality show. I was pretty successful. Everybody knew me, but I was not making money, because I realized I was doing everything out of passion. How would I turn this into a profession? There has to be some real monetary value to it. And the easiest way to do that is to become an entrepreneur. And in today's India, no matter what age you are, you could be 60-year-old or you could be 16-year-old, you can be an entrepreneur, because you have all the tools and the means with you. In fact, the government is so supportive that they will burden you with loans even if you're 16, but they will make sure that you get empowered and you start your venture. So, which is great. We should clap for India, guys. It's incredible. Incredible India, for sure, because I don't think so we will have so many young entrepreneurs anywhere in the world, as many as we have in India. In fact, all the top CEOs, no matter where you go, will turn out to be an Indian. And I think that's incredible and commendable. So how did Goila butter chicken come to life? Well, it's a very interesting story. I just shared with you that I traveled all across India, but my heart sort of settled at home. I think, if I'm being honest, a part of it is a big PR story as well, because I'm a narrator. I love to tell stories. So if I said, as a chef who hails from a small town, a small place in Delhi, and I said, I'm going to sell dosas, people would not believe me as much. But if I told them I'm here to sell butter chicken, they would believe me because they look at you a certain way, they think about you at a certain way. So I think I used my personality to connect with the dish. However, of course, the recipe is beautiful. It's not in Coimbatore yet, if that's the question, but we will get here. 100%, I promise you that. We will get our butter chicken here. So, Goila Butter Chicken was a hashtag on Twitter, and it became a brand. How can you make hashtags into a brand? It fails to, even till date, it sort of fails me. But I used to I moved to Mumbai after I joined Chef Sanjeev Kapoor, and he gave me this amazing platform to showcase my skill, and I had to sort of monetize that platform. So I would call influencers or people on Twitter or friends, family that I made in Mumbai to my home. I used to live in a tiny 1 BHK in Bombay, and that's how it started. Every Saturday, Sunday, 20 people would come to my home, and I would feed them dishes from all across the country, not just from Delhi. I would feed them dishes from Northeast, from the South, from the West. But for some reason, this butter chicken would always stand out for them. And one of those people, who's now my very dear friend, called it Goila's Butter Chicken. And he made a hashtag on Twitter called #Goila Butter Chicken. That's how this brand was actually born. And I still remember in 2015, out of nowhere, we got a shout out on Twitter. So two of the friends who came at one of these pop-ups packed dabbas and they took it with them. And next day, they fed it to Priyanka Chopra and Nargis Fakhri and Uday Chopra. It was like a gang of Bollywood celebrities who ate this butter chicken. And all of them, out of the kindness of their hearts or because they were so full and happy, they tweeted about this butter chicken. And it just blew up on Twitter. So sometimes you have to be at the right place at the right time. It's not always hard work and you know, sometimes you have to do things that that give motion to your wheels. Life is not about, I have created this and now this is going to work. You have to create, you have to go out and promote, you have to then hustle, and then things start coming to you. And that's how Goila's Butter Chicken sort of blew out of the park. 2016, we decided to open a venture. We started with one store in Andheri in Mumbai. It was a small 200 square feet shop where it was takeaway, no restaurants, only takeaway. So we had this idea in 2016 that cloud kitchens are going to become big. And at that time, all the chefs around me were like, okay, you know what, Saransh has really lost it. He does not understand how the restaurant industry works. If you don't have a restaurant, it's not going to work. In fact, I don't think so there was a single person apart from my partner, my business partner, who believed in Goila's Butter Chicken journey as a quick service delivery or a cloud kitchen venture. We were the only two ones who seemed to understand that the future is going to look like this. Okay, we did not know the pandemic is going to hit us, but yeah, we did not plan that, guys. But we realized that the future is driven by tech, whether it's food, whether it's automobile, whether it's, in fact, whether it's even selling pan on the street. Now you pay a UPI to that guy, right? So future is fully tech enabled. And that's what we thought in 2016. And of course, there was that risk of losing dad's 5 lakhs again and you know, that not going through. But from day one at Goila Butter Chicken, we got a lot of love. For the first 6 months, we would sell out by 8 p.m. We would not be able to last our dinner service as well. Such was the influence of our digital journey. And that led me on to creating Goila Butter Chicken into sort of an empire. Today we are at 73 outlets all across India. We have one outpost in London, and we are the only brand from India, the only brand from India actually, who's ever gone to MasterChef Australia. So this was in 2018. This is a show that I would dream about as a kid to go on as a participant. Imagine being invited there as a guest judge. I think when I went there as a guest judge, while the pressure test that I set was for the contestants, I felt so much pressure because everyone in India was watching me and being like, how is he going to showcase India on MasterChef Australia? And I think it puts a lot of pressure on you because you're like, you want to get this right. You can't get this wrong. And yeah, so Goila Butter Chicken sort of brought amazing things to my journey. And here we are today. But with great journeys and you know, Spider-Man dialogue, with great power comes great responsibility. Running 73 outlet means housing a lot of employees, taking care of so many other things. I seldom walk into the kitchen anymore as a chef because I'm more of a manager. I'm more of a person who has to take care of people, who has to make sure they're happy when they're working for our brand. And it creates a lot of pressure. So what did I do when I got stuck? And I got stuck, as in, you know, we all talk about success, but we never talk about what happens when you hustle too much, what happens when you work too hard to go and achieve your dream. Sometimes you forget to take care of yourself, and mental health is a big, big part of you becoming a successful person in your life. You don't have to rush into anything, is what I learned when I turned 30. So you guys are far away from that, maybe, but I'm going to share that with you today so that maybe some of you can take this with you back home. That of course you have to work hard, of course you have to be passionate. Yes, you can make your passion into your profession, but it can't come at the cost of you feeling demotivated, of you feeling anxious or stressed. You have to remember that how will you complete this loop? Your passion became your profession has to again become your passion. Until you complete this loop, your life will always feel incomplete. And for me, until the last year, 4 years of my life, I felt very incomplete because I realized that I took something that I loved and I monetized it. And when you take something that you love and you put money to it, it changes. It's no more you remembering your grandfather, telling stories to people. It goes into a very different direction. And to tackle that part of my life, I started to run. So this is a different part of my life, which I love the most right now. As I said, I am a chef, but I am most importantly a runner. Sometimes I run away from my problems, but sometimes I also run to them. And that's how Run to Eat was born. One of my long-lasting dreams has been to run all across the world. And I think the next part or next phase of my life is, if I ever come back on this stage, I might come back as a runner. I'll come running inside this room. So that's Run to Eat. That was MasterChef Australia, a misplaced slide. But that was, but this is me right now. This was me 15 kgs lighter. I'm sorry for that. But I have not been running for the last 6 months. But so this has been my journey in a nutshell. I was asked to speak on passion to profession. And as you can see, my journey started from wanting to do something different. And I never thought that a chef could become an entrepreneur, a chef could become a runner, a chef could be a storyteller. But that's where life takes you. And you can't hold yourself back when you're following your dreams. So yes, follow your heart. That is the only recipe for success. Thank you so much, everyone. And of course, this philosophy applies across genres. You don't have to, as in, I could have been, you know, this is what Chef Sanjeev used to tell me. He could have been a banker and he would still be successful, because successful people look at things a certain way. And when I say they look at things a certain way, by that I mean they just tend to look outside the box. So if you do that, no matter what you become in your life, you will find some form of success. So yeah, all the best and congratulations to all the young ones. Check. Lovely. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Hi, ma'am. Hello, sir. Check. Okay, that was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. I can't imagine the dream life. What an amazing dream life for his would-be wife. She'll just wake up in the morning and say, can you make butter chicken for me, please?
That's amazing because I'm not married.
Would-be wife. Okay. So, well, this time, of course, I don't know whether I can match your skills, but maybe next time we can run together when you come as a runner.
Done scenes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Now, Saransh, a few questions. Of course, what actually hooked my attention was somewhere in between his slides, if you saw, there was this honey popcorn.
Yeah.
What happened to that, yeah?
The honey popcorn. So, I think one of the ideas digitally that I've seen is that when you're cooking recipes for people online, they want to be able to cook that in their home. And the most beautiful part about cooking is that it has no boundaries. So I wanted to make caramel popcorn, and I didn't want to make it with sugar. So I used honey to make that caramel popcorn, and it was incredible. Because it almost becomes like a honeycomb on top of the popcorn. It becomes beautiful. I don't want to share a recipe, but if you put some baking soda to your honey.
We are very fast learners. Tell me. We learn very fast in this school.
If you put some baking soda, pinch of it. Cooking is also science. So if you put some baking soda to your honey and you gently heat it for 2 minutes, it starts to become fluffy and it becomes aerated. And then you coat your popcorn, cooked popcorn in it. It will become very crispy and crunchy, but with honey.
We have stolen a magic recipe. Hats off to me. Hats off to me for this one. Yeah? Who takes a recipe from him like this? But you know the star of the show is what? He said he wanted to become an actor.
Oh.
So you were going to be chef actor.
Chef actor.
Thank God he's not an acting chef. He's the real chef. I was just checking with all of this. Okay. Star of the show, actually of his entire life. I want to know what happened to the hand pump business. Thank God your father sent you out within 6 months. Not for you, but for the hand pump business. What happened to that?
The hand pump business is shut, by the way. My dad is now retired. And, you know, it's hand pumps. It's good. We know that India is progressing, so we don't have to put more hand pumps.
Finally, there's some very powerful women here. There's some very strong ladies here. But let's be honest today, Saransh. Yeah. Why are men better chefs than women? Just say it today. Say it. Don't worry.
Fair enough. Okay, the real answer for that is, unfortunately, it is not equal in our kitchens. It's not the answer you're looking for, but it's inequality. And there should be more female chefs, or we don't even define them as female chefs, but just chefs, because hashtag strength has no gender. So we must change that.
I want to announce on behalf of Saransh, he's won the hearts of so many women with this answer. But also, Coimbatore, you've given him so much love. Be ready for Goila's butter dosa.
That will be epic.
It really will be epic.
Yeah,
Why not butter dosa with butter chicken?
Nice tuppa dosa with some butter chicken. Oh my God.
Crazy. My mouth is watering. We have a while to go for lunch. It's only 10:40. Okay, let's move on. Anyone here who's got questions? Don't ask him what's your bank balance that he will not give you. Yes, sir, please.
Hi.
Hi, good
I
morning.
just have two questions.
Yeah.
One, what is the right food to eat? Because you're a chef, right? And I'm a doctor. So
Fair.
we say that don't put oil. There's some who say keto, some who say go intermittent fasting, reduce the quantity, make your body. What is the right food to eat? What's the right oil to put in your this thing? Healthy?
So there are two approaches that I look at diet. One is the generic approach that everyone can follow in their life. The other is every human being is different because our organs are different. The way our body are, you know, in Ayurveda they tell you, हमारे body में अलग-अलग तरीके का, somebody has more fire, somebody is more water. So you're made of different elements. And that is very true because the food we eat can only help our body if we are in that zone. Like I am fire. So anything heat, hot, spices, don't do very good with me. However, of course, I love spices and I eat all of them. But that is the trickier side of things, that every human being is different. However, I firmly believe, as an Indian and somebody who's researched our food for the longest time, is that if we are able to get, like my consistent meal for lunch is a big bowl of dal, 2 sabzis, a decent portion of rice, not the entire banana leaf, and a bit of yogurt and a side salad. So a bit of raw food, cooked food, sabzis, that there's a reason Indians overcook their sabzis, because they are easy to digest. We live in hot, humid conditions. So that's the reason we cook our sabzis so much. You know, the West, they say Indians cook their sabzis so much. But there's science behind it. So for me, that would be the most wholesome diet. A big portion of dal, 2 sabzis, 1 raw salad, some dahi, a bit of rice or roti, whatever you prefer, and makes for a brilliant diet. No fuss there.
And is there any food that you would suggest that we go and buy? Because a lot of kids are here, like processed food or something that you should avoid. What are the foods you should avoid from your side?
Oh, okay. Foods to avoid is a long list. I am also now 35. So my list of things to avoid has grown. But, I think, I think as much, I am somebody who loves sugar and I love desserts. But I think sugar is the bane of our life. So eat sugar, but in the right quantity. When I eat a jalebi, I don't eat the whole box. I will eat 3 pieces. I'm not going to eat 1 piece. Let's be real about it. But I will eat 3, not eat 6. So I think sugar, if you consume in the right quantity and give your body sugar breaks, is what I do. I eat sugar 2 days a week. Like it's not even cheat days. I just try and think, because chini goes in everything in our life, in our coffee, in our tea, in our dahi also. Like, people put sugar everywhere because we are so sweet.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
On a lighter note, do you clean up your workspace after you're done?
Fair enough. Okay. So, professionally, in my kitchens, I don't, because we have utility workers, so they do the cleaning of the kitchen. But at home, I cook and I clean. I do both. Yeah. Also, I think that's the only reason my family houses me now, because they're like, ye khana bana lega aur kitchen saaf rakhega. So that is true. That's equality also, of course. But you have to. I think we all learn to drive. We all learn to cycle. We all learn to do other things in life. But nobody teaches this basic thing, cooking, at home when kids are young. So you have to learn how to cook. It's a necessary skill that you need to own in this life. Whether you make it tasty or not does not matter, but you must learn how to cook. Fantastic. Because it's a skill.
I want to be a chef. I mean, who gives health advice to a doctor? Who answers a lady's question and gets applause for that? Who does that? I should have been a chef. Okay. It's been very inspiring. It's made us a bit hungry, of course. He spoke about jalebi, he spoke about his butter chicken, he spoke about sugar. And I think basically he's given us a sweet taste of inspiration, of success, and a journey of I wish and I did, of passion to profession. Thank you very much, Saransh. I'll have you on stage.
Pleasure.
Tonight, are you in Coimbatore tonight?
Unfortunately not.
Fortunately, yes. Okay, so what I'll be eating is butter chicken. Okay, can we please have Mr. Mohandas, sir, please, Srisha ma'am, please, and also Mr. Nitin, please come on stage. I heard your mic. It was really good. It was fantastic. It was very good. What's for lunch? Goila's butter chicken. Okay. Moving on, everybody. I think it's been a good start. If you've enjoyed it so far, clap your hands, everybody. Who learned that dish of honey popcorn? Who understood it correctly? Okay, then. Okay. You can't. I've been so good till now, ma'am. Okay. You know, besides the cooking, besides the thinking, besides the acting, besides the transforming, there's a lot that's happening here, and I want all of you all to explore that as well. Around SSVM today, we've got some amazing edutainment. It's education, entertainment, information, all that coming together. We've got this photo booth zones. It's amazing. It's a zone for amazing photos there. You've got a cube puzzle zone. You've got pedal to light zone if you want to test how fit you are. And we'll send Saransh for that also. A muscle and mind power zone. All this is happening, and beside that, there are some workshops all across this. We've got some workshops on digital media, resin art, creative arts, and thinking. Thinking. I mean, when I asked you all, me and you all like, this is we, this is society. Yeah? Y'all are thinking quite well already. All right, now let's move on, everybody. Do remember there's a selfie contest, and it's a great chance to take a selfie with Saransh itself. And hashtag Goila Butter Chicken. Now, moving forward, she is one amongst us. It's like, you know, when Dhoni enters the Chepauk Stadium in Chennai, it's like Nambal, our person, our man. She's one amongst us, and she's one in a million. Sorry, India's population has gone up. She's one in 1.42 billion. That's how populated we are. To stand out in a country like ours requires exceptional talent, requires support, requires understanding from your parents and your teachers. She's got this all, and there is no rendition, there is no soulful song that she doesn't add an emotion to. There is no beat that she adds a heartbeat to. She can make even the Pledge of India sound like a poem. She's not of this height, she's of this height, but I wish we reach heights of success just like her. I'm going to call a student to speak about her and then get set for 7 notes of absolute beauty. Me.
Namaste and a warm welcome to everyone gathered here on this beautiful day. Yes, this day has dawned on us with added cheer as we celebrate the second SSVM Transforming India Conclave, the biggest educlave in India. I'm proud and privileged to be introducing this young prodigy who indeed needs no introduction, Meghna Sumesh, the singer and child actress. Meghna originally hails from Kerala. Her father Sumesh, software engineer at JP Morgan, Bangalore, her mother Darshana, and her 2-year-old sister Mehara comprise her beautiful family. Her journey began when she participated in Flower's top TV singer program at the tender age of 5. Her melodious voice has carried across the 7 seas, reaching Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah, Bahrain, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and many more. Appreciations galore from renowned artists like Mohanlal, Manju Warrior, Manoj K. Jayan, Dhanush, and live concerts with singing greats like K.S. Chitra, Usha Uttup, Unni Menon, G.V. Prakash, and Rasmi. The list is huge. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's put our hands together for Miss Meghna Sumesh as she is here to chicka-booka chicka her way into our hearts with her mesmerizing voice and as well as heartfelt memories. Welcome, Meghna. Thank you all.
was very awesome. And they show me an introduction video. It was very awesome. So thank you for doing that in the time. It was very nice.
Fantastic. I don't want you to look up to me. Maybe I should look up to you like this. We should have a conversation. Fantastic. In fact, I'm aging. All right. First, you tell me, Meghna, super singer, when you come here and you've reached the heights where you have, who do you say thank you to? Is it your talent? Is it God? Is it the teachers? Is it me?
It's my teachers.
She knows to answer where what. Why your teachers?
Because they only teach me because Mada, Pida, Guru, Deva. Correct? So my teachers.
Fantastic. Now, y'all don't know that Saransh actually was also wanting to be a singer. So today I've arranged a surprise for you. Saransh, can you teach us a little bit of singing?
Yes.
Okay. There's a good student, there's a bad student. We'll do both. Saransh, come on, quickly. Okay, Nitin, come on, quickly. Actually, if you all want Nitin sir to come on stage and clap your hands, I think he'll do it. Let's make it a family. Whoever wants to come on stage. This is your once in a lifetime opportunity to get trained by her. I'm your first student. Okay, come. 2 of y'all, 3 of y'all. Someone come, we'll learn some singing together. I promise you will remember this. Wow, fantastic. See who's coming. Doctor!
That auntie also, Binny Auntie student. My guru is Binny Auntie. I'm learning in Binny Auntie's Academy. You know, Rara, that song singer. So, we will take...
I'm nowhere next to you.
No, we will share this video to Binny Auntie, okay?
Okay. Okay, yeah, let's do that.
1 second, she forgot me. Huh?
Ayayyo.
I was one who initiated this.
No, I just...
Okay, ready. Nitin sir, it's a great opportunity for you. You can sing duet with ma'am also. Saransh. Okay, ready.
Get some students, maybe.
Okay, any of the students, that's a great thing. Yeah, okay, any of the students. This is a great opportunity. Okay, I'm a little worried all of y'all will come here. Then who'll be watching? She's complaining. She's saying, I came here to sing, not to teach. What are you doing? Okay, great. Anyone else? One more slot is available. Come. Want some help? Anything, her choice.
For everyone over here, just a disclaimer, close your ears because my singing is very bad.
It's okay.
He is going to host the entire evening now.
It's okay. I'll teach you.
Thank you.
I wanted company, that's why I called you. Come. Okay, ready. We've got few minutes. It's a very, very tight schedule. And I think she's been so kind enough to teach us, especially teach him. I mean, imagine teaching him. Okay, ready. Y'all can sing along. We'll do this together. Ready? You know how we start off. Raise your hands if you want to sing along. Yeah, okay, we're going to do that. Ready? Teacher.
So everybody know Vati song? You know? No.
We'll learn. Because we don't know, we've come.
ஒருதல காதல தந்த இந்த தருதல மனசுக்குள் வந்த. Can you sing? ஒருதல Mike. You also. ஒருதல. It's okay.
ஒருதல காதல தந்தே.
It's okay. Let's sing.
ஐயோ, thank you.
Okay. ஒருதல காதல. You sing with me, huh?
Hey, everyone are there.
Srisha ma'am, you.
ஒருதல காதல தந்த இந்த தருதல Anybody are not singing?
Hey, why are you standing here? The sisters are there.
No, don't check.
Yes. She came here. Ayana, come here. Now, this sister will sing very nice. You can sing.
Brother, they gave me that job to do. Don't take away my job. Next year they won't call me, da.
It's okay, we will learn it. ஒரு தல காதல தந்த இந்த தருதல மனசுக்குள் வந்த ஒரு தல காதல தந்த இந்த தருதல மனசுக்குள் வந்த காதலுக்கு கையிடல சொல்லி தர வாவாத்தி சேர்த்து வச்ச ஆசையெல்லாம் அள்ளி தர வாவாத்தி என் உசுர ஓசுர தார கை மாத்தி அடியாத்தி இது என்ன ஃபீலு உன்னால நான் ஃபீலு பிடிக்காம ஓட்ட நரியிலு இனிமே நான் ஆளு.
Fantastic!
Both are singing very nicely.
Oh! We have 4 super singers on stage. Let it not you. You come. Now you stand here. We have 4 super singers on stage. A round of applause, please. Is there any question you'd like to ask her about her routine, her practices, her fame, her popularity?
I just have one question to you. There some people say that child prodigy is due to gene. People like you, as an example, if I take, people they get their kind of skills through genes. I've heard a person in Europe from the 90s times who's in the age of 13, he has completed his PhD, 3 PhDs in MBBS and a doctorate. He also has disadvantages. He has more disadvantages where he cannot take a hot shower, he cannot go outside during the afternoon time. He cannot use his brain more than 10 hours because his brain gets heated.
We don't use our brain at all, ma'am. That's okay.
No, I'm saying in the 90s age, where now, that time we don't have much medicine to take care of this kind of stuff. Now we have advanced technologies to know what is happening inside the human brain. That time,
she's very confused. She has no idea why you're talking about one man with technology. She came to say.
You have carried your gene. How do you came to know that?
Genes.
So sometimes we have, a mother and fathers would have been into singing, right? In your case.
Yes.
And in your case, she wants to know if you carried that skill from your mother and father.
Oh, who found?
Or were you the first one in your family to sing?
So who found I have
From where you got the talent, ma?
Yeah, that's my
Which
question.
he doesn't have clearly.
No, really, my daddy only has found it. My parents only. When I put cartoon rhymes, I am putting correct talam. I'm singing with them. So my parents found that, and they found a Carnatic school in Bangalore. So I have learned there. Then after that, I selected Top Singer reality show, Malayalam reality show. So I cannot continue that.
But you were the first one in your family to sing, right?
Yes.
Father is saying, you don't know, I used to sing, but nobody used to hear me. That's the problem. Okay, thank you very much.
Father also
learned that person lived to the age of 105.
You're talking about that man again.
Yes. He lived to the age of 105.
Okay.
But after 20, he stopped his education and went into farming to spread his technology and knowledge towards farming. He helped a lot of farmers who survived that time. He's a great man. I learned about him day before.
What's his name at least?
No, I'm sorry, I don't know his name.
Thank you. The next workshop will be from her. Okay, thank you very much. We have a lot to do, but ma'am, you stay on stage. You better get out of stage immediately. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, all of you all for coming on stage. It's been wonderful. Clap your hands, and I request Nitin sir, Sir Mohandas sir, please come on stage. I would love her dad also to come on stage, please. Come, sir. It was very good. You were amazing. You're not going anywhere, I know. So what we're going to do, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. On special request, when we have such a super singer, if we don't make her sing a little more, we would not be doing justice. So upon our request, especially my co-MC, where are you? Upon our request, we request you to sing one more song, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Everybody clap your hands. தவம் இருக்க இருவிழி சிவந்திருக்க இதழ் மட்டும் வெளுத்திருக்க அழகிய ரகுவரனே அனுதினமும் நின்னு கோரி வர்ணம் வர்ணம் இசைத்திட என்னை தேடி வரணும் வரணும். கட்டிப்பார் தேகம் வேர்க்க பூஜைக்காக வாடுது தேவன் உன்னை தேடுது ஆசை நெஞ்சில் ஏங்குது ஆட்டம் போட்டு தூங்குது உன்னோட நான் ஓயாமல் தேனாற்றிலே நீராட நினைக்கையில் நின்னு கோரி வர்ணம் வர்ணம் இசைத்திட என்னை தேடி வரணும் வரணும் ஒரு கிளி தனித்திருக்க உனக்கென்ன தவம் இருக்க இருவிழி சிவந்திருக்க இதழ் மட்டும் வெளுத்திருக்க அழகிய ரகுவரனே அனுதினமும் நின்னு கோரி வர்ணம் வர்ணம் இசைத்திட என்னை தேடி வரணும் வரணும். பெண்ணல்ல வீணனாம் நீதான் மீட்டு என்னென்ன ராகங்கள் நீதான் காட்டு இன்றல்ல நேற்றல்ல காலம் தோறும் முன்னோடு பின்னோடும் காதல் நெஞ்சம் வண்ணப்பாவை மோகனம் வாடிப்போன காரணம் கன்னித்தோகை மேனில் மின்னல் பாய்ச்ச வாலிபம் உன் ஞாபகம் தேங்காமல் என் நெஞ்சிலே தேயாக கொதிக்குது நின்னு கோரி வர்ணம் வர்ணம் இசைத்திட என்னை தேடி வரணும் வரணும் ஒரு கிளி தனித்திருக்க உனக்கென்ன தவம் இருக்க இருவிழி சிவந்திருக்க இதழ் மட்டும் வெளுத்திருக்க அழகிய ரகுவரனே அனுதினமும் நின்னு கோரி வர்ணம் வர்ணம் இசைத்திட என்னை தேடி வரணும் வரணும். Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very, very much. It was amazing. Round of applause one more time. Thank you. Very good. You have another song to sing?
No.
I think she'll come back if we wish to. You want to sing one more song?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
The problem of too many. There was too many mics, too many papers. Okay. Now moving forward. You know, there's a box outside, and we always believe from SSVM Institutions, we do believe that this Transforming India Conclave is for y'all. It's for the students to learn, get a different horizon, get a different idea. That's what we're doing. And there's a box outside, so in case there is some particular skill you want to learn, if there's one particular speaker that you want to have, if there's one particular MC you want to have back, what you can do is drop in your feedback, drop in your suggestions, because I think we're always ears to listen and understand what you want. If there's something really different you want, we'll make sure that we make it happen for you in the coming months or year. Now, you know, I was talking backstage to a group of people. I was telling them, you know, these, don't treat them like school students. You know, when I was in school, I said, chinna paiyan, small boy, school student dane. These students are not just school students, they're school students. And he's like, okay, let's do a challenge. Let me see what the people at SSVM, including the teachers, let's see what they can do. And here is a chance, you are representing me and yourselves. So you're going to have a performance here that's going to be only successful if you all make noise, if you all perform, if you all move, if you all groove and you all interact, and if you all do this the way I think you all can, we might be just setting a world record. Some special record. Are you ready? If you all are ready to set a record and be a part of this, clap your hands. If you're ready to sing, including you, where is my MC? Even you can sing. Are we ready for something very, very special? We're going to have this. I challenge John that we're going to do something that's very, very special. So get set for quite a few minutes of entertainment, music, dance, where you are the hero. Let's unleash the magic within you. Let's unleash the power within you.
Hello SSVM, good morning. Little louder good morning here, please. SSVM, good morning. Awesome. Okay, see, this was true. I was talking to him and he was saying, hey, we are doing a lot of things and like our children are awesome, our teachers are awesome, all of us are really awesome. I said, okay, let's try and do this challenge in front of everybody and see if we are able to do this challenge, okay? So the challenge here is human orchestra. We are going to be creating a human orchestra with all of you here, okay? In some time we'll turn lights on and all of you are going to be recreating one complete song here, okay? So that's what we are going to be doing. And before we do that, can we have lights on the house, please? And can I have all of you to get up and quickly do one small prayer and then start doing this, okay? Awesome. Everybody on. Super. Okay, so everybody in prayer stance. Everybody in prayer stance. This is a small prayer that we do before all of our performances, because we are all going to be creating, no? So this is a small prayer that we do, and I want all of you to join me in doing this, okay? All of you breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in again. Breathe out. I will count to 3 and do the prayer. You don't have to close eyes because you need to see me do it, and you will do it along with me, okay? 1, 2, 3. Now you want to come on stage and do it with me, or all do it together from there only? Awesome. Okay, so this is how this works, okay? You don't have to do it that spiritually. Start shaking from your legs, everybody. Start shaking from your legs slowly. Start shaking from your legs. We will not move further until everybody starts shaking your legs. I can't see everybody shaking. Yeah, everybody start shaking your legs, your whole body, your hands, your head, and go 1, 2, 3. I alone cannot be louder than all of you. Of course, I'm wearing my mic, but still cannot be louder than all of you here, no? Guys up there, all of you, can I see your hands? Can I see all of your hands? Okay, because we are going to create this. I've put this challenge also in front of him, saying all of us together are going to do this, okay? Everybody together, one more time, all of us together. Come on, everybody, hands. Super, start shaking your legs and your body, and go 1, 2, 3. Awesome, clap for yourselves. Nice, super. As a warm-up to this, I just want to like open up and warm your voice up and all of those things. I want to do a quick activity, okay? So you see here we have a clear demarcation. All from here, this aisle and left, all of you here. This aisle and right, all of you here. Right? So all the people on my left, okay? When I show my hands like this, you will all go Dandanaka. Okay? Only Saurav is doing this. Guys, everybody together. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. One more time. The balcony also. Nice, awesome. All the people on the right side here, when I show you this, you will all go, not Danakanaka, okay? Dudum dish. Okay, one more time. Dudum dish. Dudum dish. Dudum dish. Okay, now let's quickly check who is louder, okay? Nice, clap for yourselves. Super. So now we are going to be doing this together. So if I show here, you will say Dandanaka. I might be showing multiple times also. And you, when I show here, you will do Didum Dish. Got it, everybody? Awesome. Let's do this. Awesome. Nice. Super. We've warmed up a little. I want to do one more thing and see if this is possible, because I want everybody to be on the same page. We are going to do this, okay? So if I do this, you will do louder. If I do this, you will do softer. Okay? Louder and softer. Okay? Let's try doing this now. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Awesome. Okay. Clap for yourselves. Please sit down, please sit down, please sit down. Awesome. So now I am going to be introducing the song. Okay, I'm going to be introducing. Sorry, can I go back? Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to be introducing the song. The big Oscar-winning, first ever Oscar-winning performance is the song that we are going to be doing. Let's listen to the song once. All of you watch for the lyrics carefully. Later on, I will be putting the lyrics on the screen. But I still want you to watch and see if all of us together can sing this. Ready? Yeah? So let's listen to the song once.
आजा आजा जिंद शामी आने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले जय हो जय हो आजा आजा जिंद शामी आने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले जय हो जय हो
Okay, got it now? All of you got it? This first part we can sing together. All of us ready? Yeah? So you have the script on stage, on the screen. You can look at it and all of us can together sing it. Can we do that? Yeah? Awesome. So can we all get up quickly so we can throw our voice clearly? We have one problem here. We have the people here and there and they can't hear what you're singing and all that. So I'm going to guide and say lights, camera, action, and then you're all going to together do this now. Okay? Let's do this. Ready? Everybody ready? Let's go. Lights, camera, action! Okay, pause. A.R. Rahman will go to sleep if this happens like this. Okay? So let's all, like we did dudum dish, no? So can we all sing a little more louder? All of you together. Okay? All of you, can you all sing a little bit more louder? Okay, awesome. Let's do this. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Okay, so here we are right now with this song, right? Now, we need to make this even more better, for which I'm going to introduce some people for you here, okay? I have brought some people from the A.R. Rahman School of Music that can guide you to do this here. Okay, can we do that? Okay, all of you put your hands together for Namita here. Woohoo! Namita will... Okay, nice. Okay, super. So we have Georgina here. And up there, because we all need special training, up there we have Mritula standing there. I don't know if you can. Yeah, that corner up there. Can you all put our hands together for Mritula? And here we have Nitin in this corner here. Nitin, show hands. Where?
Nitin's here.
Nitin's
here. Next to Mritula.
Oh, Nitin's right there. Okay.
Hi, guys.
Nice. Okay, so these four are your instructors. Okay, so can you all see Namita there? Georgina here on the platform. Mritula and Nitin are there. Okay, so they are going to be helping you to make this into a good orchestra. Okay, now you know what we are going to do? We are going to listen to this one more time because orchestra is about all the music. Can you all sit down? Can you all sit down? Yeah. So the orchestra is about all the music instruments in this, right? Yeah. So we need to add the music to this also. But we don't have our music instruments. Like event manager said, too much to bring all music instruments for 1,500 people. So we are using our own musical instruments, our vocals to create this here. Okay? So we are going to be doing this, but we are going to listen to the song one more time. This time when you listen, all of you watch for the music instruments in the song. Okay? Instruments in the song, not just the lyrics, but also the instruments in the song. And then we are going to be doing this.
आजा आजा जिंद शामी आने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले जय हो जय हो आजा आजा जिंद शामी आने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले जय हो
Okay, so you all listen to this song, no? Okay, what all music instruments did we hear? Drums was there, what else? Guitar was there, what else? There was claps also inside it, okay? It was keyboard, okay, nice. Very nice observation, everybody. Super, we are going to go in parts and see what exactly we can do here, okay? Super. So, right now, so all of you here, the people here beyond this aisle will follow Namita. Okay, people beyond this aisle here will follow Georgina. People beyond that aisle will follow Mritula. People beyond that aisle here will follow Nitin here, okay? So first I'm going to pass it on to Namita to see what this group here is going to do. Namita, what do we have for us?
Thank you so much, John. This group here, I can assure you, is going to be the best group of the lot. Do we have a yes on that?
Namita,
yes,
when we did the dudum dish, no? I thought this group was better.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
we're going to prove you wrong with the instruments. You just watch. Right, guys?
Okay, let's see.
Right, guys? Exactly.
Awesome, let's see.
Okay, so come, all rise, all rise. Awesome. Okay, so we here, I just made a promise to John that we are going to be the most energetic team, so please don't let me down, okay? And we are going to pick up the most energizing, the most rocking, the best instrument of the lot. All right? So what's the most energetic, most electrifying instrument, guys? The guitar, and that's how the song starts. So we are going to deliver a high-octane guitar performance. Are you ready for that? Yeah, so can we pick up our guitars? But wait, how does a guitar sound like? What? I didn't hear you. How does a guitar sound like? Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding.
This is sounding like sitar, not like guitar. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so can we try to recreate how the guitar sounds like in this song? How about jang jang?
Jang jang.
Okay, can work with. Okay, let's see how it sounds together when all of us put our voices together. Okay. Chang 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 chang. Sounds good?
Yeah.
Now can we all try it together? Yeah, can we pick up our guitars? Boys, pick up your guitars. This is how you get all the girls. Come on. All right. And shall we try together? 1, 2, 3, 4. Chang, 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 chang. Chang, 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 chang. Incredible! John didn't listen to us. John, didn't I tell you we'll be the most electrifying people here?
Yeah. So it was electrifying, but the one thing, guys, like hold it like a guitar. Some of you are holding it like sitar. Okay, so just hold it like a guitar and keep the full energy on, okay?
Yes.
Awesome, you can all sit down now. Let's go to Mritula and team there. Everybody raise up with a yay together, okay?
All
Mritula
right.
and team.
All right, team, can we have all of us on our feet right now? Yes, can all of you see me? Yeah? Yes. All right, so now we had Namita's team talk about how they're giving us an electrifying guitar performance, right? They may be the heart of the song with that guitar because the song starts with the guitar, but even a heart needs rhythm to pump, right? Yeah? So shall we be the heart that beats? Let's make that heart beat. Yeah? So can someone guess what instrument we're leaning towards? The drums. I'm so glad you didn't say mridangam or tabla. I do not know how to play that. But let's do the drums, yeah? And for this drums, I want you guys to not just play it, but I want you guys to actually play it. Like imagine you have 2 drums on either side of you, on the left and right of you here, right? And I want you guys to play it with all of the energy that you can bring into the song. You are bringing the energy, right? Yeah? And how do drums sound, guys? What is the sound? Dum, yes. So let's do dum, the dum, dum, ha. Dum, the dum, dum, ha. Right? So let's imagine 2 drums on either sides of us. And can you join me? Yeah, ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. Dum, the dum, dum, ha. Dum, the dum, dum, ha. 2 more times. Dum, the dum, dum, ha. Last time. Dum, the dum, dum, ha. Awesome. Now, I feel like all of these people know how to play the drums already. Whereas people there are just like, I don't have energy. It's so hot outside. I'm just here for the air conditioning. Guys, shall we play those drums? To motivate you guys now, I want you guys to think of 2 subjects that is really killing you this year. Okay? Now these drums are not just drums anymore. They are 2 subjects that you want to beat them according to how you want to play them, yeah? Imagine 2 subjects on either sides of you. Can I have all of your hands up in the air? Come on, guys.
Yeah.
And now imagine those drums, which are 2 subjects, and let's start on 5, 6, 7, 8. Dum, the dum, dum, ha. Louder. Dum, the dum, dum, ha. Come on, guys. Dum, the dum, dum, ha. Last time. Dum, the dum, dum, ha.
Awesome! Nice! Awesome. Guys, remember, Mritula said they are the 2 subjects that you hate, not the subject teachers, okay? Yeah. Awesome! You can all sit down now. Nitin, what do we have for us?
Hello, everybody. Can I ask everybody to stand up, please? Thank you. Okay, I'm Nitin, and I'm going to make one promise to you. We're going to be the best team! So how does everybody feel? I can't hear you. How does everybody feel? Great! Okay, so we had the, what was yours?
The heart of the song.
Heart of the song. And then we had the beat of the song. But why do we listen to music? Because it touches our soul. Exactly. So we are going to be the soul of the song. And can anybody tell me over here what is the most soulful instrument? The violin. I think you said it way before, right? So, okay, so let's pick the violin. Now, does everybody know how to hold a violin? Yes, okay, we have a lot of players already here. So one hand is up here, holding the neck of the violin, and the other hand has a bow that goes back and forth like this, right? So now, I'm going to make the sound that you guys have to follow me on. But just listen to me first, and then after that, you can follow along, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. Young, 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 yeah. 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 Okay, I know it sounds a little bit weird. I'm with you, but you have to put your soul into it. So can everybody pick up their violins, please?
Everybody hold the violin? Yeah.
All right, now 1, 2, 3, 4. Young, 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 yeah. 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 Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
Nitin,
please be seated. Yes.
I have a thought.
Sure, sure.
This is the whole soul of the song.
Yes.
God bless our souls, man.
Oh, don't listen to him. We're the best. We're the best.
Guys, let's catch up with everybody's energy together and do this the best, okay? Awesome. We finally have the last team, but not the least team, and we have Georgina here. Georgina, what do we have for us?
Yes, team, are we ready? Could we all just stand up, right? Okay, so we have the heart of the song, we have the beats of the song, we have the soul of the song. Guys, we are the song, man. We are the singers. We are the vocalists, yeah? Okay, so I know there's a lot of energy here, but people, come on! This is just gonna be for a bit of a time. I need all of you to put in your energy so we can be and show that we are the best group, okay? Best team here, best team. Okay, so let's start with singing the first part of the song. Aja, Aja, Jindesha. All of you know? Do we have the lyrics?
Can we have the lyrics on the screen?
Can we have the lyrics for team voice, right? Yeah.
Can we
The
have
lyrics on the screen?
Can we have the lyrics on? Okay. Yeah. So, guys, since this is a Hollywood, Bollywood mashup song, right? We have to give in drama. And that we have to do with our entire body. So I know you guys just sing for the 2 lines for me. You know, say, Aja, Aja, Jind Chami Aane. Come on. Aja Zari Wale. Come on this side. Jai Ho. Yeah? Yes, Jai Ho. Okay. So come on. Let's use our bodies and just do this action of Aja, Aja, Jind Shami Aane ke tale. Aja Zari Wale Neele Asmaan ke tale. Yeah? Ha, yes, and then Jai Ho, okay? Can we all do it?
With the action, everybody.
With the action, this side, please, people, come on, team. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. Aja, Aja, Jind Shami Aane ke tale. Aja Zari Wale Neele Asmaan ke tale. Jai Ho, yeah. Jai Ho, yes.
Awesome, okay. Settle down for now, and this is what we have now, okay? So all of you, remember this. Watch your trainers carefully, your instructors carefully, and if they do this, you will all start doing whatever you have to do. And if they do this, you will all stop doing what you have to do. Because you know what we are going to do now? We're going to do the instruments along with the song now, okay? So now, the guitars will start and do 8 counts. And then the drums there will do 8 counts, and then the violinist will do 8 counts, and then you will all start singing. When you start singing, all of the music instruments will play along with the music. Can we do that? Yes? Awesome! Can I have everybody get up? Awesome! Everybody get up! Okay, so we're going to start the song now. Everybody prepared? Okay, super. Let's do this. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Jang 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 jang
8. Dum the dum dum ha. Dum the dum dum ha. Louder. Dum the dum dum ha.
5, 6, 7, 8. Young, 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 yeah. Young, 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 yeah. Young, 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 yeah. Young, young, young. Keep going. Young, 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 yeah. Young, 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 yeah. Young, young, young,
Awesome! Nice! Super! Super! Settle down. We are going to go to the next part of this, okay? So here, like this is an orchestra, right? We need some give and take and all of those things. So we are going to do a little bit of a jugalbandi, okay? You know how this is going to work? This team will sing one Jai Ho, and this team will sing one Jai Ho, and we will do it in an order, okay? So we are going to be doing Jai Hos in different pitches and do a jugalbandi kind here, okay? So Georgina, tell your team what exactly has to be done, and then each of the trainers will tell you what has to be done.
Okay, so we are going to be going, like, think of like you're going higher to the next grade. Okay, so it's Jai Ho. Yeah, like Jai Ho. Can I hear you guys? Vocalists, come on.
Everybody together.
Yeah, everyone together, okay? Jai Ho. Okay, 1, 2, 3, Jai. Yes. Yes.
Nice.
And we are not going to think of getting demoted. We're just going to bring that part of the song down. Jai Ho is you, and then we'll go Jai Ho. Okay? All good? Our team already got it. They don't even need practice.
Oh.
Right? Do you want to try it once with me?
Yeah.
Jai Ho. Pitch perfect.
Awesome.
All right, so that comes to us then, the third team. So they've been promoted, they're staying in the same class, and we have another promotion coming up. So we're doing Jai Ho, Jai Ho, Jai Ho. Got that, the third team? Can we try that? 5, 6, 7, 8. Jai Ho. Perfect, guys.
Awesome.
Look at that. Okay, all of them are getting promotions. We're actually graduating school here. Finishing. Okay, so Gina, can you help me out? Can we do it all once?
Yeah, let's do it once.
Yeah.
Jai Ho.
Jai Ho.
Jai Ho.
Jai Ho. Okay, can we try that again? Can we all go?
Yeah.
Yep.
Guys, okay. 1, 2, 3. Jai Ho.
Jai Ho.
Jai Ho.
Jai Ho.
This is very simple,
done.
guys. This happens in your school. No, have you finished your assignment? No, ma'am. Will you do it tomorrow? Yes, ma'am. That's where this is. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. So we'll do this till here. So should we continue into Rati Rati also?
Sure, we can.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
We can go into
Go
Rati
into the
Rati.
second verse.
Super.
Okay,
Okay, so
clearly.
the script on the lyrics on the screen. We have the second one also. Follow along and do. But while we do Rati Rati, we are all going to be playing our music also.
We are going to be, yeah.
Yeah, we'll be playing the music also, and then we will see how exactly this goes. Okay, let's do this. Ready? Let's go. Everybody get up. Everybody get up. Everybody get up. Let's do till here, till the Rati Rati
John,
part.
I feel like my team and Nitin's team has to be sitting down because you can see me better, right, when you sit down?
Oh,
than
better.
if you're
It's
standing.
better if, so
Yeah?
please, yeah.
Guys,
Be seated.
give
Thank
me
you.
a heads up.
Sit down, but not sound down. Okay.
Yeah,
So
sit down,
keep
but
the energy
keep
up.
that Jai Ho going on, yeah?
I think this will look beautiful sitting and doing the violin. The
We can still
drums,
do.
think of your subjects. Yeah.
Yeah?
Awesome. Let's do this. Ready?
Ready.
Let's go. 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Rati Rati Sach.
No, we'll start from the
From the
From the top?
Oh,
Chang
okay.
Chang Chang. Yeah.
super.
And finish with
Okay.
Rati Rati.
So
Okay.
we'll take from
Yeah.
the top. Guys, just follow me. Team voice. You can see me.
All right. Just follow your leaders. If you're confused, no worries, okay?
Yes.
So you're going to be following me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jang, 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 jang. Jang, 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 jang,
1,
jang,
2,
jang,
3,
jang, jang.
4. Dum, da dum, dum, ha. Dum, da dum, dum, ha. Dum, da dum, dum, ha. Last time.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yang 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 ya. Yang 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 ya. Yang 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 ya.
1, 2, 3,
keep going.
Jang, 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 jang. Jang, 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 jang. Jang, 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 jang. Jang, 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 jang.
Jai Ho.
Jai Ho.
Jai Ho.
Jai Ho.
Nice.
done. Give
We
yourself
got
a
it
round
till
of
here.
applause.
Awesome.
All
Now
right.
all the others can sit down. The singing team quickly prepare with the Rati Rati part of the song. Yeah, all the other teams can sit down, sit down, sit down. Oh, they are already sitting. Okay. Nice. The singing team.
Yes.
Let's do the Rati Rati part.
Done. Okay, so we'll do two lines. Is that good? So Rati Rati Sachi maine jaan gawai hai. नच नच कोयलों पे रात भिटाई है. Okay. अखियों के नींद मैंने फूकों से उड़ा दी, गिन गिन तारे मैंने उंगली जलाई है. Okay, can we just run through all the lines together and some more energy, guys? Team wise, right? Come on, guys. Okay? 1, 2, 3, and रत्ती रत्ती सच्ची मैंने जान गवाई है, नच नच कोयलों पे रात बिताई है, अखियों की नींद मैंने फूकों से उड़ा दी, गिन गिन उंगली जलाई है. Okay, perfect.
Awesome.
Okay, yeah,
Nice.
yes,
This is nice.
yes.
Awesome. Nice. So we are going to stitch all of this together once. Yeah? So let's do this with the guitar, the drums, Aja Aja, and then the Jai Ho, and then Rati Rati, and then maybe continue into 4 beats of the instruments, and then go back to Jai Ho. That way the whole song gets over.
Okay.
Okay?
Great.
Shall we do that?
Yeah.
Yes, awesome. So let's do this now. Okay, super. So can we all get up? Get up. This is like your first rehearsal, okay?
This time you
Let's
guys have
do
to
this.
do the jang jang, okay? I'm watching.
Yeah, if you're confused, just follow your instructors.
Yeah, and this means we go, this means we stop, eyes on your coaches, and they will tell you what to do.
Yeah, maybe this time we will not shout 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay.
And just show your action and then continue. So that way we know how exactly the final performance will come through. Okay? Let's do this. I am fingers crossed. Let's go. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Jang 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 jang.
Dum da dum dum ha. Dum da dum dum ha. Dum da dum dum ha. Dum da dum dum ha.
Yang 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 ya, yang 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 ya, yang 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 ya, yang 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 ya,
Jang 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 jang.
Jai Ho,
Jai Ho,
Jai Ho. रत्ती रत्ती सच्ची मैंने जान गवाई है, नच नच कोयलों पे अखियों की नींद मैंने फूकों से उड़ा दी है, उंगली जलाई है.
Jang 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 jang
Nice. Okay, super duper. We are able to put this whole thing together now. Just that, can we up Georgina's mic a little bit higher so we hear the lyrics part of it a little more, and I think the others slightly lower so we can put this all together. Okay, drums guys, what happened to you? Where is your sound? Yeah, I made you sit down and your sound just like went down.
Drums, you're doing Jai Ho so well. Let's bring all of that. I think they're more melodious, guys, but we'll do drums.
Yeah.
Guys, think of those 2 subjects that you want to like really bring to your beat. It's not playing you, you're playing it this semester, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay, super. So are we good to go?
Actually, I have a small suggestion.
Oh, what is it?
Okay, so what if in the end, after we do all the Jai Ho singing, we all the voices in the room together
Okay.
say Jai Ho together 4 times.
Oh, 4 times. Okay,
Yeah.
nice. That makes sense because I also felt this Jai Ho in the last was
Yes,
slightly.
I think we need to lend some energy to the other team. So the guitar team is happy to provide energy.
Yes. Okay, all of you understood this, no? We'll do this whole thing all over again, and they will do their 4 Jai Hos along with the instruments, and after that your instructors will say stop instruments, and all of us together are going to go Jai Ho 4 times. Got it? Got it, everybody? Can we do that? Yes? Okay, so are we all ready? Are we all ready?
Yes.
Camera people ready, audio being recorded, all set. No, this is like the last performance with everything put together, and we are going to do this now. Okay? Everybody is ready? Awesome. Should we all get up?
Guys.
That team there, drums, good to sit down?
Okay, for the final performance, we'll stand up, guys, so we have energy.
Yeah.
Yeah?
While
Come
you
on,
can
guys.
sit down. They still have the energy.
Yes.
You guys are awesome. Yeah. Oh, they're starting. Okay, awesome. Let's do this. Let's do this. Everybody ready? Cameras, everything. Recording. Now only cameras also know the position and everything. So they're like perfectly set here. And we are going to record this, and this is going to become a record. This has never ever been done in a school before. Okay? This is the first time we're doing this. Trainers, you want to give any pep talks to your people?
I think we're great.
I think we're
Just
fabulous.
keep doing what you're doing.
Team
Awesome.
voice. Please decide.
We
Come on,
already
guys.
have a lot
We are
of
the
energy,
best.
so we're also
Nice, nice, nice. Let's do this, okay?
Let's do this.
Ready? This time I'm going to go 5, 6, 7, 8 a little bit slower because you guys have to start, okay? Everybody ready? 5, 6, 7, 8.
Chang 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 chang.
Dum da dum dum ha. Dum da dum dum ha. Dum da dum dum ha. Dum da dum dum ha.
Yang 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 ya, yang 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 ya, yang 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 ya, yang 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 keep going.
आजा आजा जिंद शामी गाने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमान के तले जय हो जय हो जय हो रत्ती रत्ती सच्ची मैंने जान गवाई है नच नच कोयलों पे रात बिताई है अखियों के नींद मैंने फूकों से उड़ा दी गिन गिन तारे मैंने उंगली जलाई है आजा आजा रंग शामी आने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमान के तले जय हो
Awesome job, guys. Superb. Okay. Take a bow, take a bow. You guys did it awesomely, awesomely well. Before we proceed further, can we quickly give one big round of applause for our trainers before they go? Georgina, Lamita, Mritula, and Nitin, put your hands together for them. Superb. Okay, I want to ask you all one question. How many singers are here? How many of you are singers? Like not even 10. I thought some 10% will come. Some not even 10 are here, right? But did we all pull this off? Were we able to do this? Yeah? How many of you hate singing and hate music? Yeah. Correct? So still, we were not comfortable doing this. We are not that talented. But still, what did we do here? We listened to the song, we visualized it, and we said, let me see what exactly I can do. Right? The second thing that we did here was to bring people from A.R. Rahman School of Music and say, oh, we have some experts here, let me learn. How many times are we saying, oh, this looks very tough, I'm not even going to learn. Yeah? This being open to learn is something. How many of you are told in your life saying, once you finish your 12th standard, you don't have to learn anymore? How many of you are told that? Lie. I still keep learning. We keep learning all through the life, right? So learning keeps going always. Because you stop learning for like 3 days, you will see the world has come up with something new and you will miss out on all of those things. Learning is a continuous thing, and we were open to learn even though we were not very comfortable doing this. Yeah? One last thing. Did you all have fun while we were creating this? We were not scared. We were not saying difficult. We didn't do anything. We said, I don't sing really well. The previous program, we had 3-4 people singing here, no? I don't sing. But I'm still going to have fun creating this. I'm going to have fun learning this. I'm going to do it. And that is when we unleash our potential, no? Our true potential is unleashed when we know what exactly we have to do, figure it out and say, these are the things I think I need to do, and visualize and be open to learn. But very, very important thing of all of these things is to have fun with the journey and keep that fun going all through your life and keep doing this. Yes? Awesome. One more time, can I have all of you to say 3 Jai Ho's loudly before we close? Yeah, let's go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Jai Ho! Jai Ho! Jai Ho! Just before I came on stage, I had the event management team come here and talk about some SSVM chorus. Do you guys know of it? Do you guys know of it? Your ma'am is laughing here. Yeah? So, we're all going to together say SSVM. SSVM. And while we do this, I'm going to invite Ms. Manimeghali to come on stage and do this along with us. Okay, can you put your hands together along with, for Manimeghali ma'am to come on stage? Awesome. Please come. Yes, please come. Awesome! Let's do this together, SSVM! Let's together go!
This is the thing, no? The SSVM.
Oh, yes. I don't know anything about it, but
we have that chorus.
come
Children,
on.
all of you know, no? What is that?
Sing our ringtones. SSVM.
All of you know, no? Can we all sing together? Yes. 1, 2, 3, start. SSVM.
Is that it?
No, we have a lot.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we'll go with.
Okay.
Dreaming big, molding minds, shaping lives.
So you sing the lyrics, we will sing SSVM. Correct?
Maybe we should play the audio.
Maybe once again, can somebody play the audio?
We have the audio?
Yeah.
Can we sing along?
SSVM.
Awesome! Okay. Nice. Let's all together shout SSVM 3 times and then we'll close together.
I think now you all remember. Yes?
Yes.
Molding minds, shaping life. SSVM. Looking tall, growing strong. SSVM.
Nice. Everybody together. Let's give one big round of applause for Bam and together we'll close. Thank you all so much. This is John signing off from you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Everybody together? Okay.
The number you.
I don't know whether the team is not having that song, I think.
Yeah, looks like.
So no problem. So this is what we sing. Once again, we'll only say SSVM. That's it, okay?
Awesome.
Fine?
Yeah, let's do that. Ready?
1, 2, 3, start.
Go.
SSVM.
Awesome. Thank you all. Thank you all. You guys did an awesome, awesome job. Thank you so much. Thanks, ma'am. Bye, everybody.
It was a very good job.
Thank you.
Manisha. Now I know where you got your singing genes from. All right. That was fantastic. You all were very collaborative. Great sound, great music. It was great. It was a lovely vibe. This is a futuristic educational conclave. Futuristic. Today, there are two alphabets. It's not A, B, C, D, it's AI. So, if you all know the full form of AI, just tell me that. What is AI? That's some real intelligence you all have. AI is artificial intelligence. When you look forward, we say futuristic. When you reflect behind, what is that called? You come here, da. You all have clearly found your MC for next year, all the 3 days. Okay. If we flip AI the other way, this is my own, so warning. If we flip AI the other way, what is it? Don't say, if we flip it, then it's not intelligence artificial. What is it the other way? If that's futuristic, AI is futuristic. If we reverse it, what is it? It's historical, futuristic, then historical. Some connect? Am I making sense? So if in the world of AI, everybody is so focused on what the future is going to be like, how the world is going to change, the focus is also a bit on the present. But the beauty of the world lies a lot in its history. There is a certain charm to history. There's a certain charm to travel. Let me ask you something. Without taking a step, if you want to travel different places, you want to explore different people, you want to explore the world without taking a step, how do you do that? Oh, very good. But what if I say it's actually a book? You know, it's a very famous saying that you can flip pages and you can travel the entire world. Today, what we have for you is not AI, but what we have for you is IA. Hold on, it's intelligent author. Thank you, ma'am. I think I will take your creative thinking class next time. Okay. So it is an interesting author. There is certain innovation. There's an art. There's a beauty that comes to history. You'll be amazed to know that one of the most hated subjects, disliked subjects, is math. The second is history. But there's a beauty, there's a charm, there's a wonder, there's an importance, there's a significance to history that creates our future. Today we have someone very special who will talk to you about traveling the world by flipping pages, but also revisiting some amazing chapters of history that maybe were missing in our books. To introduce our next speaker, I have with us another wonderful smart student of SSVM. I consider myself a student as well, but we have another smarter student, slightly shorter student. Please come on stage.
Do we meet a person more interesting than their books? Today, we have with us a young, passionate author, storyteller, and historian who is known for his exceptional eye for hidden historical detail, along with an inclination towards revealing the often unknown and undiscovered anecdotes from history. His story leads us to those chapters where he had worked with the parliamentary office of Mr. Shashi Tharoor in New Delhi and Lord Karan Bilimoria in London. He also worked as a researcher along with Mr. Sunil Khilnani on the BBC series Incarnations, which tells the story of India through 50 great lives. How amazing is that? His vision of making history accessible in this modern era truly reflects off in his writing. I believe that we are all ready to dive into a historical intervention like never before. And I truly believe that this session will help reduce the distance between our history textbooks and ourselves. So why wait? Let's hear from our speaker of the day, Mr. Manu S. Pillai. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Manu, please? Over to you, sir.
Speak now. While I was being introduced, I couldn't help but notice the irony of being called a young historian in a room where the average age is, what, 15? But such is. In relative terms, when people think of historians, they think of grey hair and rather serious demeanors and very stern people. I can assure you I'm not very stern, but I am serious in my work. How I came into history is through personal stories. In school, when I was studying, it wasn't necessarily my favorite subject because history is what? 5 dates, 6 dynasties. We just talk of a bunch of pet themes and then leave it at that. But in reality, history is really about human experience. So I grew up in Pune, which is in Maharashtra. So we learned a lot of North Indian history. We learned a lot of what was happening in Maharashtra. And every summer, I would go back to Kerala. And in Kerala, I discovered something that was never in my history textbooks. For instance, we were matrilinear. That is to say, if today you think of your names and you take your father's surname, for us in Kerala, in my community, we used to take our mother's name. In North India, you hear of polygamy, where men had multiple wives. We had something called polyandry, where women had multiple husbands. Divorce wasn't a big deal. In the 1880s, my great-great-grandmother was first married to a Brahmin man, and she got pregnant and she gave birth to a stillborn baby girl. And because girls are more important in our culture than boys, in fact, the story goes that when girls were born, drummers would be sent through the village to announce the birth of the girl. When boys were born, nobody cared because everybody wanted a daughter, not a son. So because her daughter was stillborn, when the husband, the Brahmin, came back to the house, and again, after marriage, the man comes to the woman's house. The woman doesn't go to the man's house. When he came back, he was stopped at the door and told, look, there's something wrong with you. That's why the baby died. So this marriage is over. Out you go. Which again is ironical because if you read the news, you will hear stories from North India about how women are blamed for not giving birth to sons. Here the man was blamed because a baby girl had died. And I thought this is an absolutely fascinating, everything was turned over its head. Not at all what I was used to, not at all what I read in books, completely different. And then I started digging a little bit more. So in royal settings, the last Maharani of Travancore was Maharani Sethu Lakshmibai. Travancore was the state in Kerala. Her husband was not the Maharaja. He was simply called the consort, not even the husband. As per the rules in the court, he could not sit in the presence of his wife. He had to remain standing because she was the queen and he was a subject. She was called Her Highness. He was just called Mr. In fact, her full name was Her Highness Shri Padmanabha Sevini Vanchidharma Vardhini Rajarajeshwari Maharani Puradam Tirunal Sethu Lakshmibai Attingal Muta Tamburan, with the British title, Companion of the Most Imperial Order of the Crown of India. Her husband's name was just Mr. Ramavarma, plain and simple. Not only could he not sit in her presence, he couldn't even travel in the same car as her. Because if you sit in the same car, you would have to sit side by side. And sitting next to the queen meant he was her equal, and he was not her equal. So he had to follow in a smaller, less grand car behind and never sit with her in the same car. Husbands like this in the royal settings could not even die in the palace, because only royalty could die in the palace, and they were not considered royal. So in the 1820s, we have the case of a queen of Travancore whose husband was dying. And with his court, he was lifted and taken out to his own house to die there because she said he's dying. And she's going to pick a new husband anyway because that's how important husbands were. You now have these stereotypical TV and serial settings where they show the arranged marriages being arranged, where a boy visits a girl's house, the girl comes out with, I don't know, a tray of tea or whatever, and that's how the couple decide whether they like each other. In the Travancore royal family, the princesses were taken to a balcony, a bunch of boys would be presented to them, and they could pick whichever one they liked. So they were looking up, from sitting up, they were looking down at these boys, literally showing their status also, and then they would pick whichever one they liked. There was no question of checking horoscopes, there was no question of any of that. Because it was, once royalty decided, that was that. The priest's job was to make the horoscopes work. This continued so much that in fact, the husbands of the Maharanis had feasts in the palace. The Maharani would be served 4 desserts, her husband would get 2, because even in the food, he was 1 notch lower than her. Which is a long-winded story, but just to tell you that Indian history is not just 5 dates, 6 dynasties, and a set stereotype of things we already know. In different corners of the country, there are different stories. And the more you read these stories, the more your mind opens to just the diversity, the layers, the complexity of what is our story as Indians. Now, another story that really struck me, and this became one of the bases of my second book, a book called Rebel Sultans, was about this one boy. He was born in Africa, in Ethiopia. His name was Chapu. And he was born there somewhere in the mid-1500s, so around 1550 or so. At around the age of 12, Chapu is abducted. He's kidnapped by a bunch of slave traders. And from Ethiopia, he's taken by ship, and he's sold to a slaver. The slaver sells him to somebody in Baghdad, and he works there and stays there for a while. His name is changed. He becomes Ambar. He converts to Islam, and that's how he's living there. At a certain point, Ambar is again sold. He's put on a ship and brought to India. He ends up somewhere near Goa, lands on the coast, and he becomes a slave to the Peshwa, or the Prime Minister of the Sultan of Ahmednagar. But this is not a slave in the context of American slavery where they worked on plantations and they were servants. This was a military slave. He was brought in as a fighter. And over the next few decades, he fights, he works for various sultans, and he slowly has a loyal following, about 300 odd people or horsemen working with him. They're all fighters. You can hire them for battle and they'll come and serve you. Now in the 1590s, where he's in his 40s, Emperor Akbar, the great Mughal emperor, decides that he wants to start conquering South India. So this army of the Mughals starts descending into South India. The kingdom of Ahmednagar collapses, and there's absolute chaos. And guess who comes to the rescue of this collapsing state? It is this man called Ambar with his 350 odd people. He proves himself to be a capable leader. He proves himself to be a good fighter. And soon he's got 700 people working for him. After a while, it becomes 3,000. Then it becomes 10,000. And by the 1610s, he's got about 50,000 people fighting for him. For about 25 years, it is this African man born in Ethiopia, enslaved and sold in India, who becomes the wall between the Mughals in the north and the conquest of South India. Emperor Jahangir got so frustrated with this black man from Africa that he commissioned a painting in which he's shown releasing an arrow at the impaled, cut-off head of Malik Ambar, as this Ambar was known by then. Except that he never actually achieved this in real life. Ambar died in his 80s, very comfortable in his fortress in the Deccan. He suffered only one major defeat. Otherwise, he regularly defeated the Mughals, prevented them from coming into South India for 25 years. And this story just fascinated me, the idea that there was a black man from Africa fighting for Indians in the early 17th century. He got his daughter married to the Sultan of Ahmednagar, so there was a black woman who was a queen in Ahmednagar in the 17th century. How many of us can visualize an African person ruling in India? It's a bizarre story almost. And the greatest sort of drama in this is that among his close comrades was a man called Maloji Bhosle. Maloji Bhosle fought with Malik Ambar. After a while, he had a son called Shahaji who also fought for Malik Ambar. And afterwards, Shahaji had a son whose name was Shivaji. And Chhatrapati Shivaji, who then fought the Mughals later in the 17th century, originally was following the footsteps of Malik Ambar. And we know this because Shivaji, in his own court poem, the Shiva Bharata, pays tribute to Malik Ambar. He says, this is a man as brave as the sun. This is a man who was like the god Kartikeya fighting the Asuras. He's talking about an African man. just think of the fact that Africans were in India and they were a huge influence in Indian society. Another interesting character was a lady, more recent to us in time, 18th century, 19th century, called Begum Samru. Begum Samru was born in around 1850s again. She was originally a dancing girl. That is, in some place in Delhi, in Chandni Chowk, she used to work in what was, to put it crudely, a brothel. At some point, she fell in love with, or rather, this man fell in love with her. It was a European mercenary who used to wander around India training troops for Indian rulers and so on. And he had about 3,000 odd soldiers with him. He falls in love with her and she leaves the dancing house and she becomes his partner. In the 1870s, when she's still a young woman, he dies. And what does she do? She kicks out his son, who's considered useless, and she takes over the army. So from a dancing girl in Chandni Chowk, she now becomes the leader of an army. On multiple occasions, it is this ex-dancing girl turned warrior princess who goes to the rescue of the Mughal emperor in Delhi, Emperor Shah Alam, and saves him from crisis, saves him from being besieged in his own capital. He gives her royal titles. She's made the princess of Sardana. In the middle of this, she converts to Christianity because she thinks that is good to position herself. She comes to an alliance with the East India Company, and by the 1830s, she's one of the richest women in India. She's one of the most prominent figures in North India. She's built one of the greatest churches in North India in Sardana. But again, look at where she began, as a dancing girl in a brothel. These two stories are just to tell you that if you look through Indian history, there are all these fascinating characters who began in places that were considered low. Malik Ambar in Ethiopia, he didn't even know India existed, and this Begum Samru as a dancing girl in Chandni Chowk of Kashmiri descent, who also had no idea where her life was going to lead. But both of them ended life as heroes because it doesn't matter where you begin, they were just determined. They had a certain tenacity that took them through life and they became these prominent historical figures. Another thing I would like to also bring up, since I was told that this is a leadership conclave and one must have clear messages for the students at the end of it. Think also of how you can visualize the world. There is the world as it is, but then there is the world as it can be. Now, in the 1880s, you may have heard of the Indian National Congress, and I'm not referring to the present-day political party. I'm referring to the organization that fought the British for a good 60, 70 years. In the mid-1880s, when this Indian National Congress was founded, people laughed at it. People said, what is this? You know, these Indians are not even one nation. They're not even one people. Look at the very first gathering of the Indian National Congress. There's actually a press journalist who wrote about it. And he said, there are people from South India wearing their veshtis, no chappals, they're not even wearing shirts, they've just got an upper cloth. There are Pathans from the northwest who come in their kurtas. There's people from Bengal who've come dressed in suits. There's Maharashtrians with their interesting turbans. There's Parsis, there's Gujaratis, there's North Indian Muslims, South Indian Muslims. All of these people, they don't look the same, they don't dress the same. How can you even say they're a nation? They don't even have a common language. In fact, when the first Congress met, the circular said very clearly, you must all be able to speak the English language, otherwise you can't participate in the meeting of the Congress. Because to even stand up to the British, we first needed to pick up their language because we didn't have a common language. Everybody laughed at them and said, this is never going to work. This is not a nation. This is just some random people who don't even look the same, who've all gathered together. But yet, they didn't believe it. The actual nationalist leaders of the time never believed it. They kept faith and they thought big, which is to say that there is the world as it is, but there is the world as it can be. And that is the point of also studying history, in order to visualize the possibilities that are ahead of you. You're all in school, you're all going to go out into the world, it's a competitive world, you're facing everything from climate change to inequality, you're going to compete for jobs, there's all sorts of things going to happen around you. But that's precisely it. The difference between a leader and the difference between a follower is that you will, perhaps some of you will choose to look at the world as it is and say, look, I'm going to be practical and deal with the world as it is. But some people will say, actually, no, I'm going to think of what the world could be. I'm going to think what can be made different about tomorrow, and I'm going to try and push that. And that is what always makes the difference. History is about very many things, but it's also about bold people standing up and saying things and doing things differently at different times. We all inherit a world, but we have to make the choice as to whether we want to leave the world in the same way that we inherited it. It's entirely up to us. And we live in a country that is so diverse, that is so different, that is so much to offer us. People think, you know, that when you think of identity. I'm a Malayali from Kerala. I go to a temple in Kerala, and the experience of a temple in Kerala is very different from an experience of a temple in Tamil Nadu. It's very different from an experience of a temple in North India. If you look at Islam in India, the Malayali Muslims are also matrilineal, many of the families. They follow the female line of descent, not the fathers, they follow the mothers, which is not traditional Islamic law. Their mosques have tiled roof and gables, not domes and minarets, because that's a North Indian style. You go to Kashmir, their mosques look even more different. There is nothing singular about us. Indian history is a way to remind ourselves that the world is complex, the world is diverse, each of us is distinct. We all come from interesting places. Simply look to your parents, simply go and talk to your grandparents, and you'll start understanding that, hold on, they're not just parents and grandparents, they're also individuals who have their own stories, who have their own experiences, who've had their own challenges in life. And once you start asking those questions, once you start thinking, hold on, can I just scratch the surface and see what lies behind this, you will start coming across more and more fabulous stories. I'll end with one of my favorite stories from Indian history. Since we are in Tamil Nadu, I'll tell you about two figures from Tamil Nadu. One was in the 17th century. There was a man called Roberto de Nobili. He was born in Italy at a place called Montepulciano. He had in his family tree a Holy Roman Emperor. He was related to the Pope. He was nobility. But he decided he wanted to become a Christian missionary, and he decided to come down to India. Now, when he came to India, he discovered that in those days, the only places where missionaries were able to communicate the message of the Bible was on the coast, and it was fishing villages and people on the coast who were listening to them. He said, no, I want the cream of Hindu society. I want the Brahmins to convert. So he actually comes to Madurai, which is, of course, famous for its temple. It was then the seat of the Nayaka kings, one of the main cities in South India. And he decides, I'm going to transform my message. I don't want Indians to become European. I want to give them the message of the Bible, but I will Indianize myself. So this man called Roberto from Italy starts wearing a punul, like a Brahmin. He starts wearing saffron robes like a sannyasi. He completely changes his diet. He starts eating out of a plantain leaf, vegetarian food only, cooked only by Brahmins. He learns Sanskrit, he learns Tamil, he starts teaching the Bible in these local languages, and he essentially says, don't think of this as a foreign book. This is the fifth Veda. You have 4 Vedas, I am here with the 5th Veda. He tries to come into society, but gets his religion absorbed into local society rather than trying to get locals to change their culture. It's a marriage of new religion with an old culture. There's also another favorite story of mine, a king called Shahu. Shahu was the nephew of Chhatrapati Shivaji, and he had come to Tanjavur. Their family used to rule in Tanjavur, and they were in power until about 150 years ago in that part of Tamil Nadu. It's a Maharashtrian-speaking king in Tamil Nadu with Tamil subjects. His generals are Rajputs, there are Afghans. Court language is Telugu, funnily enough. Ever since the Vijayanagara kings were around, Telugu had become very prominent. And in this Telugu language, this Maratha prince, nephew of Shivaji, writes a particular poem, or rather a play. The play is called Sati Dana Suramu, which is Take My Wife. It's a slightly naughty story, but since you're old enough, I'm going to tell it anyway, where there's a priest called, or Brahmin called Moro Bhatlu the Magnificent, and Moro Bhatlu is on his way to a great temple procession and a temple festival. And while he's going there, in the distance, he sees a very beautiful woman. And he tells his disciple, look, I want to go and flirt with that lady. The disciple says, no, you're a great Pandit, you're a great Brahmin. Think of the Vedas, think of philosophy. That is what you're supposed to think about, not lust after a woman you saw on the street. He says, no, I don't want this eternal bliss. I want the bliss that comes from flirting with this lady. So now the disciple can't say anything. So guru and disciple end up going to flirt with the lady. Lady turns around and she's taken aback and she says, my God, this man is harassing me. And she tries to come up with an excuse to get rid of him. So first she says, look, I'm a lower caste person of the leather worker caste, so you're a great Brahmin, so you and I can't have any dealings. And he says, forget all that, all this caste was invented by us just to hoodwink people, you come with me. She says, damn it, now this caste angle has not worked, let me come up with a new excuse. So she says, I'm a married woman, I have a husband, and therefore you can't come and flirt with me. Again he says, no, think of this as you would donate land or other things to a Brahmin, give me your loins as you would, do that. Now again, this lady is like, oh my God, this man is simply difficult to get rid of. How do I get rid of this man? Finally, she comes up with what she thinks is the best answer. She says, I am from a lower caste community. We drink alcohol and we eat beef. And therefore, you're a pure Brahmin, you can't even touch me. At which point he says, oh, you eat beef, that's okay. We worship the cow and we drink the cow's milk. You eat the whole cow, you must be purer than me. The point being, this is written in the early 18th century by Chhatrapati Shivaji's nephew. He's a king. We think of kings as sitting on thrones, issuing inscriptions and orders. But he's actually critiquing caste. He's actually saying that society has to improve. And he's doing it through a funny play that was actually staged in public, that was actually put in front of people in a temple, no less. And it was something that just as all of you laughed, people there also would have laughed about. And that's the other great thing about Indian history, which is that it really broadens your mind. It really gives you these gems that are just unknown, that are untold, because we are the ones who reduce history to 5 kings and 5 dates. In reality, it's about human experience, and human experience is complex. You have poets talking about marriage and how it's unfair to women often in patriarchal settings. There's a Bhakti saint in Maharashtra called Janabai, and one of her favorite songs, which I remember, begins with, God, do me a favor and kill my mother-in-law. God, do me a favor and kill my father-in-law. And she wants all her in-laws killed because she's stuck in the kitchen working almost as she was a domestic maid. She's stuck in the kitchen and she says, I have an intellectual interests also. I want to go out and engage with the world, but because I'm born a woman, I'm stuck in the kitchen. And this is happening. She's writing this about 800 years ago. She's also not just talking about God, she's critiquing society. She's saying, can we imagine a better society where women also have access to better things in the world? Women also have access to justice and equality with men. And the way she imagines God is very different. We think God is in temples, right? And we have to do puja and all of that. But a lot of these Bhakti saints challenge that, and they said God is in our heart and is personal. So in Janabai's poetry, God comes to the kitchen to spend time with her. God cleans for her. God washes clothes for her. He washes dishes for her. He removes lice from her hair. And she has a very personal relationship with God. You have all kinds of stories like this. You have all kinds of experiences like this. And that is the magic of Indian history. It's not really about the kings and queens. It's not really about the battles. The battles are interesting. It's about the human beings. And it's about human beings who stood up, said what needed to be said, even if it was not popular, dared to dream big, dared to dream of a better world. And I think that is the message that perhaps you should take back from this talk. The conference here is called Transforming India, but perhaps the first step to transforming India is to transform yourselves and transform the way you look at the world. And if you do that, then the country will also be transformed. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed this talk. I think we have a bit of time for questions. I don't know how this works. Because the timer's not there, so I'm not entirely sure how long I spoke.
He's a tall man.
I've been made tall.
Why don't you take the center stage? He's a shy type. If we clap, then he'll take center stage.
No, I'm not going to.
No, we want you to take center stage. History is created in the center stage.
I have been coerced into the center.
I was listening to this, Manu. In fact, yesterday we were on the same flight. So when I went up to him, I introduced myself to him, and today I am introducing him to all of you all. That's okay. So I was listening to you, Manu, and there was one point of time in history when women had all the power, right? Women had all the power, and the men were just there. What has happened in history so much that what has changed that men today think that they have all the power? And where did, if at all, something happen that women lose that sense of power? Where did that happen?
Well, in most of India, unfortunately, it was men who ruled the roost, and this is something that just happens. Even now, men aren't the most pleasant species, as most of the girls here might know. Women tend to be cleverer, which is perhaps why men keep trying to beat them down. But in Kerala, it was colonialism, because colonialism we think is about British people coming in and taking over our land. No, colonialism is also a conquest of the mind. It tells you how to think. It changes your vision of yourself. Think of the poetry we had. When the Shakuntala story was, you've all probably heard of Kalidas's Shakuntala, Abhijnana Shakuntala. When it's a very beautiful work of Sanskrit poetry. It's got lots of elements of charm, sensuality, there's descriptions of the human body, and nothing that's considered salacious. It's just an aesthetic appreciation of beauty and so on. But when the British translated it, a man called William Jones, they had their Western sensibilities, right? Almost Victorian sensibilities about what could be talked about and what could not be talked about. And as a result of this, when Shakuntala's story was translated into English, all those seemingly sensual elements were removed. And it was the English so-called sanitized Shakuntala who came back to us. So most of us who now think of the Shakuntala story are thinking of the sanitized story, not the original story. Even the story of Ahalya and Indra, you know, if you've read the Ramayana, you'll know that story goes Indra came disguised to Ahalya and as her husband. And Ahalya was such a pavam, she didn't realize, and you know, that's how she ended up being seduced by Indra, and she was cursed to become a stone. But that's not the story in the original Ramayana. In the original Ramayana, she knew it was Indra, but she felt a sense of desire. She was a dutiful wife, but she felt a sense of desire. And it was not something our ancestors felt guilt about. They felt fine, she felt desire, that's okay. But later we felt these things should not be talked about, this is not good for women, and that's how the story was changed. Under colonialism, a lot of this changed. In Kerala, men were told that you must control your wives. How can your women have more than one husband? How can the women own all the property? Men must own all the property. So we had social reform in Kerala where everything shifted. Everything moved into the hands of the men, and the women were reduced to being just wives and mothers as opposed to autonomous figures who had assets, property, and a voice. And that's something that happened in the 19th and 20th century. So I would blame colonialism for some of that.
That's such a wonderful answer for such a wonderful question by me.
You have a question there at the back.
Well, you all have questions as well.
Hello, sir.
Where? I can't see you. Ah, there.
Right here.
So,
She's not history, she's in front of us.
this is about transforming India, right? So, in our NCERT textbooks, a lot of important portions or elements are deleted. So, what are your thoughts about that?
That's something that keeps happening, frankly, because ultimately who writes textbooks? It's governments. And governments are formed by parties. Parties have ideologies. All parties do that. Depending on where you're in the country, which state, which party is in power, textbooks keep getting revised. So the answer to that ultimately is not to keep relying on the textbook, it's to read more broadly. And if you're not interested in reading, listen. There's audiobooks, there's so many options, there are podcasts. Just keep engaging with the world, and all these tricks that people play with textbooks won't apply to you because you're already better informed. It's when we are solely reliant on textbooks that this becomes a problem. Yes, nobody should be doing this. Ideally, we should be committed to the truth, not to an ideology, but we also live in the real world. And in the real world, things are imperfect. So I would just say keep reading, read widely, collect as much information as you can, keep your mind open, and you will find that these tricks won't work on you.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice question, very nice question. Here's the real world and there's the real world. We will have Saurav Jain on stage in a while, but anyone else?
I think there's a mic.
You know, if our history teachers were this charming, we all would love history, won't we? Okay, ready, yes.
So, since the history all shows like women had so much power, will like giving that information out to the world help like increase equality in the generation right now?
I mean, that's precisely why I highlight these stories from Kerala. To be fair, women were not completely equal in Kerala. It was just less unfair than other places because they had access to property. Because property passed in the female line, women were not dependent on husbands. If a husband came and beat up his wife, she had the right to tell him to get out of the house because it was her house, not his house. So in that sense, it was less unfair, but men could be chauvinists anyway. But that's one thing I try to do with my books. I highlight a lot of stories around women because I think it's important for us to see Indian history through that gaze as well. It's only then that we understand history in all its irreality. To give you an example, when Mughals were studied, people talked about the harem, right? The harem is where all the wives of the Badshahs and the sultans, etc. lived. And the stereotypical image of the harem is what? There are all these women dressed in silks and they're wearing pearls and they're just sort of lounging about all day, doing nothing in particular. That's all. If they're doing anything, they're just plotting and intriguing. They're these slightly shady kind of royal women. But in reality, the harem was a very powerful institution. Women of the harem often acted as diplomats. Women of the harem often went out and sometimes settled disputes between members of the same family and brought them back together. Women of the harem had cavalry and military ranks. So Akbar's Hindu wife, who was the so-called Jodhabai, that wasn't her actual name, she was called Mariam-uz-Zamani, the title. She had a cavalry rank of 12,000, which was among the highest in the Mughal Empire. She was a huge trading magnate. She owned one of the biggest ships in the world at the time called the Rahimi. She had major influences on foreign policy and so on. And Akbar used to be quite like scared of his harem because sometimes they would oppose his policies and he'd have to do things secretly before the harem found out because they were a powerful institution. They had property, they had economic strength, and they had political influence as well. So simply highlighting these stories does help. And in fact, it's a pity that it took till the 21st century for a lot of these stories to come out. If you're interested, there's a book by a scholar called Ira Mukhoti called Daughters of the Sun, which is focused only on Mughal women. And when you look at history from the gaze of women, everything changes. And that's one of the things that's amazing about it.
Thank you, sir. Sir?
Where?
Yeah.
Give me a sense of direction.
How did you get the interest to study history?
Because of these personal stories, I'll tell you. Every time we went to Kerala, I'd go to my ancestral village, and it was an old family with an old house and so on. And in our backyard itself, we had a temple, which was our private family temple. There were two goddesses there. One was Vanadurga, who sits in a temple without a roof. The other was Bhadrakali, who sits in a temple with a roof. And I was like, what is this? Why do we have two goddesses and why are they so radically different? That opened up a legend about how one goddess was originally there as almost like a tribal goddess in a grove, open, exposed to the elements. The other goddess was brought from somewhere and she was also given a seat there. There was a tribal god called Ayurveli Munnodi, which belonged to a local tribe. That god had also been brought into the temple and kept there. And that god was worshipped through a round stone with a hole in the center. You know, like that polo mint that we eat? It looked a little bit like that. So just simply looking around my environment, I was like, what are these amazing myths? What are these amazing stories? In India, we have no dearth of this. You walk 10 kilometers in any direction, you'll come across an old temple, you'll come across an old monument, you'll come across a minaret, you'll come across something of historical importance. And if we just pause for a second and ask a story, and ask what is the source of this particular structure, then suddenly you'll get answers, and the answers pose further questions, and that's how you start investigating history. That's how it was for me.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice.
Namaste, sir. I have
No
a
one
question.
asked so many questions of history. It's so nice that we've opened a conversation. Very nice.
So I have a question. From your talk, you told that ancient times women were given a lot of, the respect.
In Kerala.
Yes, comparatively. But now we are talking about women empowerment. So what made this transformation? Like,
I didn't
what
get the
was
last
missed
bit.
in between?
Sorry?
Now we are talking about women empowerment. On those days, women were given respect. But now there is a lag. So what was that happened in between?
So it's not just a question of giving respect, like, because giving respect already suggests that one person has it in their hand and they have to give it to somebody else. That dynamic is already unequal. One person has it, the other is unequal, and you're trying to give them. Women's empowerment is about women commanding respect. It's very different from giving respect. It's about making the world fair in a way that men and women, boys and girls have the same opportunities. Now, even now, it's a sad truth in our country. All the boys here, they can walk out at 9 o'clock on the street at night without a thought about their safety. But that's not the same for girls. They can be bold, they can be strong, and they're not scared. But all the same, somewhere at the back of their minds, or at least the minds of their parents, it'll be like, it's dark, you better be careful. That pressure itself sits more on women than it does on boys. Look at our news reports. Anytime you have cases of violence against women and all that, it says, woman violated. No, it was a boy's problem. The headline should be saying that this guy did something wrong, not focusing on what happened to the woman, right? Because that again reinforces the idea that somehow the woman has to be more careful. So women empowerment is about creating an infrastructure for the world that is fairer and equal for everybody irrespective of gender. That is what even feminism is about. People think feminism is about fighting for women's rights and like women changing the world and preferring women. No, it's about making the infrastructure of the world equal. So at 9 o'clock, boys and girls can both go out equally without having to fear.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice. I'm sure we have many more questions.
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Oh, there. Okay. Then we'll come here.
Sir,
Just 1 second, brother. So you can finish off. Yeah.
Okay.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Just 1 second.
Right.
1 second.
Yeah, Mr. Manu, I am from the same lineage and share your surname also. So I can tell something about what you mentioned. Of course, women were...
Sir, can you hold the mic closer? Yeah.
Women were the custodians of property and wealth, but men were administering it. Because the brothers of the women were the one who actually held the property and wealth. They were the most powerful. So those days also, women only had this titular rights that, they were holding the property. I mean, that's the flip side of it.
Well, actually, that's been corrected because there are scholars called G. Arunima, Sharda Mani. They've studied this, and they actually found that it was in the 19th century under the British that the men had that much control over the property, because in British courts, the British did not recognize women as suitable figures to appear in court. They would say the eldest man has to come. That's how the eldest male started becoming more and more dominant in the family, and the women started becoming less and less dominant. So it's a 19th century dynamic. Before that, it was determined purely by age, not by gender. So if in a matrilineal family, a woman is older than the brother, she has the final say on all matters. The brother may go out and handle the fields and all that, but if there is an objection from her, it has to be listened to. So if you look at the families like the Zamorin of Calicut, who were the Rajas who received Vasco da Gama when he landed, in the Zamorin's family, the eldest woman was always called Amma. Even if she was younger than the Zamorin, she was always called Amma. In Travancore, the Artingal Ranis, or the women of the family, had final say in all domestic matters, not the men. And the men could go out and rule the state, but the women had a certain amount of influence also. And if the men were children, the women ruled not as regents, but as Maharajas. They could succeed as Maharajas. So even the last Maharani of Travancore was called Setu Lakshmi Bai Maharaja. Even though ordinarily she was called Maharani, the title was the same as the male. So this whole thing about men starting to control, the brothers controlling everything, and the women becoming more and more titular, that's also 19th century colonial dynamic, which has been studied by Shardamani, Arunima, and others, these scholars.
On to you. Sir, I have a question, sir. It's about Adolf Hitler, sir. Hitler.
Closer, I can't hear you.
It's about Adolf Hitler, ready?
Yes. Sir, he is a monster about in outside world, sir. Like he killed 6 million people. How about his private life?
How about what, sorry?
Private life, sir.
What was his favorite breakfast and what was his shoe size?
Private life.
His private life? Well, there are whole biographies written on it. It was definitely a very colorful private life. Firstly, he was not born in Germany. He was born in Austria. He was a painter in an earlier life, not a very good painter, rather bad painter, and that's one of the reasons he grew very resentful also. His domestic arrangements I'm not going to discuss here because that might not be good for a school audience. But there are whole studies done on it. One of the great things about the West is people are so open to exploration that even as we know Hitler was a horrible, horrible man, scholars will still study and dissect every aspect of his personality. There are psychological studies, studies of his early life, studies of his later life, his military strategy, assassination attempts. Every aspect of his life has been studied. Whereas in India, we sometimes take historical figures and put them on pedestals. Especially after a certain important figure dies, you can't ask questions. They're seen almost as divine figures, and if you ask questions, someone will come and throw stones at you. Historians live always with the fear that somebody will throw stones at them, but that's really the message I would give you. Like, even with someone like Hitler, there's so much to read, you can go and explore yourself through all the books. Every aspect of him has been studied. There's nothing that has not been studied.
Fantastic. Yes, ma'am, you have a question? Okay, done. Fantastic. All of you all stop Googling and start Manu Pilaying. He knew everything, everything. Some connect, some book. I will, before I invite them on stage, 3 books you'd like to tell these young students that they should read. Do you recommend a book or 2?
So if you're not used to reading Indian history, I would suggest, there's a whole series done by a man called Abraham Erali. Their books are kind of fat, so they look a bit intimidating, but they're written beautifully. They won't overwhelm you. You'll just get drawn into the story. It's a wonderful introduction to Indian history, starting from the Harappan era down till the end of the Mughal Empire. So it's a huge swathe of history that's been covered in about 4 or 5 volumes. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful book to read, series to read. Another book that I would recommend is probably Ira Mukherjee's Daughters of the Sun. So you get a view of history told through the lives of women as opposed to the same old stories about men fighting wars and so on. This is about women and their inner world and their influence on politics and society. And the third one, I would recommend, in all modesty, my own book. Because why not? If you're first-time readers, there's a collection of essays called The Courtesan, The Mahatma, and The Italian Brahmin. 60-odd essays. Each essay is about 4 pages, so it won't sort of bog you down. It won't intimidate you. You'll enjoy reading it. If you're used to reading a little bit longer, there's a book called Rebel Sultans, which I mentioned in my talk. That's about the sultans of the Deccan, but also bringing together interesting stories and so on, which will also, I think, be enjoyable to your age group. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you for recreating history and bringing back history, Manu Pillai. Thank you. May I please request Dr. Mani Meghale, Mohandas sir, Srisha, and Mr. Nitin to come on stage.
I know there's one more person with a question there, but we'll do that later, next
There
time.
are about 1,000 questions actually. Everyone's got a question. Should I hold this for you? If you enjoyed this class in history, clap your hands, everybody. If you like the question on Adolf Hitler, clap your hands, everybody. I request you all to stay on stage, please. Thank you, Monopoly. Thank you very much. I request you all to stay on stage. 1 minute, ma'am. Yes, please. Nitin sir, please. Okay. Oh, we spoke about once upon a time there was the real world. To once upon a time there will be the real world. To create brands, to become a brand, to go viral, to sell ideas, to create a message, to become a voice, to become a face. There are simple algorithms, there's a simple ideas, and there's one man who's so simple that makes this complicated world look very, very interesting. Right from the world of followers to creating his own following and taking us into the world of AI, we had a wonderful workshop on digital marketing by Saurav Jain. This man needs no introduction, just needs some pictures. We need to tag him. We need to go popular with Saurav Jain. Please come on stage, please. If you all want to go viral, take this reel and share it. Thank you, Saurav. Thank you very much. And thinking, thought, we're so powerful. Thoughts can be so powerful. Thoughts can develop. Thoughts can destruct. But who would have actually realized that thoughts can also be very designful? On design thinking, we had a wonderful workshop by Mr. Roshan Raju. I request you to please come on stage, sir. Thank you. Clap your hands if you all want to think better. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Nitin, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now the moment that I've been waiting for since 9:30, ever since we started speaking about Goila butter chicken and those jalebis and sugar, you can understand what it is. What are we heading to? Come on. I was going to say food for thought. Okay, so what we're going to do right now, it's been a wonderful first half. If you enjoyed what happened so far, they say well begun is half done, but we're not yet done. We have a lot more lined up for you in the second half of this session. If you liked it so far, if you learned something so far, if you create some moments and some memories so far, clap your hands, SSVM. We need to know that you're transforming. We'll see you in a bit. Have a quick lunch. Don't eat too much, because what you need to be eating today is ideas, intentions, and transformations. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you. Stick around. We have lots happening. Have a quick lunch, and we'll catch you soon.
a young age, taking my soak into the masses, writing my poems for the few that look at me, took to me, shook at me, feeling me, singing from heartache, from the pain, taking my message from the veins, speaking my lesson from the brain, seeing the beauty through the... You make me a believer, believer. You break me down, you build me a believer, believer. Pain, oh let the bullets fly, oh let the rain. My love, my time, it came from... You make me a believer, believer. Third things third, send a prayer to the ones up above. All the hate that you've heard has turned your spirit to a dove. Oh, ooh, your spirit up above. Oh, ooh. I was choking in the crowd, building my rain up in the cloud, falling like ashes to the ground, hoping my feelings they would drown, but they never did. Ever lived, ebbing and flowing, inhibited, limited, till it broke up when it rained down. It rained down like... You make me a believer, believer. You break me down, you build me a believer, believer. Pain, oh let the bullets fly, oh let the rain. My love, my time, it came from... You make me a believer, believer. Last days last by the grace of the fire and the flames. You're the face of the future, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh. But they never did, ever lived, ebbing and flowing, inhibited, limited, till it broke up when it rained down. It rained down like... I want to stop.
Okay.
We can't.
Check, check, check. Not sound check. Alert check. Lights, please. Yeah. The most common question we ask each other, no matter what time of the day it is, "Saptingla." Very, very important. But today we won't start off with the same thing. We'll start off with, I remember my childhood days when I see this gentleman. Okay, shh. Make some sound, please. Okay, welcome back. It was a fantastic first half. Just to make sure that the mics are working, you are working, everyone's working. We're going to clap our hands to make sure that we're back in action, back to transform ourselves. SSVM, Arbiklama. Because we've got the media and the film stars also with us. Thank you, Kishan Das. All right. You know what? Before we start all of this and get on to some amazing talks that we have through the latter half of the day. Yeah, now my audio is more balanced. Okay. So, just to wake us up, just to make sure that we're at our alert, active best. You know, there are certain games we play as kids. I played that many, many years back. You have played it just few years back, or maybe you'll still play it. There are certain games that we play without knowing how significant, how impact, and the kind of message it has towards our life itself. It's got such a strong life statement. What are the games you played as kids that you think has a great impact or message in life? Anyone can say it. We'll start, throw the mics around. Don't throw it, just pass the mics around. But what are the games you all played as kids that have a very strong social connection or social message with you all? Is there anything? Raise your hands if you played games as kids. Raise your hands if you all have played games as kids. Okay. Hide and seek, running and catching. What are the other games? Blindfold, whatever that was called. Then 7 stones. I didn't play that. I was only told 7 wonders are there, and my mom said I'm the 8th. Okay. But there's this one game that we all must have played that unfortunately or fortunately we didn't realize what kind of a strong message it is carrying. The screen is distracting me. Good-looking men distract me. Okay, so you know this game that we used to play, musical chairs. You'll have played that? It's got a very strange message to life. Very strange message to life. I'll tell you why. What is musical chairs? 100 kids running around, 20 chairs first. Then someone's controlling the music. They pause it and you run towards this, not caring who's with you, how you're going, but you just want to go and land somewhere. Then you feel you're qualified to the next round. And again, you look at the people who have lost and you're again in the circle. So 100 becomes 80, 80 becomes 50, 50 becomes 20, but not realizing that the number of chairs also are reducing and reducing and reducing. People who went out of the game, people who were not focusing on the chair, at least they enjoyed the music standing behind and watching. But what are we doing in life? It's kind of the same thing. There are lakhs of people applying to a company that has only 1,000 jobs available. There are thousands of people who are trying to be those 20 upper management posts. There are 20 people who are trying to apply for that main general manager post. There are 4 people trying to apply for that one CEO post. In the rush for getting that chair, in the rush for getting that power, we're not even enjoying the music. We're not even enjoying life. We're not even enjoying our experience. Every single game we play as a child has some strong message. Musical chair today was maybe about getting that one chair. We didn't enjoy those 30 minutes. We were scared. We wanted to get that chair. We didn't enjoy that moment. When we got out, we were enjoying watching people make a fool of themselves and enjoying the music. And who was controlling all of this? Some man you never knew. Just pressing start, stop, start, stop. Eventually, when life is in your control, eventually when you're not in this chair race, they call it a rat race. I don't know why they call it a rat race. What have rats done to us? But if you're not in this race for things, if you're able to play your own music, I think life can be a lot more better. And that's why they say you don't need to be in a hunt for power. You need to be just unleashing the power within you. And today, be it yesterday, be it today and tomorrow as well, is a wonderful opportunity to learn from different people of different walks of life. What success means for him, for Kishan, it all means very, very different things. Maybe box office success, maybe number of following, maybe bank balance, maybe self-satisfaction, maybe the fact that your family and friends are proud of you. It can mean different things for different people. But sometimes to transform, it takes a situation, sometimes it takes an emotion, sometimes it takes success, sometimes it takes failure, sometimes it takes, like I say, it might take a 3-day conclave. And today, I do believe that yesterday, today or tomorrow, that we eventually find the answer and begin transforming by understanding our power and where to unleash the power within us. To take this forward, as we've got a lot more lined up, I'm a speaker, so I can keep on speaking, but you're not good listeners, as good as a speaker I think I am. Watch the screen and understand education is not about Q&A. Education is about asking the right questions. Education is not about teaching. Education is about transforming. Why are we transforming today? Why do we have this conclave? And when do we realize the power needs to be unleashed? Watch it on the screen right now.
Namaste, everybody. Please sit down. Now, how are you all doing today? You all look quite excited. Great. Since you all are very enthusiastic today, can we do an interesting activity? You all love your country, isn't it? What is India from your point of view? What are the changes you would like to see in India?
Equality? No beggars. No corruption? No pollution.
Okay.
Flying cars. Flying cars? Clean India. AIs everywhere?
Wow.
Regulated traffic? No exams, probably. No exams?
What? Nice. All right. You all seem to have big dreams for India and especially you. Now, whom do you think has the power to bring about these changes? Come on, let's take a paper and draw the game changer.
You can't see it now.
Who is this gentleman?
He's my father, a policeman. He's the best.
Okay. Well done, guys. Your drawings are really interesting. You seem to be quite a visionary. Okay, now I have someone in my mind who can transform India. Do you all want to see who that is? Some of you form a line. Do you all want to see who that is?
Yes, ma'am.
So, my dears, who did you see? Yes, it's you. It's not Spider-Man nor Superman. It's you who is going to transform India. Now tell me, who is going to transform India? Who is going to fill India with flying cars?
Yes, it's me.
That requires two applauses. We've got Mr. Aman Gupta inside, and we've also got the wonderful end of the AV. So clap your hands once again, everybody. Okay. Sometimes it's futuristic to think about startups, business, entrepreneurs, but sometimes the child in us just likes to play again, relive those memories, rekindle those moments. And when I see Rob in front of me, I remember, not like I haven't aged and only you have. We both have grown, sir. But still, Pogo, those little wonderful things where you made simple things add a smile to a person's face. But today, I think one of the greatest successes is to smile. But you made it look so simple at that point of time. And it's so great to see you in person. I remember that Pogo logo, and you are the star of a lot of childhood memories. So I request you to please come on stage along with Mr. Mohan Das, sir, Srisha ma'am as well, Nitin sir as well, and I will also be on stage as well. Thank you. Kishan, late vandalo, latest avaru ani. In life, we have so many career decisions to make, right? We're always asked this question when you're trying to choose option A, option B. They'll ask you, do you want to be a small fish in a big pond, or do you want to be a big fish in a small pond? Have you come across those things? Yeah? Very hard to choose, very hard to choose. But sometimes you just stand up by saying, forget the fish, forget the pond. Why not be a shark in a tank? Can be quite cool that way as well. We're told so often, life is a journey, but we're such interesting, smart youngsters. We say, yeah, life is a journey. We never ask how we travel. Do you want to travel by walk, by train, by flight, or sometimes some people have a boat? To talk about this, talk about a brand, to talk about a product, to talk about a legacy, to talk about maybe a subject that school will not teach you, but your own life will teach you. 5 failures will teach you, but still the world will talk only about its success. We talk about this now. To speak about a very, very inspiring, very interesting speaker, we invite a student of SSVM to introduce him. Actually, he doesn't need introduction, but still we'll do it.
Hey Suresh,
Hey Sri Darshan.
you know about whom we are going to talk today?
No idea. I'm clueless.
Okay, at least you have any idea of boat?
You mean the best of all time?
It is best of all time, but I'm not talking about that boat. I'm talking about the goat boat.
Oh, that boat.
Yeah, the brand which manufactures the best gadgets of all time.
I totally agree with that statement. And I love boats. They never disappoint me.
Now, I'm gonna talk about the man, the mastermind behind the brand.
Go on then, introduce him.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's none other than Mr. Aman Gupta, the mastermind behind the brand. The co-founder and chief marketing officer of the most preferred brand boat, with his time-tested strategies enabling and enriching it to conquer the major share of market in India and across the globe with his new gadgets. A man with humble background broke the conventional Padma Vyuha of traditional lifestyles and stereotype pattern of life. Made a rhythm of his own, reaping success and leading an envious life, is here to ignite our minds with his scintillating thoughts. He featured in the Shark Tank India, and that's where he gained his fame and popularity. He was one among the most popular shark of the show. He also invested in a numerous number of startups, helping them with his ideas and experience. He was also felicitated with the Entrepreneur of the Year 2020. I take immense pleasure in inviting the most charming personality of this afternoon to the dais. With a great round of applause, let us all welcome Mr. Aman Gupta.
Sir, Vanakkam, welcome to Coimbatore.
Thank you. Well, this is this is lovely to be here, and this is my first time to Coimbatore. So, guys, be kind to me, right?
You know, we had this thing here, marketing maniac, a marketing guru, a marketing genius. Everyone wants to look at him and he's wearing the brand boat, so how can we not look at that? Okay, so first of all, I'm extremely honored to meet you. We've seen you on TV, we've seen your products all over the places. But Mr. Aman Gupta, people speak about the success of boat. Not many people actually want to understand the failures that you went through. How many of you all actually know that he tasted, he dwelled and learned with a lot of failures? How many of you all know that? But we know the success of boat, right? We talk about that, Mr. Aman Gupta. What was it that happened before, and how did number 6 turn out? Like Dhoni has 7, do you have 6?
Good one. Everything is around Dhoni, right? In Tamil Nadu. No, but I was. I'll start even further, right? I'll go even further, right? I'll say school times, right? I was a commerce student, and then I joined. I did my CA, Chartered Accountancy, right? I started my first business way back in 2004, right? And that was my first business which I did. It was in trading of products. After that, I started 5 businesses. Like you starting the first question with failure, so I'm talking about it. So we've done 5 businesses before, I've done, right? And all of them failed. I took money from my dad for the first 5 businesses, and he kept investing in me. Why don't you try this? And I said, yeah. And then I went again, and I said, I want to do this. Then he said, okay, take this money, do that. When I was doing my 6th business, he said, I am no longer giving you money, right? I am done. You're losing all my money. So he didn't give me money for my 6th one, right? So I went to a company called JBL. Have you guys heard of JBL?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, don't buy it, but okay. Just if you heard it is a good thing, but don't buy JBL. So I went to a company which was in similar space. I love gadgets, right? I love headphones, I love speakers, I love watches. So gadgets is something which I love. So, I thought I want to do something in gadget space, right? I'm a finance graduate, done MBA in finance, but everybody was like, gadget space mein kyun ja raha hai banda, right? Why do you want to do marketing? Why do you want to do sales? Why is this fascination for gadgets? I did that. I went to JBL. I applied there, learned a lot from them, 2 years, and then I started Boat. So Boat has been decently well. I wouldn't say it's a success story yet. It has done well, but miles to go, right? Still too much to be done. So 5 failures and 1 success. People don't remember failures. People just talk about success. You don't need, in school, college, everybody can't be a prefect. Everybody can't be a head boy. Everybody can't. I'll tell you my story, right? I was not even, in my school, I was in DPS, RK Puram, right? We have, it's a big school. We have head boys. We have prefects. Then we have house captains. Then we have student coordinators. Then in class, we have monitors. I was never even a monitor. Nobody made me a monitor also. Does it matter today? No. So it doesn't matter how you've failed or how you've not been given the right designations. Keep working hard, keep doing well, keep to your passions, follow your passion. There will be success at the end of the day, and that's what has happened to me.
Fantastic. It was wonderfully narrated, the story. We'll get into finer details. He might not have been his class monitor, but he's India's earbuds, for sure. So, Mr. Aman Gupta, what happened in the first 5 ventures that when you look back, number 1, number 2, number 3, these were mistakes I made. And when I started Boat, I ensured I don't do this mistake. A finance man got into marketing. So basically, there must be something that changed within you, not your academics, but it's your inside that gave you some other lessons.
Academics at that time and academics today are totally different, right? Today I was talking to ma'am and she was telling me how institutions like SSVM are giving holistic learning, right? Just not about only padhai, only rattabazi. I don't know, rattabazi ko English mein kya bolenge? You understand Hindi?
Yeah, I understand.
So हमारे यहाँ पर time पे ना ratta करवाते थे कि पढ़ो. मतलब there was nothing other than padhai. कि you just have to study. And
there was a force to educate yourself. There's a force to study. You were pushed. You had no option.
You had no option. मतलब मेरे को तो पहले तो I shouldn't say this. मम्मी ने तो मारा भी है कि पढ़ाई कर ले, right? That I've gone through that type of life that you have to study today institutes like, SSVM, all these new age schools, you have so much opportunities. I, in my life, have never heard an entrepreneur speaking till college, right? You guys are calling entrepreneurs. We are sharing our stories. There are so many influencers, media guys. So I think education by itself is changing. I don't think students would like to only do murattabazi now, right? So I think education played a very important role in shaping people today, right? So in our times, it was not the case, and you guys should be lucky. You are in an institute like this, which talks about holistic education, and I think, was that your question?
On those lines, but you took it somewhere else. Like boat, you sailed somewhere else.
I forgot the question while answering it, sorry.
No, what we are asking you also was the lessons that you learned, sir.
So lessons that I learned on my, first you asked me failing lessons, now you're asking me?
Lessons that you learned that you made sure you don't imply in boat, the success of boat.
So, when I started my first few companies, I used to spend too much time on irrelevant stuff, right? What is the admin team doing? What is the HR team doing? I did not have the right product, right? So there is something known as product market fit, that the product has to fit for the consumer to take, right? It's like a product market fit. So product छोड़ के हमने सब कुछ पे focus किया. But now when I started boat, I realized कि boss पहले ऐसा product बनाओ कि consumer को खरीदने का मन करे. अगर वो सही है, बाकी चीजें होती रहेंगी. The rest of the things will fall in place. Most important is to know your consumer better and go backward. Don't waste your time on 100 other things.
Absolutely. Get the product right, a product that you're so proud of. Money becomes a byproduct, no, sir? Tell me a bit about startup culture. Today, when people see you on Shark Tank, they say, we want to become like Aman Gupta. They know your bank balance also. Correct me if I'm wrong. What's your bank balance, sir?
Why should I tell you?
Sir, it'll transform our mindset, sir.
I don't know if there is somebody from income tax here or something. Why should I tell you all this?
So, startup culture abhi shuru hua hai, sir. People, when they think it's very cool or they believe it's very cool, that once we finish our studies, we should start something on our own. We should struggle. A group of friends should get together and change society, one aspect of society. What are people doing right in India's startup culture, and what are you scared of, like without thinking, without enough education, without enough experience? You become an entrepreneur when you are educated and you're experienced. That's when you become a seasoned entrepreneur. Can you, your insights on India and its startup culture?
I think it's the best time in India to start up, right? पहले ना ऐसे कभी, it was not the moments were not as good as what it is now. When I was starting a company, people used to love doing MNC, not when I was getting into the career mode, right? People used to love working for MNCs. एक ना culture आया था पहले, कुछ बहुत साल पहले, people used to work in public companies, then they started working in MNCs. Now is the time when people don't mind, and I'm so happy that now people don't mind working in startups or starting their own stuff, right? Starting something on their own. It's a big change in the society, right? Even if you look at the governments are encouraging startups. Even if you look at colleges, schools, they are encouraging startup culture. And there is an amazing show, it's called Shark Tank. Have you heard of that, right? So good. So there are amazing...
Have you been on it, sir?
No, there are amazing shows which have come up, which are promoting... there are amazing shows which are promoting startup culture. So it is, have you heard of a day called Startup Day? Ever? No, right? No. This was the first year it was introduced by the government. Startup days are being celebrated, and people are ready to take risks, right? I was at the delegation which went to France last 2 weeks back. So I went with Prime Minister Modi ji, and there were a lot, table thi, usme sare Indian and French businessmen were sitting, okay? And it was like somebody who had 6 factories, somebody who had 6 factories in Europe, somebody who had 6 generations of business, right? There was Indigo CEO, Mr. Bhatia, the chairman. He was there and he said, I have bought, together with Air India, we bought 1,000 planes. There was this guy from Airbus who's saying, Airbus is a French company, right? A French, European, German company. So he's like, we make the best planes. Imagine in that table, there was a person like me who has just started a company 6 years old, also sitting in the same dais, right? That is what startups are doing today. And all of us are dreaming big, right? All students here are dreaming big. All new startups are dreaming big. We all love French brands, right? We do? We all love French brands. I went to the conference and I was like sitting there, and when my turn to talk came, I said, I am representing the new India, and the new India is dreaming big. Why can't we have French people loving Indian brands, right? That's a dream which I have. I want to take boat to a place where we go global, right?
Fantastic. Yeah.
Well, I have seen so many people standing outside Apple stores. Why can't people stand, that's a dream I have, and foreigners will be standing outside a boat store in some other country trying to buy a boat, right? Why should we all only be mad about apples of this world? We should be mad about boat, right? A for apple, B for boat. That should be taught in schools.
Sir, talk about the vision for boat. When you started off boat, did you think it's going to be this big? Or what was your vision? And how did you change your vision? And why is A in caps?
So don't ask 4 or 5 questions. Ask one by one, because I forget the first question.
How did you start and the vision for boat?
So when I started, as I said, I worked, I didn't know anything about gadgets. I didn't know anything about consumer electronics. I didn't know how to sell, where to buy from. So the best way is to join a competitor, right? So I joined JBL. So all of you who want to do something in any space, join a competitor and learn from them. They will give you money also, teach you also, and you can be a better competitor, right? That's what I did, right? Sorry, mans, I may not be saying the right thing, but it is the fact. Do that. So I joined JBL. They taught me a lot, and I started boat, right? That's how boat started.
And when we say the marketing genius, Aman Gupta, the name that you came out with, boat, how did that name come by, and how do you build a company into a brand in 6 short years?
नहीं तो बहुत easy है, as I said कि बहुत सारे नाम आ रहे थे पहले हम लोग जब start कर रहे थे ना, people want, somebody saw it कि put a word called sonic, put this, put that, but boat is a very cool word, right? It's very easy, like I said, anywhere you go in India or the world, boat तो सबको ही पता है ना क्या होता है. Now look at the brands present today. And if you look at most of my competitors are Chinese brands, right? Can you pronounce them? One is Huawei, one is Xiaomi, one is Wali, one is Nini, right? It's very difficult. And look at boat.
That's why the marketing guru.
No, look
he
at
didn't
boat.
even say his competitor's name correctly.
Nobody can mispronounce a boat.
Yeah.
Right? Whatever you try. Sometimes just people say boat or something because of the capital A, but otherwise it's boat. And why did I keep the name boat? It is very easy, right? So there was a tagline called plug into nirvana, right? So you go on a boat, you take a boat, you leave the land behind, you leave the worry behind, right? You enjoy your life, you go into your own zone. So same way you wear a boat headphone, you plug into your own zone, you plug into nirvana. So that's how the name boat came.
Lovely. Now we understand, we knew the name boat, now we understand why the name boat. So imagine today, I believe there are a lot of young entrepreneurs here who want to start something different, do something big, like you're saying, this is the new India. If today Aman Gupta has to get into one segment, enter one field of service or product or manufacturing or trading, where do you see the market? And where do you think one should spend their time, effort and money? Give us the business idea to become junior Aman Gupta.
Why should I give you?
So we are transforming, sir.
If I give you, you will start tomorrow. What will I do?
Today, sir, today we start.
I am not giving you that idea.
How does one spot an opportunity?
So I think it's very easy. There are so many opportunities, right? If you look at today, robotics, AI, look at what I never dreamt of. I met somebody who's making spacecrafts, missiles, right? Look, imagine what is happening to the space industry in India, right? Look at Make in India as a platform where, manufacturing was out. Now people are looking at manufacturing. Health, all these young guys are more healthy than what people of our generation was. Look at environment studies. There are so many new aspects, areas which are getting big. So industry-wise, get into something which the consumers like. I was never, as environment conscious as this generation is. I remember my daughter. I have my daughter. I used to do पटाखों को क्या बोलते हैं इंग्लिश में?
Cracker.
Crack. ओए हिंदी आती है हम लोगों को, ठीक है. So हम लोग crackers. I'll talk a little bit in Hindi. So crackers हम लोग, we used to burn crackers, right? And I used to love it when I used to burn crackers, right? But today my daughter is like, save the environment. You can't burn crackers. Is that right? It's a generation change. It's a total generation change. So I think there are so many new trends emerging out of, and all these guys, all these young people, I love talking to them. They are the ones who tell us what the next future is going to be. I never expected. I used to wear Action Bata shoes, right? Now you talk to these guys, they all love Jordans, right? They love shoes which are very different from what our parents or probably us we used to buy, right? I was telling somebody yesterday, so I went to Amsterdam and I asked my daughter, what do I get for you? You know what did she say? She said, get prime bottle of water. You guys know what prime water is? Correct? No? So imagine the sound came from behind, not from this second row, not the theater, right? So people are saying, I want prime water because that's something very different from what we thought people, my other would want to buy, right? And that's a revolution. People love, these children love prime water bottles, and I had to get it from Amsterdam for her. Imagine. So I think the young generation moves at a very different pace, right? If you ask, like 5 years back, everybody was on Facebook, correct, but the young guys were on Instagram, correct? Now if you ask these guys, most of them will be on Snapchat. Am I right? No, ma'am is not. Ma'am has not been. Ma'am is saying, don't tell everyone, right? So they might be on Snapchat, right?
Correct.
They will move much faster than all of us, and you have to just know what these guys love, what they want to do, and just move with them.
Lovely. How many of you are on Snapchat? Just quietly raise.
अभी वो बताना नहीं चाहते सारे.
Ma'am, are you on Snapchat? So, sir, now marketing is a word that's very closely associated to the name Aman Gupta. We believe marketing is your middle name because that's something that you have aced. Taken a product, made it a brand, and made it a household name. Sometimes we believe marketing is actually a form of information. But today, marketing can be very misleading. You put the Axe perfume, you're expecting thousands of women to come to you. You put a cream for 7 days, you're supposed to be white. Marketing, what is the ethical way of doing it, and what's the innovative way of doing it, and what's the interesting way of doing it? Because yahan pe we need to have a line between being authentic, being creative, but also informing the people, not misleading people.
Today's audience, you can't mislead, right? They are so, I would say, there are so much on social media. They are talking to each other. अगर मैं कुछ भी गलत करता हूँ ना, कुछ भी मैं नहीं, मतलब कोई भी करता है, they will make it viral second day. They will do a hashtag boycott X, right? You cannot cheat this audience. They are much smarter, right? There was a brand earlier called Skull Candy. Have you heard of it?
I know.
Your generation brand, right? So there was a brand called Skull Candy.
1 second.
Sorry.
Wait.
Sorry.
Forget Skull, it hit my heart. Yeah.
Sorry. So Skull Candy used to be a good brand. Rest in peace, right? So and people used to buy it. But the products were shit. Sorry, I can't say shit here. Products were bad, right? They were very bad products. What happened when they came online? People got to know through reviews that it's not as good as they claim it to be. People today, if I launch a product, people will write reviews that boss, ye kya gadna product hai? Get the product rating right, get it, do something about it. Otherwise, they will not buy. So today's consumer, you cannot cheat. It's over. Those days are over. You have to be authentic. Second, If I do something which somebody else has done, they will say, "Arey, I have seen it before." Right? There are so many brands today which copy us. Right? Our company's name is Boat. Somebody has now started a company called Fireboat. Right? People copy us, right, left, and center. There is another brand called Bolt. I have put a case against them. Thoda to dimag laga lo, you know, at least have something which is original. But people don't buy them just because they know that this is not authentic. So people are smart. So you have to be very careful. Your last part of marketing, I have never studied. Imagine, he's saying I'm a marketing genius. My middle name is marketing. I have not studied marketing. I am a chartered accountant, finance guy. MBA in finance and strategy. I have not studied marketing as a major. I don't know. I don't understand. In fact, I feel marketing keeps changing every few years. For me, marketing is very simple. What is KYC? Know your consumer. In Hindi, there is a line called Grahak Bhagwan hai. It means customer is the God. That is the only principle you have to know. Know what he wants and go backward. That's what I do. Simple, clean, simple marketing.
How simple this class was of marketing. Before I open out the session
You know, otherwise people use so many jargons in marketing, right? Some people, when you talk to, I shouldn't say this, but there must be a marketing professor here. Talk to him. Oh, you have to talk about customer obsession, which goes through conjoint analysis. You have to do market research. I say all this is bullshit, right? Be clean, simple. Talk about the consumer backward. That's it.
KYC, that's all. Marketing is KYC. Don't take a course, just KYC. And connect with your consumers. So now, sometimes they say an entrepreneur is born. Sometimes they say an entrepreneur is made. When are you ready for entrepreneurship, sir? Who should start an entrepreneur? Who should wait? Because there are many dreams here. When do they start? Because we spoke about your success stories, correct, sir? But there are so many startups that have started and stopped and dissolved. Nobody knows about that. So when is one, or when do you think one is ready to start?
I think I was outside and I was walking with ma'am, and I really wanted, we were getting late, but I wanted to see the stalls which these guys have put in, right? There were some stalls about some business. I really want to walk through that, and I will do that for the next half an hour. Abhi to India-Pakistan match shuru hone wala hai, usse jaldi se pehle. I want to walk through that alley, and I want to understand what new startups, what are children doing, right? That opportunity I never used to have earlier. And that's what I wanted to say. Start as soon as possible. Start in college, start in school, learn from school, learn from your mistakes. I have not learned so much at ISB, my business school, than I have learned at starting up and at failures, at my businesses. So I think you get to know the principles of businesses, you get to know how to talk to people, you get social skills. You know, here, if there is somebody who's put a stall, he's talking about his venture to 10 people or 20 people per day. He is explaining, and I'm sure when he explains for the first time, it will not be as good as he would explain it at the 10th time. I have never gone to this is probably the second school I've been. I may not be perfect here, but when this opportunity came that why don't you come to SSVM school, I normally go to colleges, and I love college students. I love school students also. But when I went to a college, first college I went, I'll tell you, believe me not, I may be a very, I've been to Shark Tank, everything. But when I walk up that stair, I used to have jitters, right? मेरे हाथ हिलते थे, मेरे से माइक ऐसे हो रहा होता था कि जब मैं बोलता था, correct? But when I heard the student here talking and introducing me, and he was talking so confidently, right? I thought he's reading from somewhere. That, I was asking him. These students get opportunities, right? And grab them. Start wherever you want to. You will get that confidence, which I didn't have. Now, and अब मतलब मैं 10-15 बार जा चुका हूँ. I've become a little perfect. I can talk on the stage. My daughter, she gets so many opportunities to be on the stage that one day I told her कि आदा मेरे को बहुत डर लगता है. क्या करना? What should I do? मेरे हाथ हिलते हैं. कहती, why are you worried? Doesn't matter. Don't look at them. Look at somebody there. Look at the wall here and talk. Imagine. So I think start as soon as possible. Keep doing. Keep trying. Keep failing. I hope you succeed in your first startup. That is the best thing. Mark Zuckerberg did that, but he's only 1 in a billion, right? I hope we get the next Mark Zuckerberg from India, from this college probably, right? But do it, go for it, start soon, start now.
Education, experience, and entrepreneurship. I think these three are journeys that will last forever. And even if you ace it, like he has, he still says it is a fastest growing brand. Doesn't call it the fastest grown brand. Doesn't call it a fully grown brand. So I know there are hands raising, but what's the vision? Now, I recently came across this ring that you all have come out with, sir. A smart wearable ring. I asked Mr. Suresh Jumani, he said not available. Suresh Jumani in Music Zone. Yeah. So, what's the vision? Next year when we have you here, so I'm just taking that as a commitment, okay? So next year when we have you here, what is Boat's success going to be gauged by?
So, when we started off as a company, we were only doing, imagine what we started off as: headphones, cables, chargers. Then we went into smartwatches last year. Now we launched our smart ring, and it was a 9,000 rupees ring. It is not cheap, 9,000 rupees. In 3 days, it was sold out. We never expected it to get such much traction, right? And it is a very small ring, and that does all wearable technology, right? Technology is moving so fast that you can't even imagine. We did, earlier when we launched, we had headphones, then we had neckbands, now we have TWS, and that is also getting smaller. I don't know whether there will be an invention from these guys. They'll make a chip, you eat the chip, and you have an embedded headphone inside, right? I don't know where the technology is moving, artificial intelligence is moving. So there is so much happening on the technology front, R&D. In Boat also, if we don't develop new products, we will die. If we had not brought the ring out, he wouldn't have spoken about it. Suresh Jumani wouldn't have spoken about it. People wouldn't have known that there is a ring on Boat. So you keep innovating, keep doing new things, and that's how you keep yourself fresh and updated with the technologies. Otherwise, all these students will shift into some other brand, which I don't want.
That will not, we'll not allow that to happen, sir.
Okay.
Skull Candy was in my time. No, sit down, sir. Okay, questions. So
What
many.
is this? This is like a Bisleri Rockstar. It's like for me only or for everyone?
Only for you, sir. Okay, ready? Yeah, shoot your question, ma'am. Why don't you have both mics also?
Sir, so it's actually based on a situation type question. If there is a sustainable bath product range company ideology, how should the marketing strategy be formed if it wants a global reach?
What's your product? I'll tell you.
If it's a sustainable bath product company.
Bath product. Okay, so basically she wants you to do the marketing, so very clear. So she has a sustainable bathing product and she wants a global reach. I'll tell you why take his effort. Yeah? Take a brand ambassador, his name is called Mr. Aman Gupta. Use his face. That's all.
No, but what class are you in?
I'm in 8th.
How can you ask this question?
Sir, because it's my company.
No, but you are so young to ask these questions. This is amazing, right? This is crazy because in school I didn't know all this, right? I was just running after girls and
That's the only thing he and me did same.
I didn't even do what you're doing in 8th. This is amazing. Like, so it is good to start something at that age and talk to industry founders and entrepreneurs and asking these questions. So a bathing product is like the towel.
No, sir.
Shampoos, body washes.
Like kind of like soaps.
Soaps and shampoos and all. So, and it also depends. So I'll tell you, if you have to start that first, keep it chemical free, right? Today,
Yes, sir.
Everybody wants like a vegan, chemical free, sulfate free, and but don't make the product free, but to keep it free from all these chemicals.
Ours is eco-friendly, and there's a skin disease called rosacea. Our soaps prevent that from happening.
You have already done so good marketing, right? Today. First, I would say that whenever you launch it, take it to your friends, take it to your family, take it to your teachers, and ask them to give you review of the product, right? And if you've launched that product, make them experiment it, and they will tell you the right feedback, whether what you're claiming it to be, whether it has it or not, right?
Yes, sir.
Once they get the success, then tell each of your friend, if you start it now, then ask all of your friends to promote it to 10 of their friends, right? Make them buy. If you ask them, are you my friend? Buy 10. And that is the best thing which happened to us. When we started, word of mouth, I didn't have money. I didn't have so much marketing money. So word of mouth was the best thing. I sold it to my 100 people, and then those 100 sold it to 10,000, 10,000 sold it to a lakh. And today we sell 3 crore units a year, right? And word of mouth. So the best form of marketing is word of mouth. So do that, use that as much as you can.
Would you like to fund her venture, sir?
Yeah, come to Shark Tank.
My pleasure.
Come to
sir.
Shark Tank
I'll be
season
around.
3. I'm still a shark there, so please come.
Honored, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely question. Okay, next, ma'am. That's the effect, sir. You gave such hot information.
Well, thank you for that inspirational talk. I want to ask one thing, that while escalating your business in this cutthroat competition, how do you maintain the value system and the life skills while harnessing profits as well?
Beautiful question.
That's a very good question. And see, that's a big challenge. When the company, when we started, we were doing X sales, and now we are doing maybe 1000X of what we started at to be, right? You have to, like us, I don't know a lot of things. I don't know how to run such a big company. I really don't know how, it's running a small company is different from running a big company, right? So I have now kept professional people, professional management to start running the company because they can do it better than me, right? What I can do better than them is to get the culture of boat, which is there, still embedded, right? So I am working on very different things from what these guys are. And if you lose the culture, the vibe of the brand, then you die. And I don't want to do that. I want to grow. So I am managing the culture. I'm probably the chief HR officer of the company now, right? That's what I'm managing. Expectations from people of different divisions, different people, different age groups. Just imagine, ma'am, मेरी marketing age की team की average age क्या है marketing team की? 23. But the people we are getting now are all experienced people, right? Who are running the company. Now imagine a 23-year-old who's trying to talk in a language who, I'll tell you, these children here, they'll talk in a language which my daughter, she says, I was telling her something, do this, do that. So she's like, you do you, right? And she talks in a language like on a Friday, she'll write, yeah, it's Friday. I thought it's a spelling mistake, right? But it's a slang. Imagine the old guys in the company now who are coming in 30s, 35s, 40s. They don't understand what they are talking. So I'm trying to bridge that gap between both these guys, and that's the biggest challenge in my company today is how to manage that culture between two different generations.
Very nice question, ma'am. Up next.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh,
Yeah.
so sweet.
So,
Where are
like, why do you only sell electronics that you can hear from that?
Sorry?
Why do you only sell electronics
That you can hear from
that we can
AirPods
hear
and-
from?
Good one. No, I just got an idea. I will sell electronics. You can talk from also, right? These mics. But I didn't know anything else. It's best. So for me, and that is something which I tell all students, you should do what you like doing. If you like, just follow your passion. I've done that. Now our company slogan, our tagline has also changed. It's now called do what floats your boat, right? It means that if you like doing something and if you do that, then it won't feel like it's education, it's boring, right? Like I was talking to ma'am and she's like, if you come to school, you should enjoy school. So same way I enjoyed selling gadgets. It doesn't look like I'm selling something. I love doing it, so that's why I'm doing it. Like she likes bathing products. He likes, what do you like?
I like you, sir.
No. Yeah.
Okay, up next.
So, hi, sir.
Hi.
A boat
Continue.
which is
Like, hi,
successfully
sir.
sailed.
And she's like, that's
Okay, let me say. Boat which is successfully sailing company is the sixth business. After 5 failures, what was the motivation to start your sixth business, sir?
Did you guys watch that movie from Salman Khan called Kick? Right?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, it's what, So, I didn't get kicked from what I was doing. I was very bored of what I was doing. I didn't want to get bored. I wanted to do something of my own. Today, when I started, I never thought that I was one of the workers, I was one of the employees. Today, we are proud to say we have 6,000 employees in our company, right? And that joy of giving employment in the country, bringing it back from, probably a China or a foreign country and bringing it back to India is a different joy. Serving that, doing, if you ask me, I probably, like he said, I don't have to work for money anymore. I'm like, touch wood, God has given me enough, right? Why do I keep working? I want to build something else. As I said, have you heard, if I can ask anybody here, give me 10 brands from India which have made a mark globally. Not many, other than the outsourcing companies, right? Who try to sell, it's mostly outsourcing, right? But other than that, there are no brands. So why can't an Indian brand be a popular brand? So my purpose, my vision now was something else, that I wanted to create something that Indians love and call it as their own brand. Today, touch wood, God has been kind, and for last 3 years, Boat has been the #1 audio player in the country, right? Imagine, when we started, there were a lot of JBL, Sennheiser, Skull Candy, Sony, but I had that dream. People thought that I'm crazy. People thought, how can you build a brand in an industry which is so commoditized, where there are so many players, 200 brands. There were Indian brands, there were Chinese brands, there were Firangi brands, but I still made it. That confidence which I had, that I can do it, right? There is a very famous line from a very famous guy. It says, "Hum bhi bana lenge," right? It's a very common line. So that's an attitude which we have, right? It's an attitude which says, go for it. Nothing can stop you. If you believe in it, go for it. And now the world believes in it.
Hello, sir. If suppose there is a time gap between the ideation and the production of the product, and it's too long, so till the product comes to the market, it's get outdated, then what are we supposed to do in that situation?
I think you guys, are not from school. How can you ask this question again? This is like a very good question. Like, it's not supposed to come from school students, but you guys are amazing. So, that's actually a very good question, because you have to look at time to market very effectively. If you are late today, if you ask me that, I would say I was lucky that Boat was born at a time when online was also evolving and disrupting. If you ask me that, can I create another Boat today? The answer is no, because it's difficult. So time to market is very critical. If I launch a technology which is 2 years old, nobody will buy. Today, if she's launching bathing products, now imagine she puts, if it's not environment friendly, will you buy? No, correct? And imagine you've done R&D, spend money on something which in the future may not be relevant. So you have to actually hustle. You have to, and I love that word hustle. You have to hustle hard. You have to get it on time. There is no way you can be behind the market, because today in India, everybody is dreaming entrepreneurship. Everyone. You come here, you go to this school, you guys are talking entrepreneurship. Outside, there are people sitting, they are thinking of a new idea. There are people who are thinking about business ideas. If you don't do it, somebody else will do it, right? If you don't do it on time, they will do it. So you have to run, you have to do it fast. There is no way that time gap, you have to ensure that time gap keeps reducing. Go to incubators, talk to your teachers, talk to your ma'ams on how the school can help you, how the college can help you. Come to Shark Tank, sharks will help you. Do all that. Get your time reduced. Get the product launched very fast. Otherwise, you will lose. Have you guys seen 3 Idiots? उसमें वो बोलता है ना, तेज नहीं भागोगे तो पीछे रह जाओगे. वो सच है. भागना पड़ेगा. There is no option.
Yes, sir.
Namaste, sir.
नमस्ते. ये ऊपर वालों को भी दो ना माइक, बेचारे वो बैठे हैं.
Sir, here, sir.
Where is? I can't see you. Oh, hi.
Yes, sir. So your principle for marketing is just very simple, sir.
Yeah.
You follow the customers on their demands and satisfy it. So in the market, you see there are different types of people requiring different satisfactions. So how do you satisfy them?
How do you satisfy everybody? Because it's a very individualistic thing.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
so many people, so many ideas, so many expectations. How do you satisfy everybody?
So, I'll tell you a small story. When we were launching our earphone, it was called Bass Heads. And, bass, I put like 20 A's in it. It was called Bass Heads, right? It was so simple that we have made the product for people who like bass. I don't want to target the people who want good sound, clean sound. Our products may not have the best clean sound, but for an Indian consumers, there is another saying called baby ko bass pasand. Indian consumers love bass, correct? वो हमसे ही चोरी करिए line, ठीक है? Baby को bass pasand, India को bass pasand है. I've been saying from day zero. If India loves bass, I put a lot of bass in the product. Getting what I'm saying? So you don't have to cater to everyone. I cater to the consumers which loved bass. While the whole world was putting products which had good, clean studio sound. But Indians need bass, give them bass, no? So you can't, you don't need to, India इतनी बड़ी country है, you don't need to, sell to everyone.
Yes, sir.
अगर critical mass भी खरीद ले, India does not like monopolies. Everybody will not buy you.
Yes, sir.
For sure. Everybody will not like you also. If there are 5 sharks, somebody says, I am the favorite shark, somebody else's favorite shark is somebody else, then somebody else. You can't expect everyone to love you also. You can't expect everyone to buy you. So if you get critical mass, you get the right consumers, your target consumers, it's okay, man. Keep trying. Then you launch another brand which is catering to somebody else. Something like that.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, in the gallery. Sir, in the gallery.
Top.
Hi.
Sir, firstly, big fan, sir. Like, you are my favorite shark.
Thank you.
So my question is, according to you, what is the age for opening a startup? Like 13, 14?
Like yesterday, he said. He said, like, start yesterday.
No, I would say my personal view is have that entrepreneurial mindset, right? It's not necessary that you start up today, but learn the principles of entrepreneurship. Try your hand, take it like a course of entrepreneurship, right? As soon as the idea comes, go for it, right? Try it out, experiment it. The best is, I would say, पढ़ाई खत्म करो, education खत्म करो और अपनी company start करो. If you get good college, go there, start it on the side, right? As soon as you finish school, go to a college, start a startup. That's what I would say.
Sir, one more question. So, do you think that if I am very interested in business, so shall I complete MBA or be a graduate and after that start a business, or just as soon as I leave the school I'll?
No, but as soon as you finish the school, take I would say take admission in a good college, and then on the parallel side start a startup, because you may not know if you are too late in starting, then you might be better late than never, right? But you might not just start it only because somebody else would have started it. So go to a college and then on the parallel start your startup, because when you go to a college, there are people get friends people get co-founders there. If you look at IIT today, a lot of startups come from IIT, Christ College, VITs, and all these institutes have a lot of associations, incubator schools, and a lot of competitions for startups which start. So do that once you reach college, but start working on your idea or start learning the skills now, which like put up stalls, talk to people, go to read books on entrepreneurship, read books on startup founders, do that, and that will help.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Super. Very nice.
Yes.
Sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello,
Namaste.
Yeah.
May I go ahead?
Yeah. First you and then you.
So how do you take all the challenges and how do you face it, and how are you a person who takes challenges? Few entrepreneurs say that challenges are like my close friends. So how do you take them and how you deal with them?
So your question is, how do you face challenges and how do you deal with them? There will be challenges at everywhere you go, right? Whether you're in school, you'll have challenges of probably becoming the monitor or the class head boy or probably scoring the best marks. You go to college, then you have challenges of getting to the best college. Then you are starting up, then you have challenges of getting the right team or the right funding. then you go beyond, then you have, if you look at Reliance as a company, now they have different challenges of how to ensure that their stakeholders, the shareholders keep growing, right? They'll keep investing in new things. So challenges will always be there in life. The magnitude and the type of challenges may differ, but you can never say that I will not have a challenge in life. It's part of life. You have to take challenges, and you have to, and that's what schooling, good colleges, good education teaches you, because, there is a race for getting something, and you can't not be competitive or challenge yourself to do it. So don't think about challenges. There will be challenges all your life. You have to know how to fight them and live with them.
Hi, sir.
Hi.
The question is, who decided this name BOAT?
Me.
And
I'm
why?
the founder.
What is the anecdote behind it? What came to your mind to keep this name BOAT?
अब तो ये भी आंसर कर सकते हैं मैम, इन्होंने सबने सुन लिया. A for apple, B for boat. It was very simple, but yeah. Anyway.
Yes, you've been
Yes,
studying
sir.
for a long time. We'll come to you one
Yes.
second. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So, I start off by giving your cap a compliment. You really are an icon for all of us. So, sir, the question I have is, what, according to you, are the most important skills an entrepreneur can possess in order to become a good entrepreneur?
That's, I have, and I wrote it to one of the ma'ams also, who was asking me that, first important skill is that you have to hustle and keep hustling. And second is stay humble. What happens is, I've seen some startup founders, right, who start doing little well, and they start acting very arrogant, right? They start thinking they know the world, and they start behaving like gods, right? That's a god syndrome which starts happening. So as an entrepreneur, the biggest thing is, or anywhere you go, the best skill you have to learn is keep hustling, but stay humble. And I believe in that.
Sir, excuse me.
By the time that's set, we'll take her. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So I have a doubt. So if your business is going unstable, so should I move to another business, or should I increase or advance my marketing idea?
I think first, if you're doing well in your business, then keep doing well in that one, and then parallelly, if you have so much money, then you start another one. But if you don't have so much money, how can you start two businesses at the same time? So it depends on where your business is.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, up and
Up.
Hi.
Raise your hand.
Sir,
There.
do you have an idea of launching smartphone in your company?
Do you have an idea of
Launching smartphone in your company.
launching a smartphone?
There is, about this guy called Richard Branson?
Virgin.
No, sir.
Okay, so he started an airline. It's called Virgin Airlines. And he said that if you're a billionaire, start an airline, you'll become a millionaire, right? I feel the same about smartphones, right? If you are a multimillionaire, start a smartphone business, you'll become a millionaire. It's a bad business to be in, bro. It's very bad. It's very highly competitive, and it's crazy. So I can't say never. Maybe not now. Maybe after 2-3 years. Abhi, we are focusing on what we are doing right now. As she said, focus on what you are doing right now. Probably in a couple of years, will you buy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I'll start soon. Maybe in 2-3 years.
He already sold without starting. Yeah. See?
Excuse me, sir.
Excuse, but
Sir.
where are you?
Sir, namaste, sir. Now my doubt is we are now in the business, there are partnership, and the partners are cheating on the investors who invest in the business. How to prevent that, sir?
Partners are cheating.
If the partners are cheating in business, how to prevent that?
Don't take those partners, man. It's like school, right? If there are your friends who you know are not being true, if they are cheating, if they are not being ethical in what they're doing, don't take them as your founders, right? If they cheat you to go with someone else, so it's very simple that avoid. Today you have to be very ethical because, you know, you will get caught today or the other. I'm not saying don't cheat in your exams. Do that, right? Because I have also done that because without cheating, I wouldn't have passed, right? So it's important to sometimes cheat, but don't be unethical in what you do, right? Don't like steal somebody else's paper and put your name and say, this is my paper from today, right?
Hi, Aman. This side. Hello.
Yeah, the last question.
Yeah, last question. Hi, Aman. How are you doing?
Where is it coming from?
Here.
Hi.
Hi. Huh. How are you doing, first of all? Like, welcome to Coimbatore.
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm good. So everybody knows you because you're like one of the biggest shark in India, but I got to know you because you're a chartered accountant. And I'm also pursuing CA. So I want to know, like, is there something that you learned through that course specifically, or like, you know, because you pursued CA specifically, that helped you become an entrepreneur or something related to that?
What's the question?
Again.
Okay.
यहाँ से ना माइक का वो रिवर्ब आ रहा अच्छा नहीं
हाँ,
है ये स्पीकर अच्छा नहीं है
स्पीकर भी बोर्ड का बना लीजिए ये वाला
हाँ So my question was that can you hear? हाँ. So I know that you're a chartered accountant yourself before you became a huge entrepreneur. So is there something that you learned from that course or something? Because I know CA is one of the most difficult courses in our country and you cleared that. So what is it that you specifically like learned from that course?
To CA se, you know, CA se we learned two things. One is, you know, a CA actually knows how to do time management. So हमारा क्या होता था कि we used to go for internship in the morning and then, classes in the morning, then internship, and then again classes in the evening, right? And also, CAs are very ROI accounts focused, right? We know debit what comes in, credit what goes out. You know, you guys know that, right? Commerce students. So CAs are very ROI focused, right? We have run profitable business. But if you look at people, they don't know accounting and they don't know how to do, you know, how to run profitable businesses. So I think CAs, you get to know ROI focus and you get to know how to do time management well. And those are some of the things which I learned well. And this red sheet is showing time's up for last 5 minutes. So I think my time's up. Yeah.
Sir, in fact, their time has just begun. And I'll tell you why, sir. I'll take a minute of yours. You know, we at SSVM, we've done something called the Studentpreneur. So exactly what you were saying, start now. If you have an idea, say it. You have an idea, express it, and then try and imply it. That's exactly what SSVM has done. We've come out with over 500 entries across the country and from various parts of the world, taking their ideas and trying to make that dream, that vision a reality. So we're very happy that one of the best entrepreneurs, if not the very, very best in our country, is going to be a part of the students' ideas and their vision.
Excuse me, sir.
No, please. They are shouting from me behind. You don't know my intention. What you know, I'm getting lectured.
Big time's up, time's up.
I'll sit down, ma'am. You start.
Sir, how do employees feel about their professional development opportunities in your company?
What amazing questions, yaar. What do you guys teach them? I want to, give thumbs up to your teachers to teach you guys such good questions.
Thank you, sir.
You know, there was a Pakistani player called Afridi. He used to lie about his age. I think you guys also lie about your age, right? You guys are all college students sitting here dressed as school students. So, you know, our employees are very happy. They are working with me, so they are very happy working with me. No? That's not a good answer? No? Sorry. But we do a lot of things for our employees, yaar. If you don't keep them happy, you know, my old employer was called JBL. He did not keep me happy. I started boat. Now I'm fighting with him. If I don't keep my employee happy, he will start another boat and he will fight with me. So I don't want to do that.
Okay, the show must go on. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, everyone. We had fun. You guys were amazing.
If we can have sir, ma'am, sir, to come on stage, please.
Can I have a selfie with you guys? Okay, let me take a selfie first.
That's our selfie with him.
Yeah. Okay, I'll say, I'll shout, do what floats your boat. You also shout, okay? I'm not promoting, I'm not marketing, I'm just saying it is like follow your passion, like that, right? So I'll say on a count of 3, okay? 3, 2, 1. Do what floats your boat. I can't hear you guys. Yeah, what is this? मेरा पूरा video खराब कर दिया. Again.
Okay, we say it with him is what he's saying. Say it
Yeah.
along. Okay.
Say it along. My English is a little weird, so you know it's good that he's there. Wait, I'll start. I am doing it. Thanks. 3, 2, 1. Do what floats your boat. Thank you so much, everyone.
Now I'll take it back after giving it to him for 15 seconds. Please come. Ma'am. Dr. Manik Meghale, ma'am. Right, for some, this place, Coimbatore is a city. For some, it's safety. For some, it's home. And also, for some, it's a pride. To introduce our next guest, I will take 15 seconds because I think you'll be 15 seconds. 15 seconds to introduce our next guest. It's a matter of great pride that we have along with us. Someone who's going to make, someone who has made the city a fantastic home for so many of us. Let's introduce our next guest through the student of SSVM.
Dignitaries on and off the dais, dear parents, staff, and students, I extend my warm greetings and a hearty welcome to all gathered here. On this remarkable day, I have great pleasure in introducing our chief guest, Mr. Balakrishnan IPS, Commissioner of Police, Coimbatore City, whose remarkable journey over 17 years through law enforcement and public service has left us inspired and in awe. Balakrishnan IPS's journey began with academic pursuit at Madurai Agriculture College and the Indian Agriculture Research Institute, earning a BSc in Agriculture and an MSc in Agriculture. Achieving scholarship from UK led him to University College of London for a postgraduate degree in Human Rights. His journey into public service began as an Agriculture Extension Officer at Canara Bank, followed by roles in diverse locations from Punjab to Tamil Nadu. His roles in the Indian Information Service and the Indian Railway Accounts Service showcased his versatility and dedication to national service. In 2003, Mr. Balakrishnan IPS donned the distinguished uniform of an IPS officer, marking a defining moment in his journey. His roles in law enforcement took him through challenging terrains from Tirupur to Ranipete in Vellore and later to Tiruvannamalai, where his leadership as Superintendent of Police left a remarkable mark. During the Chennai floods of 2015, Mr. Balakrishnan IPS's compassion and commitment shown as he played a pivotal role in the rescue and rehabilitation of flood-affected citizens. Additionally, his role as the chief negotiating officer during the Jallikattu protest movements of 2017 demonstrated his adeptness in handling complex situations with finesse and tact. His literary prowess is exemplified by his debut book, Travel Tales of a Cop. This book, a culmination of meticulous research and introspection, stands as a testament to his dedication to raising the bar of law enforcement discourse. In conclusion, Mr. Balakrishnan's journey is one that encapsulates dedication, resilience, and an unconditional commitment to public service. His journey from a primary school in Mohilangudi to the prestigious cabin of the IPS exemplifies the power of determination. As we gather to felicitate Balakrishnan IPS, let us celebrate not only his achievements, but also the values he represents, echoing the ideals of justice, compassion, and progress. Thank you.
Thank you. We just request her to say a few words or can sit down.
No, not required. No, not required. So, good afternoon, everybody. Okay, yeah. It's nice to see such a wonderful gathering. So many students, teachers, parents, the school management. To be honest with you, I have not seen such a conclave in any of the schools so far I have come across. It's such a wonderful thing that for this conclave is happening for the 3 days. So many speakers from different walks of life have shared their experiences, interacted with you, and in fact, would have laid out a roadmap for whatever you are having in your mind for the future. I think it's very nice to have such an exposure very early in your life so that you can set up a goal for yourself and try to move towards that. Any life without a goal is definitely not a life worth talking about. And at SSVM, I'm happy that the management, teachers, everybody has understood this basic idea of human life, and they help you in setting up your goal and facilitate you to move towards that goal. As police officer, we understand how important it is for the child to not only to have a happy childhood, but also have an aim for themselves. Happy childhood, we police officers concentrate on crime against women and children so that the hurdles in the path of the children are removed and they are exposed to a favorable environment in which their full potential can be realized. That is very important. To realize your full potential, because everybody, we believe that is born with the equal amount of potential, and it depends on the kind of environment we are exposed to, that determine the level we reach. So the events like this, the facilitation like this, environment prevails here, it all contributes, all facilitates the children to set up goals and achieve those goals. In police, of course, we talk about a lot of challenges most of the time, and in fact, the Scotland Yard has got an aim, and an objective in day-to-day handling of crisis in their field. Every challenge or every crisis is an opportunity not only to experience, learn, and set up a platform for the future. And we police officers, since we face a lot of challenges and we look at a lot of negative things happening in the society, we document that and set up a platform from there as to how to avoid such things in future and how to use that as an opportunity to develop into the future. So as a police officer in Coimbatore city, of course it is equally applicable for not only Tamil Nadu, for the entire country. 2-3 challenges we face. I'll just list out those challenges for the children to think about it and form their own ideas. Number one challenge we all face in the society now is the issue of drug, whether it's a synthetic drug or natural drug. Drug is a major menace, major problem we are talking about now, and in fact it is the one critical thing which can either mar or make a human being. If you are into the drug, then definitely your life take a U-turn and you are into a negative growth rate. As long as you are away from the drug, your physical, physiological, mental, psychological, all kinds of health will be better. The moment you step in on the route of drug, then you are gone. So that is the number one challenge we talk about. Challenge number 2 is the artificial intelligence based challenges. Now everything starting from ChatGPT, everything can be done through AI. Recently, just a couple of days back, I saw a few Instagram postings in which some women, they have used AI to create an image of them in Onam attire. Such a natural one. You can't make out that it is made out of AI tools. It's one simple thing I just mentioned. The potential of AI is phenomenal. And we cannot avoid the intrusion of AI into our life. What we should learn is how to use it effectively, optimally, so that the human growth is not hindered. If you look at the evolution of human beings, in the last maybe few million years, the changes have been happening very gradually. But if you look at the last 100 years or so, the developments are very fast, and the human race is going through an accelerated rate of, I won't change, but they are, put into an environment where the changes are happening very fast, and whether we are capable or whether we are able to adapt to those fast changes, it is a question. And AI is one such tool which, unless we understand and adopt it optimally, then the problems are going to be very serious. For the school students particularly, I can call it as a creative drain, which the AI tools have got the potential to cause. If you start using AI tools to substitute your creativity, then slowly I think the thinking process itself will stop, and the end is unpredictable. So AI-based challenge is a second major challenge I foresee. The third major challenge is the environment-related challenges. We have already seen during COVID that how precious the oxygen was. And oxygen, I remember a situation wherein in hospitals, so many ambulances were lined up, and the oxygen availability in the hospitals was only for few hours, maximum for a day. And it was like a thriller kind of situation for many of the hospitals, that if oxygen gets over, then so many lives were in danger. So that kind of situation we have already come across. At least from that recent experience, we should learn lesson. Things like global warming, melting of ice caps, all those things, until now it is only in theory, or at least it has not reached us. But when it reaches us, probably the entire human race or the biological life of the earth, maybe it will be wiped off. So we cannot allow the situation to drift thus far and then react. So as children, the environmental issues should be sensitized. Of course, now a lot of awareness have come, but then some concrete research should happen at every level. Because what we now rely upon for our data, everything is the research done in the Western countries and the countries which are directly exposed to such kind of risks. We in tropical countries, as of now, we are living in a comfortable zone, but this is not going to last for long. So this particular challenge should be taken very seriously, and we should all work towards, so that our future, whatever our ancestors have ensured for us, we should also, we also have the responsibility of ensuring that for the future generation. So I request all the students to ponder over these three challenges, and whatever contributions you can make in these fields, or whatever preparedness from your thought process you can come out with, everything is going to contribute to the development of the society. Thank you very much for the opportunity. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Please come on stage. Mr. Aman Gupta, please, if we can have you a few more minutes, please. Like we were saying, at this young age, and Mr. Aman Gupta was saying, it's a great time to be an entrepreneur. You have an idea, don't wait for it to be implemented. Just start off. Ask your teachers, come to your place, and SSVM is a ground where your entrepreneurial germs are actually grown. We had Studentpreneur Awards, and we got over 500 entries from across the entire country, from various parts of the world. And we're giving away the awards now for the Studentpreneur Awards, which we believe, tomorrow will be impactful entrepreneurs for our country and a much better society. In second place, we'll be distributing the awards now. In second place, from Reed's World School, we have Lakshit and Ashish. Please come on stage. Congratulations to Lakshit and Ashish from Reed's World School. They had an amazing idea. In first runner-up place, we've got from Shriram Universal School, From Shriram Universal School, Laksha, Hiral, Jaya, Jain, Harshika, Jain and Afshin. The second runner-up gets a cash award of rupees 50,000 rupees. The first runner-up, these wonderful girls, get a cash prize of rupees 75,000, and the winner gets rupees 1 lakh. We've got so many sharks in our tank, don't we? Okay, in first place, from Emerald Heights International School, Indore, Arshroop Singh and Sami Swaz. Arshroop Singh and Sami, what will you do with 1 lakh rupees? Do you believe in charity? Thank you. Yes, Arshroop Singh and Sami from Emerald Heights International School, Indore. You win a cash prize of 1 lakh rupees as the #1 studentpreneur. And taking forward, they always say that a successful or an impactful entrepreneur is one who solves or cites a problem in society. And we've got some social impact special awards. This is a special mention to some students from the RU Continuum who spotted an idea that's going to solve and make society much better. I'll call them up immediately. Satyan, Nivedita, Sanhita and Vedavarna. Please come on stage. Can we have the social impact special mentions here, please? Satyan, Nivedita, Sanhita and Vedavarna from RU Continuum with some very interesting ideas that impact society. One final picture before we move on. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's a great time to settle down because the next few minutes is going to be something that's going to mesmerize the way you look at light on stage. We've heard of superheroes, haven't we? Quickly shout and tell me who's your favorite superhero? Why am I hearing my name? Okay, tell me who's your favorite superhero? How many of you like Spider-Man? Captain America? Okay, let's be a little more on the feminine side. Wonder Woman? Okay, there's this superhero I spotted in the morning. Absolutely mind-blowing. You know, they say ask the value of life to someone who's struggling to take a breath. Ask the value of a minute for someone who's missed that important bus stop. Ask the value of light when it's absolutely dark. Let the show begin, my friends, because what you're going to see for the next 10 to 12 minutes will make you realize what the value of light is when it's dark. Very often we say lights, camera, action. I say don't take out your cameras here. Don't put on your flashlights. You're not supposed to put this on now. It is laser, no camera, and action at its best. Presenting to you one more time on extremely popular demand, Laserman is taking center stage. these lights look so normal from what we saw. Very soon we might see boat laser also. Okay. Fantastic, wasn't it? We couldn't see too much in the dark, but sometimes when you see this much is more than enough. Round of applause once again for this stunning, stunning performance. It was mind-blowing. Okay. Let's move on. You know, in today's world, it's quite a different place to be in. It is so populated. Not India, but I'm talking about media. Very, very populated. The number of videos, the number of posts that come up every single day, forget day, every single hour, the number of videos that come out. What must one person do to stand out? What must one person do to, thank you. Not thank you, I mean, what must one person do to stand apart? Okay, what can one do? You know, imagine if you go to an examination hall and someone comes and tells you, create a marketplace here, create a busy marketplace in your examination hall. Imagine you go to a library and someone says, create a festival in the library. It doesn't sink. Media was built for expression. Media was built for passing on your talent, sharing your talent and delivering content. The truth of the matter is, since I have a little scoop in the media, they always say, Macha, inki content vandu controversy create pandra, controversy create pan. Because we believe the only way to catch eyeballs is negativity. The only way to get attention is controversy. Once upon a time when I was a little child like yours, not very long ago, but yeah, whatever, you know, we had to have shared one stage. We had to come, prove our talent, and maybe hope that someone likes us. Today the world has changed. You are your stage. You are your spotlight. You are your director. And you can choose whether you want to be a YouTuber, you want to be an actor, you want to be a podcaster, you want to be an influencer, or you want to be maybe all of them, or someone like Kishan Das. The man's journey. Okay, that was not in sync, but sync will come soon. Okay, right from his movie, Mudal Nee Mudivum Nee, to, I'm not even looking at him, I'm thinking you're like clapping for me and I'm like enjoying. From his movie, okay, to hosting the Netflix YouTube show called Menu Please, and his podcast, which is a Spotify original, also called Time Pass with us. One wonders, what does it take to be famous? Do you have to be different in the real world? Or can you somewhere in the world of reality find your own unique spot? What goes on off camera is something we'll capture on stage, because no one does it like DOS. I mean, no one does it like this. Please welcome on stage, Mr. Kishan Das.
Drama. Movies always entertain us. And who doesn't listen to music or podcasts on Spotify? Can you even imagine meeting a person who has achieved in so many contrasting fields? Yes, this is where our next speaker comes in. He is an extremely esteemed actor, a huge content creator, ranging from Spotify to Netflix India on YouTube. His podcast, Time Pass with Das, is also recognized as a Spotify original, suitable for all ages. And apart from this, he is also a massive cat lover. So without any further delay and a huge round of applause, let's welcome Kishan Das.
Okay, hi, எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம் first of all. Thank you. I heard a lot of namastes and a lot of English, so I just felt the need to say vanakkam, so I went ahead with it. So thank you so much, SSVM, for having me here, first of all. Coimbatore is like a second home to me. I have a lot of family and friends here, so it's great to be here with all of you. But before I start, I'm really surprised listening to some of the questions that all of you asked. In school, they'll tell you the question beforehand itself. They'll write and give it to you. They'll say, and uncle varumbodhu, inda kelvi kette aavanu. They'll say, I'll say, okay ma'am, 2 days thoongama, I'll read all of those lines and I'll go. But I'm so happy, and I knew how genuinely all of you asked your questions. So I was so happy to see how much time has changed. I do feel a little old, but it's fine. We don't have to talk about that. Before we start, today I'm going to be talking to you about why content is king. Before I start off, I wanted to ask all of you, do any of you create content? Do we have any content creators in the house? You can make some noise. No? There are some? Super, okay. I don't want this to be that one side. Okay, all of you can just shout whenever you want to, ask me whatever you want to, it's fine. Cool? So, they use green. That wasn't that was there. Okay, super. So I'm sure some of you, most of you know me, but some of you who don't know me will have this question of who I am and why do these bored kids have to listen to me for the next 30 minutes. I'm sure that's on all of your minds. So I wanted to start off by telling you who I am and what I've done over these past few years. But before that, I wanted to ask all of you if you've heard of this quote. Have you heard of this quote? A jack of all trades is a master of none. Have you? You can just shout, it's fine. It's a fish market, it's not a classroom, so you can go ahead. You have? Super, just keep it in mind. We'll come back to this in some time. So the reason why I'm here is that Jack is me. I'm that Jack. I'm like a small rat. I go around biting into everything. I don't finish my work. I just go, I endlessly bite, and I'm very happy doing it. So to give you an idea of what I do, I'd like to call myself the following. I'm an actor. I think the person who introduced me said, I've done a film called Mudalni Mudivumni in Tamil, which did very well. Thank you. Thank you. I did a film called Sync, which didn't do very well, but that's also okay. It happens. It happens. I'm also a video content creator. I use the word video content because today content has so many meanings. It's very difficult for you to put it into smaller buckets. So I'm a video content creator. I'll tell you a little bit more about where I create my content in some time. I'm also a podcaster. I have a podcast on Spotify called Time Pass with Das. And I'm also a writer. I write all of my own content. I'm also working on a feature film, which I'm looking to start by the beginning of next year. And I'm also a very modest person, as you can see. I just spent the last 5 minutes talking about myself, but that's why I put it in fine writing with a little bit of transparency, so it doesn't really matter. So these are my content verticals. I create content on Instagram. That's my primary platform. I have 464,000 followers on the platform. Thank you. Thank you. I said thank you before you started clapping itself. That means you were supposed to clap a little earlier, but it's okay. It's fine. It's between the two of us. So this is my content on Instagram. I create something called sketches. So sketches are basically small stories. Today we have reels for a minute and a half. So the idea is to kind of loop in a small story into it, have a beginning, have like something like an exciting incident which happens, and have like a funny ending to it, plugging in comedy in between. There are different kinds of content. You'll see influencers making dance videos, people who sing, couples who make you wonder why you don't have a partner, but that's absolutely fine. You're in school. I'm sure you're not worried about that, so it's okay. So I create something called sketches. I also have a YouTube channel, Perikana YouTube channel, but I end up doing most of my work on other YouTube channels as well. But on my channel, I kind of focus on my short stories or small vlogs that I do at home and some celebrity interviews that I get a chance to do. So this is what's on my YouTube channel. And over 100,000 subscribers, I have that plaque at home that's nailed at the wall, but I don't put any videos, so it's just namesake. And this is my podcast. So the podcast space is slowly growing in India. It's very, very big all over the world. It's slowly growing in India. Most of the creators you see put out video podcasts, but mine is solely audio podcast. It's on Spotify. It's called Time Pass with Das. I started this in 2019 when people didn't even know what podcasts were. And in 2022, I got acquired by Spotify. So Time Pass is a Spotify exclusive. So I make my content specially for Spotify, and I have almost 788,000 plays so far. Thank you. This time you clap first. Okay. So this is the work I do on Spotify, and one thing that a lot of creators talk about is their struggles. The struggles is what people don't know about. So to save you some time, I understood myself that nobody cares. No one cares about anyone's struggles. So I'm going to move on from there. But I'm going to tell you a small story of how I started creating content, not because I want to tell you guys, no, I came from here, I did this. No, it's not for that. But the thing about content is, we heard Aman sir speak a little earlier. I'm sure you had speakers over the past few days who have told you that there is a certain formula or certain, like you can do this course, you can come here. You can maybe try doing this, you can come there. But this is a very vague space because nobody can teach you how to be creative. There are people who can kind of trigger it within you, but its creativity comes from within. And I believe that whatever you do, you have a calling. So I just want to tell you my small journey of where I started and how I got into content, because if you feel like you're on a similar path and you feel like you're on the path of understanding yourself, you might find yourself in a similar space. So like I said, I believe that everyone has a calling. A calling might not necessarily be something which makes you successful, but a calling is something that makes you realize that this is something that I want to do. So I'm not saying this is your path to success or failure, but it's a path to understanding who you actually are, and my calling was theatre. I studied in this school in Chennai called Chettinad Vidyashram. It's a school, it's not a school, it's a township. There are, I think anyone who's been to Chennai will know, because I was in N section, like, okay, N, and we had 50 students per section. So literally going to school is like traveling. Chennai, if I take 45 minutes to come to Coimbatore, it's a different city. Going to my school is a different city. So on the school, they don't like academics, all of that. And if you ask me, I feel there are 3 kinds of students. Now, if I'm going to say these kinds, and if you find yourselves as this kind, please make some noise. There are kids who study extremely well. Any of you here? SSVM, ma'am, all of you are extremely good studying students, okay? And people who might not, no ma'am, not like that. Okay, we'll have a conversation after this, ma'am. And there are kids who might not be into academics, they might be into sports or extracurricular activities. How many of you? Yeah? Super, lot more noise for this. And there is a third kind, which is my kind, where you're bad at both. I was that kind, where எங்க வீட்ல சொல்லுவாங்க ஏதாவது ஒன்னு பண்ணு பரவாயில்லை பிரச்சனைல மாட்டி பிரின்சிபல் ரூம் கூப்பிட்டா கூட பரவாயில்லை ஏதாவது ஒன்னு பண்ணு ஸ்கூல்ல எதுவுமே பண்ண மாட்டேன். I'll just be silent. When I was in 4th standard, my elder cousin brother used to act a lot, so he used to do a lot of theatre, and the theatre practice will be between 3 and 5 in the evening. So school 3 o'clock முடிஞ்சிரும். I can't go home, so I have to sit and wait for him. டெய்லி உட்காந்து கேட்டு, அதுவும் எங்கள் ஸ்கூலில் இந்த ராமாயணம் மகாபாரதா தவிர எதுவுமே பண்ண மாட்டாங்க, ஒரே கதையை தான் திருப்பி பண்ணுவாங்க. So I'll be sitting and I used to listen to all of what they were saying. One day one person was sick and they didn't come for rehearsal, and as the play was going on, my director realized that I am just saying all the lines. I don't know who's playing what character, who's doing anything. I just kept அப்படியே மாந்தி எடுத்துட்டே இருந்தேன். So he sent me on stage and he said, நீ போய் ஏதாவது பண்ணு. So I went on stage and just started vomiting my lines. I didn't care about who had to speak, when, nothing. And he called me aside and said, I feel like you have a knack for it, give it a shot. This was in 4th standard. From 5th standard on to 12th, I went on doing a play, and every year I was there. Almost 7-8 productions, and these are big plays. They have art directors like Tota Tarani and Sabu Cyril who have worked on films like Bahubali coming and working on the set work. So it was a, thank you. That was my calling. Because for a kid who didn't find himself, who didn't feel like he belonged in the classroom, nor in a playground, I felt like I belonged on stage. When I looked at people, and if I said something and somebody laughed, I could look at them and feel like, hey, why is that person laughing? Why am I able to control how that person feels? So that is where my thought process started towards creating content. And I'm very happy that it just carried on for these many years. From there, I realized that this is my calling. But how do I let people know that I exist? How do having a passion till, if you ask a lot of people, I think for the older people in the audience, you might have had a passion till you were in 12th standard, maybe college, but when you're thrown into the real world, you can't follow up your passion. It might not be a viable line of work for you to make money. So my question was, how do I put this passion and making money together? And that was when I realized that I need to build a presence, which was the second thing that I needed to do. And for me, it came in the form of something called culturals. Do you guys know what culturals is? Yeah? You know what people in North don't? They don't think they have too many culturals as well. I think we're blessed to be in the South because we have a lot more exposure to this. So culturals mostly எதுக்கு போவாங்கன்னா class cut அடிச்சிட்டு you can go, principal sign oda polam class cut அடிச்சிட்டு cultural. So I used to go for that. I started performing, and that, like I told you, it's a certain high that once you get it, you don't feel like letting go of it. You want to make people laugh. And the good thing about that is you can say whatever you want on stage and you're not going to be held accountable for it. People will forget it the next second. So I started building a presence. And the thing is, in Chennai, it's a very small circle. So if you say something, you do something, somebody else will know of it very easily. So I started building a presence. Say, இந்த மாதிரி அந்த ஒரு பையன் இருக்கான், தோ அங்க ஒரு பையன் இருக்கான், அந்த மாதிரி பேசிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. So I kind of built a presence there. And from there on, okay, so now people know me. What do I do next? For people to give me work, I need to be credible. People need to believe in the fact that if they give me some work, I'll be able to, they can maybe extract the best out of me, or I can give them a really great output, which brings me to my third, building credibility. So I got to work. I've worked on a lot of national ad campaigns. I think some for Paytm, Asian Paints, Janssens. This was my start because that's the easiest way to get into it. I think, I'm not sure who said it on stage, but they said, I think Rajiv had mentioned that now this Instagram is there, you can reach out to people, you can put out videos, but there was a time when none of that existed, where you had to go from door to door to each step to kind of tell people that you exist and you are doing X, Y, Z. So ads really helped me build that. But my first step towards this was when I started working for this YouTube channel called Fully Filmy. Any of you know Fully Filmy? You guys are very young. Okay, super. I think this is a little before when you started consuming content on YouTube, but I was on this page called Fully Filmy, and we used to create like we used to do movie reviews, movie interviews. I've had the chance to work with some really, really big people in the Tamil film industry, and it helped me build credibility that, okay, இந்த பையன் ஒருத்தர் இருக்கான், he can do something, இவனை நம்பி ஒரு work கொடுக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு. And from there, I don't think I have it in my presentation, but I went on to work for Netflix. My job with Netflix had two parts. I used to interview celebrities as one part of it. The other side of it was coming up with social media campaigns for the films that come out on Netflix. So I've had the chance to interview some really big names like Shahid Kapoor, the Russo brothers who would come down to promote, இந்த படம் அது போனோம் ஒரு படம் பண்ணாங்களே Grey Man. And then Santosh Narayan and people like Vijay Sethupathi, and it was a great experience. And from there, I went on, அடுத்த slide என்னப்பா? And then Instagram took over. This is the biggest thing that has happened to content creators in the last 4-5 years. I think if you ask the content creation journey, the two things that happened was one, Jio, because Jio took internet to everybody in India. They gave everyone free internet that led to people using smartphones. Today, you go to any tier 2, tier 3 city, you'll find everybody watching something on their phone. Or honestly, today, there are even content creators out there who start creating content, making videos of them carrying on with their daily life. And creativity has reached everybody today. I think Jio was a huge reason for that. And the second was Instagram. When Instagram took over, முன்னாடியெல்லாம் நாங்கள் கான்டென்ட் பண்ணும்போது ஃபேஸ்புக் வீடியோன்னு ஒன்று இருக்கும். நீங்களாம் ஃபேஸ்புக், how many of you are on Facebook? They are next level, ma'am. Nobody's on Facebook. So imagine they used to make videos on Facebook. அதில் வந்து கமெண்ட்ஸில் பார்த்தா பெரியம்மா, சித்தி, இவங்க தான் கமெண்ட் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. So cute, Kanna. Hi, Kanna. I called you yesterday. You didn't reply my calls. இதுதான் இருக்கும். Maximum இவ்வளோ தான் comments இருக்கும். So I started creating content when it was then. That was only 30 seconds, and nobody will understand anything. So when Instagram came up with Reels, the game changed, because if I put a Reel today, it reached 10 people, and suddenly Instagram would take it to 100 people. So when I wake up the next day and see 100 and tell me, என்னடா 100 பேர் பார்த்திருக்காங்க, 100 பேர் அவ்வளோதான் நான் செலிபிரிட்டி. நம்ம கிட்ட போய் 100 பேர் பார்த்திருக்காங்க வீடியோவை, இன்னைக்கு எக்ஸ்ட்ரா 2 தோசை பண்ணுங்க, அந்த மாதிரி தான் ஒரு திமிராவே சுற்றிட்டு இருப்போம். That's how it will be. So when Instagram took over, the game changed, but how they changed the game was that you could scale up a lot quicker. So my videos which were getting 100 views with Periyamma and Chitti went on to 3 million, 4 million. I even made a video about Karan Johar which had Karan Johar comment on it, and he has no idea who I am. So that is the, thank you. So that is the level at which people are functioning today, and I couldn't add it from my presentation, but today we had a Korean singer sing a Korean version of the Mudalni Mudiyumni song on Instagram, and I was shocked, because how can something that was made in Chennai reach Korea that quickly? நான் இங்கே வரதுக்கே எனக்கு ஒரு உயிரே போயிடுச்சு, இங்கேருந்து கொரியா போயிருக்குன்னா it's definitely a big thing. So it gives you the scope to kind of scale up, and that's very important today, because with content, your boundaries are endless. You can reach as many people as you want to, and today they say pan-India, but pan-India தாண்டி we've reached a world stage where any content you make, வீட்டில் உட்காந்து you can shoot something for 5 seconds, which can reach someone at the other part of the planet, which is something that we should be able to explore as a community. Now I know I've spoken about myself a lot, but I'm moving on to the more important parts of it. How does one make money? How do these people make money? வந்து பேசுகிறான், ஜாக்கெட் போட்டிருக்கான், அவன் 100x பண்ணவெல்லாம் ஜாலியாக டிஷர்ட்டோட வந்து பேசிட்டு போகிறார், இவனுக்கு எதுக்கு ஜாக்கெட் அப்படின்னு நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே யோசிக்கலாம். But that's where we come to the question of how does one make money? And that's a poorly edited picture of me in a beach house just to explain that content creators make money as well. So this is the estimated value of the influencer marketing industry. As of 2022, it is at 12 billion rupees. And the social media was, honestly, till last year, was supposed to be time waste. உங்க வீட்டில் வந்து எனக்கு உடம்பு சரியில்லை நீ ஃபோன் நோண்டிட்டு இருக்க அதனால தான் எனக்கு இது ஃபோன் நோண்டிட்டு இருக்கேன் ஃபோன் நோண்டுறது வந்து as you can see I've added one cute Prakash Raj meme down saying இதெல்லாம் பார்ட் டைமில் வச்சுக்கோ குடும்பம் நடத்த ஒரு நல்ல கம்பெனியில் போய் சேரு is what every parent will say when you tell them you want to be a content creator. But if you look at the estimated value of the influencer marketing industry in 2026, it is at 26 billion rupees, which is a little more than most of the industries that parents consider as industries that are viable at working at. So this is, you can take a picture of this and show it to your parents later today, but don't quote me. I'm just going to hide under this mic stand. And so far, social media was something that everyone considered as alternate media. They wouldn't call it primary because we had your print media, you had electronic media, and then when social media came, any media which gives you independence, which is not owned or controlled by anybody, they call it alternate media. So after telling you all of this, after telling you how much we can scale, my question to all of you and myself is alt media alt anymore? It doesn't seem so alternate because everybody has a phone, and there are 3 factors I've mentioned here which kind of help me in my point. You look at content consumption. To consume something on a radio, you need to be in your vehicle, or you need to have like one of those Sarigama Karma, like that. If you have only, you'll be able to listen to stuff on the radio. You need a television to watch TV. But you have everything on your phone today, right? From your news to sports, so everything is on your phone. If you're in the lift, if it's taking you 10 seconds, first floor and the 5th floor, you check your phone 5 times. What has this person said? What has that person said? So consumption has definitely increased. Then you look at retention. Retention is, it helps with my previous point because how long can you be in a car? How long will you sit in front of a TV? But because you have this device with you all the time, your audience retention is a lot higher. People are listening to your content, watching your content. How many of you just update, like endlessly scroll on reels? Do you do that? I do that. Do any of you do that? Yeah, you don't even know how much time is gone. You'll wake up in the morning, you'll say, oh, 7 o'clock school, I'll wake up at 6:30, I'll watch reels for 10 minutes, then I'll go. But by the time you finish watching reels, it'll be 8 o'clock, and you'll tell your mother, please, leave, I'm not going to school. How many of you have done that? I see some hands. Ma'am, note the point. Ma'am? Oh, இல்லை மேம் உங்கள் ப்ரெசன்ஸ்லேயே நிறைய பேர் சொல்கிறாங்க மேம் அதான் கொஞ்சம் டேஞ்சரஸாக இருக்குது இல்லை எல்லாரும் கை தூக்கல இல்லை இருட்டில் இருக்கிறதுனால தப்பிச்சிட்டாங்க மேம் ஸோ பிரச்சனை இல்லை. அண்ட் த தேர்ட் திங் இஸ் கிரியேஷன். What is really beautiful is there are so many Instagram influencers who are 5 years old, 6 years old. There are content creators. There are kids who are making videos. I don't know if you guys remember, but when that COVID lockdown happened, there were these 2 kids who remade every movie trailer that came out. அவங்களுக்கே மீசா வரைஞ்சு அவங்களே காஸ்டியூம் மாட்டி. So content is in the hands of everybody today. And earlier on, like I had mentioned a little earlier, if you had to be a TV anchor, or if you had to be a news reader, you had to go and you had to win the trust of a company. So somebody in power is giving you power. But here, the power is in your hands. You already have. Everyone starts from scratch. And that itself is very empowering, if you ask me. So to answer my question, alt media isn't alt anymore. All of you have, everyone who has a mobile phone here, who has access to internet, who has some creativity, is already a content creator. Now I'm going to give you a point. How many of you want to be a content creator? Is there something you've thought about in the future? Maybe as a side gig or a full-time gig? Some of you here? Okay, entrepreneur நிறைய பேர் கை தூக்குனீங்க, content creator கொஞ்சம் கம்மி தான், பரவாயில்ல, okay. So these are some, I don't want to call it tips because I don't think I've sorted my stuff out as yet, but these are some things that I would suggest you guys should follow if you want to be a content creator. The first is be original. It's very easy for people to get influenced by what someone else is making. They make a joke, you take from that joke, you make it. But in the end of the day, when someone is investing their time on you, even if it's 15 seconds on a reel, they are choosing to give you that 15 seconds. So try to give them be as original as you can. Give them your best self. So with whatever content you think of, make sure that there is some sort of originality to it, because if there isn't, your 1 video will work, 2 videos will work, take it from me, but on the long run, it will be extremely difficult. As much as this seems like a great option, especially when I talk about the money later on, but it is a mirage, it is a glass house. As quick as it is built, it will shatter. So it's important to be responsible and to think of the long term as well. The second is stay rooted. Most of the content on Instagram that works is content that is relatable, or content that you can share. If you make content that only you find funny, you'll have that 1 view, maybe 2 views if your Periyamas on Instagram, but nothing more than that. If you want your content to reach a lot of people, you need it to be relatable. So the 10 people who watch your content, if one person shares it to their 10 people, at the end of the day, 20, 40, 60, 80, you'll be at lakhs and lakhs if you do it really, really well. So make sure that your content is relatable and rooted. The third is have a very fixed style. So my content is, I make sketch content, so it's more like a story. So it's very nice to have a style of content. I'm just going to mention some influencers who are friends of mine. How many of you know Madan Gauri? Madan Gauri? Super. So you look at Madan's content. Madan is not very worried about how am I going to shoot this video? Is it going to be shot extravagantly? What backdrop do I have? No. It's very simple information. How can somebody get information about something in 10 minutes? Madan Gauri will tell them. And before they can even think about whether Madan Gauri has talked about this, Madan Gauri will have a video out about it. That is Madan's speed and Madan's style. How many of you know Irfan? Irfan's view? Super. Look at Irfan. Irfan is the contrary. Irfan believes in how do I make something so appealing to see? How do I show people an experience that they've been craving to have and get them to invest in the idea of Irfan going through all of these experiences day after day? So that is Irfan's style. It's a little different, but it works. How many of you know Niharika? Yeah? You look at Niharika's style. Niharika's also sit down at home, just talk. It's funny, it's accents, it's how she plays with her content. So it's very important for you to have a style which works in the long run for you. So that is as important as well. The fourth is something I said a little earlier on, is to build credibility. The good thing we have in India is that people are very loyal. Fans are very loyal. If they like somebody, if they believe in a personality, they will stick with them throughout. And a big part of building loyalty is being credible. And I think someone had asked a question about marketing and a little earlier on saying, what if you market a wrong product? I'm not sure about the question, but something along those lines. Being an influencer, it's very, very important to be responsible. If you ask Rishala, who's my manager, the amount of betting apps, rummy apps we have declined, if I didn't decline those, I'll be 100x here. I will talk saying I've grown this much, I've done this much. But it's very important to know that people are listening to you, people are watching you, and you should be very responsible with it. So build your credibility, only endorse things that you believe in, only make content that you believe in, and each of you have a very peculiar voice, and make sure that that voice is only what you believe in, and don't try to mirror somebody else, because in the longer run, you will sit down thinking of who you are itself. It's happened to me in the past. Adi vaangi solran adunala. Then the last is, I feel like that old dude who I didn't pay attention to in college. I'm sorry. I've seen people have sat and say, enna solla poran, 30 நிமிஷத்துல என்னடா சொல்ல போறான், அவன் சொல்றது எனக்கு புரியுமா, நான் பண்ண போறானா அப்படின்னு. But maybe I feel like that a little bit. I don't know why I added it in my presentation. Moving on. 2 more quick rules. These are like thumb rules, they'll say. I'm sure your maths teachers would have said thumb rules. So first is, the nature of your content determines how much branded content you get. So branded content is when you create a video, you create a 30-second video, a brand comes to you and a brand tells you, hey, you write a 30-second video for me and put my brand in for 5 seconds, I'll pay you X amount of money. It's very simple when you say it like this, but it's very, very difficult to work with brands. But sometimes the kind of content you make really helps. So I'll give you an example. Let's say that I'm from Boat. Okay, since all of you had a great session, I'm from Boat. I have 2 kinds of influencers I'm working with. One is somebody who makes sketch content, who makes a story, who makes people invested in that 1 minute. And the other is maybe, let's say, somebody, no disrespect, but somebody who does like a dance video or a music video. So if I have to plug in my product, which is, let's say, earbuds at that point of time, would I rather go to somebody who's dancing, or would I go to somebody who would have a story around it? You guys know, obviously, I'm going to support what I do only, so it's fine. So they would like going to somebody who's telling a story, because that way you will remember the product a little bit more. They get to talk about the product. They talk about what the product is good for, what you can use the product for, maybe whatever the brand wants to get through, the USPs and all of that. So sometimes the kind of content you make makes a very, very big difference in attracting brands, when obviously at some point you'll want to make money, so it'll help you then. And the second is, never discount your audience. Audience are very, very smart. I think they had mentioned it earlier as well. You cannot cheat your audience today. It doesn't matter how much money you make in return, just make sure that you are true to your audience, and whatever love you give, you will 100% get in 10,000, 20,000 times in return. So never discount your audience. Now all of that is okay. I'm sure you're wondering, how much time will it take for me to make money? Account create panone kaas kuduthruvaangala, adukku enna procedure appdinu I'm sure all of you are wondering. So to take you through that, this is my most honest way of explaining how much time it takes to make money on these platforms. So first you look at YouTube. I think this is the latest guidelines that they have. So you need a minimum, thank you one person who laughed. So for YouTube, you need to have a minimum of 500 subscribers. You need to have a watch hour of 3,000 watch hours. So basically what a watch hour is you put out number of videos, number of people watch it. You need to have at least 3,000 hours worth of viewership on your profile. So this can be over all of your videos, or could even be one video which has multiple views. And your third is your shorts views. So you know how YouTube shorts, just like Instagram Reels, YouTube shorts are very big today. and you need to have a minimum of 3 million valid public short views in just 90 days. With shorts, it's a little more easier, but it's still a very difficult challenge. So YouTube, கொஞ்சம் நல்லவங்க தான் காசு கொடுப்பாங்க ஆனா கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டப்படுத்தி காசு கொடுப்பாங்க. Okay. Now moving on to Facebook. Facebook have recently started monetizing reels as well. So Facebook as a platform pays you for your reels. Now I'm not too sure, I think it changes from person to person on what the program is. Usually it gets launched in the US or their primary locations and then only moves on to India. So I'm not sure how it works, but you can, Facebook as a platform do pay you for reels. எல்லா காசையும் பார்ப்பான், யாருக்குமே காசு கொடுக்க மாட்டான். This is the third. This is Instagram, as my Talaivar Vadivel is very cutely explaining to you. There's nothing there, but there is great scope. So with Instagram, you get to enter the world of branded content, because with Instagram, the viewership is very, very high. And with Reels today, the number of things that you get suggested, the number of stuff that you get to see on your platform, a lot of brands are interested in reaching out to people, reaching out to creators, whether small or big. There are different kinds of influencers just to promote their brands. So to give you an idea of how long it took me, Reels were announced in 2020, I think Q1, Jan or Feb. That's when the Reels were born. I put out my first Reel in 2020, July 17. It was pretty funny. It didn't get as many views as I expected, but it was pretty funny. I got my first branded Reel almost a year later, February 2021. I think, if I'm not wrong, it was from KFC, or I'm not too sure, but that was my first Reel. And 3 years later, 3 years since Reels were launched to today, I've worked with these many brands with just 3 years. Thank you. And it's not easy. Weird edupanga, seriya. Each small thing, because it's very difficult, because they have a vision of what they want. You have a vision of what you want to say. And to meet them halfway is very difficult, but I've worked on some very big campaigns. Any football fans in the house? Premier League fans? Make some noise. So I'm a big Arsenal fan. Don't make noise for that. I know it's a difficult time for us for the past 16 years, but I had a chance to work with the Premier League, which was a big deal, because I was reaching out to people from London who actually worked for the marketing team of the Premier League. So that was a very big deal. I remember a campaign that I had with Warner Brothers for Flash recently, which also was a very big deal. So it also gives you a chance to work with so many brands that you have grown up with. I still remember begging my mom to buy me that Choco Pie dabba, which was pretty expensive at that time, but I had a chance to work with Choco Pie, and so cute. They send me boxes almost every other year for Diwali or for New Year. So now it's like, abba, amma vaangi kudukala paravalla, namakku vera vaangi kuduthirchu. So this also gives you like a very good experience. And so I think we move from most parents today saying, idhilla future illa, to same or video podla, because that's how it's become today. There's so many influencers who have parents as well, who kind of help them, who manage them, who even feature in their videos. And honestly, if you ask me, with the right amount of exposure, with a very, very responsible person at the helm of it, content creation is not such a negative thing. Maybe being on your phone too much is not so much of a negative thing. Maybe exploring every creative bit that you have is not a very bad thing, which also takes me to a quick sum up of whatever I said, in case you didn't listen. First is understand your calling. That's the most important thing. Just be aware. You can't realize, it won't hit you as hard as you think it will, but over a course of time, you'll realize that maybe this is my calling, this is what I'm meant to do. The second is building your presence, building some credibility, and eventually building a brand for yourself, which is most important, because if people are invested in the idea of you, they will consume anything that comes from you, which is very, very important for a content creator. Third is, don't be afraid to scale up or experiment. That's something that I do a lot. I think they even addressed it in the previous talk. It's very scared to grow, or you'll be very happy saying, I'm very happy, why do I need to grow? But sometimes it's very important to scale up and to kind of open out your venture, so don't be afraid of doing that. And if you ever feel like you have too much going on, if you ever feel like a jack of all trades, I'm just going to take you back to this quote. I think the biggest lie that was told to me in my childhood was this quote. Because honestly, this isn't the complete quote. I've always been told in school, a jack of all trades is a master of none. But this is the actual quote. A jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than the master of one. And that's exactly my point today. Society always teaches us that there is a certain route that everybody needs to take. You follow the person behind you, look back at the person who follows you, but what if there's no path? What if you can do whatever you want to? What if you can run in the opposite direction? What if you can run in circles? What if there's no race that you need to run? what if it's better being a jack of all trades than being a king of one? Because when content is king, all you need to do is be the jack. And that's my point entirely with this. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know if I made too much sense, but this is just my 2 cents with my journey so far. Thank you.
Okay, that was fantastic. You know, I had this little bit of a fear. If everybody wants to be an influencer, then who's ready to be influenced? When what you see on the screen is something that you love so much, how okay is it to be influenced by what they like, what they do, what they eat, what they wear, what they see, what they think? And if influencers like Kishan Das is who we're going to be following, I know we're in very, very safe hands. Thank you very much, Kishan. It was so honest. It was very honest. The fact that you kept your integrity, the fact that you've built credibility, and the fact that you've created a relationship of loyalty with your audience is very, very commendable. It's amazing. And I understand what my audience also wants is not me to ask questions, but you all want to ask questions. I know that. So that's been pretty clear. I've spent the entire morning with you, so I can understand when you look at me, or rather when you don't look at me, means you don't want me to ask the questions. So Kishan, I'll allow the people to ask you some questions. Yes. Anyone who wants to ask questions, want to propose, whatever you...
I'm happy doing sketches. I'm not entering the couples reels zone as of yet.
Okay, ready. Where's the mic?
No questions na.
No, there's a question of the mic.
Okay.
Is the social media bad or good?
Yo. Enna posukkunu eppadi? How old are you?
12.
Oh my God.
Which social media app are you on?
I am not in anything.
Not anything, okay.
Then it's very good. You are very good.
See, if I can answer it by also being safe, I'd say anything, too much of anything is good, too much of anything is bad. So I'm not going to say social media is bad, but anyone who seeks something good in everything will only find good in it. So if you seek to grow on social media, you'll find that. If you seek to, if you want to, I'm saying it in a very social context, if you're on social media to mingle with your friends or be a part of these people who comment hate or who spread negativity, that's what you'll find. But if you're on social media to mind your own business, make content, do what you love, you'll only get that in return. I think that's the best answer I can give you at this age. Please.
Thank you.
Very true. Well said.
Sir, I have a question up here.
Hi.
So I'm a very big fan of you actually.
Thank you.
So my question is that I've tried content creating many times, and the thing is I've failed a lot. So have you ever failed in content creating?
All the time, all the time. You know the amount of, if you open my archives on Instagram, it's a separate Instagram of its own. There are so many videos there because you can't always succeed. If anyone had a formula of how to win every time, then we wouldn't need to worry about what we need to do when trying. And nobody like that exists. So I think the thing is, don't worry about the result, just stick to making what you believe in. And with Reels today, we've seen so many people grow overnight. They go to sleep with 10, 100,000 followers. With 1,000 followers, they wake up with 100,000 followers. That's how quick the growth is today. So keep doing what you love. If you believe in your content, I don't think you should worry about anything else. Don't look at the result, look at the process. It will definitely help.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I also have a question, but I'll ask you, sir. We'll finish you all.
Here.
Everyone's putting their hands up. I don't know where to look.
Hello, in the gallery.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hi. Hello.
Sir, so which do you think is a better content? Like, is it a music or dance or somewhat reels kind of like?
Controversy. So I think it's about what you like seeing, because in the end of the day, like I said, this is a little socio-political, but people are given the power to make what they want to. Not everybody makes videos because they want to create content. Sometimes someone makes the videos as a part, like an expression. They might not be extroverts outside, they might not speak to their friends, but they might be comfortable making content online. So And today there's this very negative thing of cringe. They call it cringe content. If they don't like it, it's cringe. But I think that's the biggest cancer that anything has found, because, thank you. Everyone has a voice, and everyone's voice deserves to be heard. So if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. If it works for you, it works for you. What is great for you might not be great for me. To answer your question, not so diplomatically, I love watching sketches. I love watching stories. So that works for me. Might not work for you, but I believe that is content that I like.
Thank you, sir.
Very honest. Nice answer. Next. There are too
Hi,
many
sir,
hands
in the
going up.
gallery. Straight.
Oh, okay, hi.
Firstly, huge fan.
Thank you.
And also, I've been trying to create content for a while now, and one thing that I'm struggling is consistency. So what keeps you motivated to be consistent?
I'm the worst person to answer this. I'm not consistent at all. I'm the worst person to answer this question. But I think it's also about building a routine. Because with creativity, you can't put a timetable and say, Innike, I'll put this video, Talek, I'll put, because it takes a little bit more than that. So maybe what I try to do is try building a routine around it. Like, see if your creativity comes from what you observe every day, or does your creativity come from something that you imagine? Does your creativity come from something that happened in your childhood that you want to talk about now? Try to figure out where your thoughts come from, and based on that, see if you can build a routine around it, and that might help you sometimes. But it's very important to be consistent. Very important to be consistent, so yeah.
Also, thank you so much for answering. Can you please sing us 2 lines of Mudilum Neevu and Mudivum Neevu?
Singer was not in my list of things that I'd like to call myself. Maybe in the end of it. Maybe in the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Sir? Yeah.
Hi.
Sir, so what do you think, in your point of view, is one type of content which is going to be the next big hit?
Shampoos, sustainable shampoos.
Does this have to do with your brand? Are you
No, sir, like it's just because like I like influencing a lot of stuff. I'm on social media. At least most of my day I just go through scrolling. I'm a fan of a lot of stuff, music especially. So when I go through that, I want to see what I can expect in the future.
Just do a collab video with him. He'll do it for you. I promise you, you'll say no.
No. No, I wish I knew what the winning formula was, but see, there are certain things which you can do, which is like a minimum guarantee. Like there are tracks on Instagram which trend a lot. There are tracks which people use a lot. There are themes which people pick. So if you kind of work along those lines, work around those tracks, like let's say, for example, today India is playing Pakistan at the Asia Cup. So you know everybody's talking about this. So how do you leverage that and make content off of it? So try to make more thematic content. It works better. But other than that, it's very difficult to predict what will work and what doesn't work.
So if this trend, it goes in many industries and many different ways.
Yeah.
So if you're sticking to one kind of genre, how will you explore more in it?
See, the topics will change, right? So cinema started in 1950. It's the same in India, the same concept, but we still watch it today because the stories keep changing. So that's why I said it's also about the kind of content that you make. If you have a certain style which allows you to keep building on it, even for the next 50 years you can create content. But if you depend on something short term, then it's very difficult for you to scale that. So that's what I meant. And one more thing I just wanted to say, the goal is to never be an influencer. That's something I always wanted to say, because the term influencer is a very negative term, because it feels like you're spoon feeding something. The goal is to be a content creator. How do you make money off of it? By making content for brands. I think that should be the way that you look at it, and not look at it as influencing somebody, because there's always a negative connotation towards that.
Thank you, sir.
Nice, very nice.
Hello, sir.
What's your Instagram handle? I'll follow you.
Sir, here.
Up?
Here. Hi.
Oh, hi.
Kishan,
Hi.
follow her.
Yeah,
Sir.
follow.
Ayana Zakir, official.
Come on, quickly.
Sure, don't.
So you're on Instagram?
Yes, sir.
Yes, hi.
Hi. Okay, so how do you think that content will transform India? Content creation will transform India?
So like I said a little earlier, I don't know if this is happening or not, but these are voices that people need to hear. I'm not going to talk about Instagram Reels because it's a little bit of the lighter note, but take a medium like cinema or take a medium like YouTube. There are so many people who use the medium to talk about very, very valid concerns, issues that are happening today, and it changes the world. I think the biggest example is you take an incident like the Chennai floods. Take the incident like Jallikattu. If this happened in a time, the protest, if it happened at a time when social media didn't exist or content didn't exist, could we have rallied so many troops together to go and fight for a cause? Maybe not really. But at that time, a lot of people, I think people like Mr. R.J. Balaji stood up for the cause. They made content for the cause. During a time like Chennai floods, we could use the platform for something a little bigger than that. And that is in a way transforming people's lives and transforming the society. And if you ask me, with my podcast, what I try to do is I talk a lot about mental health. And that's something that I view as a very, very important thing for the society today, because nobody comes up and says that they're depressed. Nobody comes up and says that, and talk about how their mental health is not in great shape. So I look at my content on Spotify as a means to transform how people think about what is okay to talk about and what is not okay to talk about. I talk about depression. I talk about things which trigger you, anxiety, post-traumatic stress. There are so many things that you can talk about, and in a way, you'll make somebody feel more included. In a way, today there's so many ways that people can look at somebody or look at the social media and feel like, I don't fit into this structure. But when they listen to somebody who addresses an issue that they have, they suddenly feel like they fit somewhere. And I think that itself is in a way transforming people's lives. So I think if you use content the right way, I don't know if you can transform a society, but you can transform people, and invariably the society will change someday.
Very true.
Sir.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay.
Hello.
No.
Hi.
Where?
How did you
Last
get the chance to cast on Mudalumni Mudivumni?
Audition. I don't have, they said at the previous talk, nobody talks about the failures. Nobody knows the 100 auditions that you fail in. They only know that one film that comes out. So you have to audition for it, and if they find that you fit the role, it works in your favor.
Okay. I know many hands are going up, but I've been literally sandwiched in between. Hurry up. Okay, we'll do one. I don't want to break hearts. One question. Just one question.
Yes, sure, I'm okay.
I wish they
can you
also
hear
say
me?
sure. Okay, ready?
Sir, yeah.
Hello, hi.
Last one.
Sir, in text of your quote that you have said earlier, you said being a jack is better than being a king in one thing. Do you think it's better? Like, a lot of people I met has said that being a king in your own kingdom is better than being a rat, like biting everything. Because my mom tells me the same thing, because I do the same thing.
Okay. See, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that it's not great being the king. But what I like to think is that everyone tells you to be the king, but it's okay if you're not the king, right? Like with society and how society speaks to you, they always tell you that you need to be the best. Nobody tells you it's okay being second best. Nobody tells you it's okay being third best. I'm not the biggest influencer in India. I'm not the biggest influencer in Tamil Nadu, but I'm still happy. I'm happy doing what I do. So that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes maybe your happiness and comfort comes over being extremely great at something. And that's why I said it's okay sometimes being great at 10 things than being the best at one thing. And it's okay. It's about what you seek in it.
Well, thank you, sir.
Sir,
Who doesn't like me? Who was it?
On top, I heard. Okay, hi.
So I'm wondering, so I'm a content creator. I create music content.
Super.
And I'm wondering, how do you make your content unique so that it reaches an audience and you get a constant audience? Like, they don't leave.
They always leave. They always. But see, with music, again, it's about what you integrate into it. There was this, what's that influencer name? Yash. There's this influencer called Yashraj, who is from the north, who makes a lot of music based on themes that happen. He takes dialogues of things that are trending and makes music around it, which has made him one of the most sought-after influencers in India. But I'm not saying always do that. But I'm sure if he makes music today, even original music today, he has an audience to kind of consume it and listen to it. So even though I'm not giving you advice to pander to the crowd, but sometimes you need to get a gathering of people before you can have them listen to what you're saying. So maybe work along the trends a little bit more, see if there's some way that you can meet them halfway, bring in your creativity, but also bring in a little bit of the trends, meet it halfway, and slowly you can start tilting it towards your side. I feel that might help you in your case.
What to do?
Feel everyone will leave, that's the problem.
The thing is, they have to leave, otherwise I will leave.
Okay, quickly, I'm not a singer, so please forgive me. I'm just singing 2 lines for the heck of it.
For the first time, I'm thinking whether he should speak or not. He's thinking.
Yeah.
No, you're doing well. Ready, everybody, enjoy this. It's only for us.
If you know the lyrics, please sing along, so at least I'll be less embarrassed.
மனதோரம் ஒரு காயம் உனை எண்ணாத நாளில்லையே நானாக நானும் இல்லையே வழியெங்கும் பல பிம்பம் அதில் நான் சாய தோளில்லையே உன் போல யாரும் இல்லையே தீரானதி நீதானடி நீந்தாமல் நான் மூழ்கி போனேன் நீதானடி வானில் மதி நீ அல்ல நான் தானே தேய்ந்தேன்.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kishan. You learned singing from me very fast.
Yes.
Very good. Okay. Now, can I please invite the management to come on stage quickly, please? And we have a lot more, but less time. So, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Nitin, sir, please come. Srisha, ma'am, please come. Why you all didn't say once more when he sang so well?
வழியெங்கும் பல பிம்பம் அது நான் சாயத்தோளில்லையே உன் போல யாரும் இல்லையே நீதானடி நீதானடி நீந்தாமல் நான் மூழ்கி போனேன் நீதானடி வானில் மதி நீ அல்ல நான் தானே தேய்ந்தேன். பாதி காணகம் அதில் காணாமல் போனவன் ஒரு பாவை கால் தடம் அதை தேடாமல் தேர்ந்தவன் காணாத பாரம் என் நெஞ்சிலே துணையில்லா நான் அன்றிலே நாளெல்லாம் போகும் ஆனாலும் நான்.
Okay, and like you all know, beside what's happening on stage, we've got a lot of workshops going on. And I'd like to invite Ms. Sabri Girija for conducting a superb workshop on resin art. Is here. Okay, if she's here, she'll come. Otherwise, we've always come across talk for women, women empowerment, women equality. Sometimes when talk is backed with action, it has a very, very strong social impact. I'm extremely glad that we had a speaker in SSVM at the Transforming India Conclave, the Pad Woman of Tamil Nadu. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming here. And I'd like to come on stage, please. Miss Preeti Ramadas. An incredible story of what she came out with, the idea, the purpose, and the impact on the common women and common families. I don't have them, man. Okay, fantastic. Before we come to the grand finale and a big thank you, I must tell you there are a few lovely things going on. Don't miss this opportunity. You have one more day. Tomorrow's day 3 of the Transforming India Conclave, but today is nice. Okay. As the first time I was looking at the paper today and the lights went off. All right. So, you know what we have is this lovely photograph QR. So, you all might be featured in pictures you didn't even know. So what I say is, in different parts, there are this photograph QR is there. So scan the QR code, take a selfie of yourself with just the front camera on, and you'll see all the pictures that you were a part of at the Transforming India Conclave. So that is something that you ought to do. And we always say, you know, self-respect, self-identity, self-confidence. But today I'm telling you, selfie is the best way to go about it. We have this wonderful selfie contest. So if you take a selfie, and we find it interesting when you post it on your story and tag SSVM Transforming India. Tag us, and then you stand a chance to win some amazing goodies. If you want, you still have Kishan, so just take a selfie with him. It will definitely fetch you some good stuff. All right, and what else is happening? We have a lot of other activities around here. The venue's got some multiple engagement zones. I call them edutainment. It's education, it's entertainment, and lots of information and learnings from that. Digital slingshot, augmented reality zones, muscle and mind power zones, photo booth zones, cube puzzle zones, and much, much more. And we do have a feedback box of sorts. So this is day 2, tomorrow's day 3. It's packed, it's got great content, but this Transforming India Conclave, transformation is not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's not a once-in-a-lifetime incident. Transforming is something that you revisit again and again and again. So we have this box here, and we're most open and acceptable to ideas. So in case there is something particular that you'd like to learn from a Transforming India Conclave at SSVM next year, drop in your feedback. If you want Kishan Das again, you want him to sing the full song again, whatever you want, let us know. Any particular speaker, any particular genre, we'll be very happy to make sure that SSVM students get exactly what they desire, what they deserve, because that's exactly what you all are meant to get. If you want Rajiv back, okay, put that also in the box. I don't. Okay, we're ready. Okay, so we're done with that. Now, you know, India's got talent. We all know it. Of course, India's got talent. SSVM itself has got so much talent. When India was represented on America's Got Talent, it was a very, very proud moment. You know what, my friends? Confusion is a bad thing. But when fusion is blended perfectly, it creates art. What we're going to show you is an amazing fusion of flute and beatboxing. Now this, my friends, is going to mesmerize you. A performance by Divyansh and also Manuraj. Let's take center stage with fusion. India's Got Talent सीजन 9 का विनर है
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can you make some more noise? Come on, make some noise. I think you can do better. Come on, louder. Come on, make some noise. It's such a lovely event. We were sitting behind and we were listening to everyone and also your questions. You guys are amazing. I don't think we were this intelligent when we were your age. So come on, applause for you guys. Come on. Okay, so we have come to Coimbatore for the very first time to perform. So thank you so much for inviting. And we have a small gift for you guys. So, and we really hope you like what we are about to play. Yeah, let's go. You know this song, right? You know this song? You know this song, right? So you'll clap with us when I'll beatbox, when we'll do our thing? Yes? Okay, once more.
2, 3, and 4.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Those are some amazing firecrackers. Please don't burn firecrackers. Say no to firecrackers. Don't blow it. Yeah, don't blow it, please. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next song. There's a lot of silence here. Come on, make some noise. Come on. Yes, amazing. think I should go there and try to do something to answer this. I think I should go there. Okay, I'll try. What's the deal? Okay.
Make some noise, please. Wow. Okay, from there only.
Thank you.
Okay. From there. One, two, three, and four.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being so warm and being so kind. And we are here in Coimbatore, and everyone is synonymous with A.R. Rahman sir, of course. We all love him, right? So here's a special piece, curated piece for you guys, and we really hope you like it. Okay, so did you enjoy it? You enjoyed it, right? For sure? I don't think so. You're not making more noise. I don't think so. Oh, okay. Now I'm okay. Okay, let's start with the last song. Come on, let's go. guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. That's it from our side. We are Devansh and Manraj, and thank you so much for inviting us. We had a lovely time performing for you guys, and you are super intelligent and super kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, ideally we shouldn't be clapping, we should be beatboxing. It was brilliant. All right. You know, there are few times, I'll take these 2 seconds for myself, but you know, there are few times that you're called back to a place. When do you go back to school? You normally go back to school when parent-teacher meeting, you have to go back. Then you have the area submission and you have convocation. Never did I imagine that I will be called back for a transformation. 1 year back, exactly on September 2nd, and I'm very bad with dates, I forget people's birthdays, anniversaries, but this date was always remembered. I enjoyed what I went through exactly 365 days back. And I want to thank the entire team of SSVM, the entire family, the students, team of Brand Avatar. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to come here once again and put light on me and various aspects of the way I think, the way I believe, the way I interact. This conclave has transformed many, many, I'm sure. It's also transformed me as well. Thank you very much, SSVM, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite ma'am on stage, please, for a thank you. And also, before that, Sabri did an amazing, amazing workshop on resin art. Please come on stage. We'd love to say thank you to you as well.
So the day has come to an end. The second day has come to an end. But still transforming India will never have an end. That's what I have to say. So I have to thank the people all around who had been compiling, the team who had really taken enough effort to see that the children are also enjoying the program. Parallelly, they were on the workshops, they were on various other activities, and at the same time, the speakers, the entertainers, who all was here, had really given a big energy to our children. But I have to say one thing by the end of the day is, all these things that has been happening here is what I wanted you to think. Imagine yourself in this place as they. Being here, it is not they, it is you. Because that is what I wanted. Because the world says that, as in how Kishan Das told, and Aman Gupta, everybody who came to the stage, they told one thing. What you are strong in, do it. Never listen to others. See, listen to others is not your parents. But at the same time, what is right, you have to do it in a consistent way. Consistency plays a vital role. Today, SSVM has grown to this level means we work consistently. It is not that, okay, I have made a good number of students at one school, okay, just let me open. No. The consistency of our work continues. So we are 26 years old, but still, the day one when SSVM started, until today, we have the same energy, getting up by morning 4, going with our routine from morning 5. We go to the bed by 11:30, 12. Everybody asks, how is that possible? And at the same time, I have to say my better half is an excellent half who is cautious on food, exercise, and mental peace. So we are able to work balanced. We work in a very balanced way. So we don't have the pressure of work-life pressure. So this is what I wanted you to understand from the programs that is happening. Observe whatever they have told. Observe all these dances. The laser show was awesome. Try to go and practice in your house. Try to do a research how these things can happen. Come back again after this 3 days, the stage is only yours. Come back and say, ma'am, I have also prepared something like that. Can I do it? Yes. This is your stage. We don't stop anyone to say, no, this is not the place. So that's the main reason why SSVM is having huge auditoriums in all the campuses to bring out your talent. That is what is Transforming India Conclave. So once again, I thank everybody for making this second day a successful day, including my teachers, my students, my parents, and all the studentpreneurs who had come all over from different parts of the country, which is something very nice. So tomorrow is a day for Inspirational Guru. Let's keep our fingers crossed and make even the third day the most wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, ma'am. It's been a wonderful day. You have 3 days of opportunities. You had 3 days of transforming. Like I started this morning and said, education is teaching, but real education is transforming. Education not just gives you the examination of question and answer, but education forces you, makes you, initiates you to ask the right questions. The questions were here, the answers are within you. I'm so glad that we all had the power and the opportunity to unleash the power within us. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope to catch you guys again soon, and I felt a part of the SSVM family today. Have a great Sunday tomorrow. I will miss you, and I hope somewhere down the line you miss me too. Thank you.